Bai Wanjia and the others were guessing what was inside the big egg, which confused Han Senator. He kept looking. That giant egg was transparent. The blonde girl was fast asleep inside it. He rubbed his eyes to take another look. He knew he was not seeing things. The giant egg was really transparent. Why is this happening? Does it have to do with a part of my bloodline belonging to the crystallizers? Is it because of one or inside my destiny's tower enabling me to see the lady in the egg? Han Sen could not think of a reason, but he knew for sure that Starter King's land was not built by the Extreme King Alpha. He bet there was a 90% chance it had something to do with Sacred Leader. After Sacred was destroyed, it somehow fell into the Extreme King Alpha's lap. He went ahead and turned it into Starter King's land. Han Sen wanted to get the blonde girl out of the big egg to see what was going on, but he did not rush the process. The Extreme King had the big egg for a long time and it was still fine. It had not been destroyed. Therefore, he believed it could not be so simple. Bai Wanjia and the others were worried. They did not enter the mountain. They merely peered into it from the outside. I have a question that I don't understand, Bai Wei said. Bai Wei, you can ask whatever you want if you do not understand something, Bai Lingshang said with a smile. Let's all discuss it together. Perhaps we can solve the problem you have. Bai Wei thought for a moment and said, everyone must have heard about whenever Starter King's land began. Princes and princesses were dying in Starter King's land, right? That is correct. Although the death rate in Starter King's land is low, the weird thing is that 1 or 2 prince or princesses died every time. Bai Lingshang nodded. That is weird, Bai Wei said. Starter King's land only opens once in a while, and you cannot exit when the way back is closed. The teleporter is active once a month. Even then, you can only exit and not enter. If so, who carried the bodies of dead prince or princesses back? Of course, it had to be the prince or princesses that went there, Bai Lingshang said. She quickly thought something was wrong. She frowned and receded into thought. If the danger was able to kill princes and princesses, and every time it opened it could kill princes and princesses, the danger was there. If the danger was there, how could the prince and princesses bring back the dead bodies while there was danger? Did the princes and princesses take family that seriously? Would they risk their lives so much as to bring back dead bodies? It is a shame we do not know the prince or princesses that died. I have never thought about their bodies being brought back or not before. Bai Lingshang frowned. Bai Wanjia looked at the mountain. He glanced at the tool and big egg and said, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the danger comes and goes. It only happens if we do something. So, they are able to bring the bodies of the dead prince and princesses back. Or maybe. Bai Wanjia stopped talking. Everyone knew what he meant. Bai Wucheng said, or they did not have any dead bodies to bring back. Perhaps they were consumed by something, and that is why there were no dead bodies. Everyone looked at the big egg. If the second possibility was true, it would be too dangerous for them to venture inside the mountain. Han Sen was thinking that there should have been a protector like him in the past. Perhaps it was the protector's duty to bring the bodies of the prince and princesses back. Han Sen did not think that was correct. If there was a protector, why did many princes and princesses die in the first place? That means there are only 2 possibilities. The first being that there was no protector at all. The second is that there were protectors, but they were unable to protect. After Han Sen thought of this, he suddenly felt the need to be a whole lot more cautious. The few of them looked at the big egg in the mountain with complicated expressions. No one dared to go in. We cannot keep staying here, Bai Wanjia said. Let me see if I can find a way to try it. Brother, try any way you can, Bai Lingshang and Bai Wucheng said at the same time. Bai Wanjia nodded. He pulled something out that was the size of a fist. It looked as if it had been made of vines. It looked like a ball. When they looked closer, it was not a ball. It was like a birdcage. A green parrot was inside that small, ball-shaped birdcage. It had 4 legs, and its face looked like a tiger. Inside this thing is the primitive class xenogeneic tiger god eagle. Bai Lingxiang knew where that weird bird was from. Bai Wanjie nodded. This treasure is called trapped animal cage. It can trap birds and such. The longer it is in there, the more they will listen to you. Their wildness will eventually be tamed. I have only had this tiger god eagle trapped inside here for half a year. It is not tamed yet, but we can use it to explore what is down there. After that, Bai Wanjie threw the trapped animal cage with the tiger god eagle into the mountain. The trapped animal cage landed on the big egg. People thought it was going to slide away. This trapped animal cage was like a magnet. It stuck to the big egg. It was no longer sliding down. Bai Wanjie's body flashed. He saw the cage was becoming bigger. It turned into a vine cage that was 30 feet tall. The tiger god eagle looked how it was before, but it was now like a big, prehistoric beast. The giant egg now looked small. It looked like an egg that the tiger god eagle itself had pushed out. The tiger god eagle grabbed it in its talons. The trapped animal cage turned into a vine. It came out like a snake. It went back into Bai Wanjie's hands and turned into a little vine ball. Han Sen and the others looked at the tiger god eagle, which was free. Its claws grabbed the big egg and made a strange sound. It flapped its wings and generated a green typhoon. It looked like it was going to fly. No matter how much its wings flapped, it could not fly. Its claws were dug into the egg, and it could not release them. The tiger god eagle kept screaming. It had a green light. The substance chains became stronger. It carried wind power to help its power go up. The effort was useless. No matter how much it tried, it could not get out. The scary thing was that Han Sen and the others saw the tiger god eagle's body grow old. It was like someone's life had been fast-forwarded in a video within the space of an hour. Not long later, the tiger god eagle lacked the power to struggle. Its old body fell, but it still stuck to the big egg hanging in the air. It was like a dead chicken that had been cooked. Everyone looked shocked. The tiger god eagle was not a very good primitive xenogeneic, but it wasn't weak for a primitive either. It had been unable to escape, and its life force was gone. Pata. When the tiger god eagle body's life force was totally destroyed, its body detached from the big egg. It fell like a boulder. It fell into the bottom of the mountain and the crystal wheel inside. Tiger god eagle's body landed atop the crystal wheel. Everyone saw that the crystal wheel down below was like a grinding disc. When the grinding disc spun, a crystal light landed on the corpse of the tiger god eagle. It was like the flesh and feathers had a layer of crystal porcelain. In the crystal porcelain, the tiger god eagle's dead body slowly deformed into a transparent liquid. It followed the crystal wheel and started to sink. A moment later, the big tiger god eagle had decomposed into nothing. Not a single feather remained. Once the crystal wheel stopped spinning, the mountain was still and quiet. The lights switched off. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Bai Wanjie and the others all felt a little numb. Now, they understood why the bodies of the princes and princesses were never seen again. This must have been why. Han Sen looked at the crystal wheel down below. His brain had many thoughts flashing through it. Weird. Let's not say that traps might reside inside this mountain, but this place is very dangerous. All those kings of the Extreme King sent so many princes and princesses down, and they are not even warned of the dangers they might face. They just tell them to come here and practice. It makes no sense. Han Sen was thinking that it was all very strange. What kind of old man would not worry about the well-being of their children? No matter how much a father wanted their children to practice, they should never subject them to such cruel fates. Unless the Extreme Kings know full well that sacrifices are expected, so they are sent here. Han Sen looked at Bai Wanjie and the others. They looked fairly glum, but it was hard to tell what thoughts were running in their minds. Hansen did not think they were thinking of things the way he was. It was not like Hansen was smarter. It was just that they were the ones fully involved in this ordeal. They had no idea. They were stuck in the middle of it. They thought this trial was the key that could make them a successor. They thought it was only expected to face such dangers. Otherwise, there was no way they could tell which one of them was smarter, stronger, or worthier of becoming the next king. Other thoughts were not entertained. Bai Wanjie looked at the crystal wheel and giant egg and said, "Right now, we do not know if the final test requires us to break the big egg or if there is actually something else to do." "I don't think we should break the egg," Bai Wuchang said. "The princes and princesses that came before us would have most likely tried. By the looks of it, they failed." "Maybe not," Bai Lingsheng said. "Like the undead before here, perhaps this big egg has the power to recompose itself. Perhaps no matter how many times it is broken, it can be recovered." Bai Wei nodded and said, "From what we have seen now, the final test has something to do with this egg." Bai Wanjie was silent a moment before saying, "Sister Wei, you have been practicing with the very high for a long time. You must know more than us. Can you see what is inside this big egg?" Bai Wei shook her head. "Outer sky has many xenogeneics, and I have seen many xenogeneic eggs. This is the first of its kind I have ever seen." Bai Wuchang thought for a moment and said, "In the past, the princes and princesses were able to finish their task. There must be a way to do this. We have just yet to uncover what it entails." "Sister Lingsheng was correct," Bai Wanjie said. "Earlier, I threw the trapped animal cage and the tiger god eagle down. The trapped animal cage hit the egg and did not get stuck. However, the tiger god eagle did get stuck. It looks like the egg will only magnetize things that are actually living." Everyone's eyes seemed to brighten. If the giant egg's power only worked on living things, that meant they could use their treasures to attack the egg. "If things are indeed that way, then allow me to try first," Bai Wuchang said. He took out his jade knife, which was half a foot long. It looked like a dagger and was seemingly made out of crystal jade. The blade had a murderous look. Bai Wuchang clutched the jade knife as he stared at the crystal egg. His hands were unleashed, making the jade knife turn into a green light that launched itself at the big egg. Dong! When the jade knife hit the big egg, it made some crunching sounds like it had struck a stone. Many green substance chains were set forth. They hit the crystal wall and shattered. The big egg had been hit really hard. It was like a light bulb that had been turned on, forcing it to release some light. The big egg glowed with light. The crystal tools in the mountain started to run. It was like a signal tower. All the halos lit up, making the whole mountain shine. Seeing that his attack failed, Bai Wuchang took his jade knife back. The jade knife did not adhere to his command. It landed on the crystal wheel. When the wheel started to spin, the primitive treasure was reduced to nothing, just like the corpse of the tiger god eagle. It became a liquid that spilled into the slits and slots around. Bai Wanjie and the others were frozen. They felt a big chill. The crystal wheel was able to decompose flesh and treasures. Hansen was not surprised. It was because the primary material of any treasure was a xenogeneic gene. The tiger god eagle's body was the xenogeneic gene itself. There was no difference between them, so it was natural for it to be decomposed. What Hansen felt was strange was that when the small jade knife hit the egg, the woman in the big egg reacted. It was like someone had disturbed her slumber. She frowned, but her eyes did not quite open. After a while, the crystal tools of the mountain stopped spinning. The lights of the egg began to dim. Bai Wanjie was looking at Bai Wuchang as he asked, "Wuchang, what is going on?" With Bai Wuchang's power, controlling a xenogeneic treasure was not difficult. The small jade knife should not have fallen down. Bai Wuchang was silent a moment before replying, "After hitting the big egg, the connection I had with the knife was strangely gone. I tried my best to bring it back, but it did not work. The power vanished when it fell into the mountain. This is annoying, Bai Wuchang said. The creatures will get stuck on the egg and die. If treasures activate the egg, they will be isolated inside. It will be hard to destroy the big egg. If things were that easy, it would not be a challenge left behind by Mr. Alpha, Bai Wanjie said. Suddenly, everyone was staring at the big egg in the mountain. No one had a good idea. Eventually, Bai Wanjie pulled out a bracelet. That necklace had 108 orbs. Each one was the size of a cherry and the color of white jade, which was similar to sheep fat. It looked like stars were spinning inside it. Bai Wanjie unlocked the necklace, took an orb out, and threw it at the egg. They saw an explosion of starlight. The egg exploded. Light appeared everywhere. The crystal equipment had been split. Bai Wanjie kept throwing the orbs at the egg one by one. The big egg kept growing brighter. Previously, they had seen it as a big black egg. When the white light increased in volume, it became transparent. It looks like there is something inside. The big eggshell started to become transparent. Bai Wuchang was now able to see the blonde lady inside, but he could only see a little. It was not very clear. This works, Bai Wuchang excitedly said. Big brother, do it harder. Throw more of the star orbs down and reveal what is inside that giant egg. Bai Wanjie agreed. He kept throwing the star orbs one by one at the big egg. The big egg grew brighter and more transparent. The blonde lady's face on the inside became clearer. Hansen looked at the big egg with a frown. He could already see everything crystal clear. The blonde lady was going to be woken up. That made Hansen nervous, perhaps even a bit scared. Why does the Extreme King send their princes and princesses here? What are they after? There is no way they had no idea what was inside this. If they knew and still sent people here without saying anything, it is just so weird. While Hansen was thinking, he suddenly noticed Bai Lingshang. It looks like a blonde lady inside, Bai Lingshang said while looking at the big egg. Bai Wanjie threw 70 of the star orbs, which were making the big egg look crystal-like. One was almost able to see the face of the blonde lady inside, but it was still not completely clear. This is so weird, Bai Wuchang said. There is a creature inside this egg that looks like one of the Extreme King, but the race that is not like us. No one here can come from an egg, right? Bai Lingshang rolled her eyes and smiled. Obviously, she was not birthed from the egg. When have you ever seen creatures born with their pajamas on? You're right, Bai Wuchang quietly said. That means someone locked her inside it. Is our mission to rescue her? It is hard to say if we are to rescue or kill her. Perhaps she a higher level undead. Bai Wanjie looked at the big egg while he spoke and continued to lob star orbs at the structure. Everyone stared at the lady. The more star orbs he threw, the clearer the woman's face appeared. She was as pretty as an angel. Now, she was frowning. She did not seem happy. Everyone was staring at her as her eyes suddenly opened. It shocked everyone watching. She was not like an ordinary person who opened their eyes after a night of sleep. Her eyes were totally open and entirely wide. Her gold pupils made it seem like there were no pupils. Although she had opened her eyes, her vision did not appear focused. It looked very weird, and it gave them a chill. Catcha! The giant egg which now looked like a crystal shield, cracked. In the blink of an eye, the whole giant egg looked like broken steel glass. It turned into countless small shards that rained down. The blonde woman inside was completely visible. The blonde-haired woman was floating inside the cave of the mountain. It looked like some wind was coming up from the cave. It made her blonde hair wave. Without the blockage of the giant egg, Hansen finally felt the presence of the blonde lady. It suddenly made his expression change. The blonde lady's aura was completely different from Wanner's, who was usually very tame. This lady's had a raging mode. It also made people feel sorrowful on her behalf. It made people feel as if she was a weak and injured woman and that no action could reverse the horrible fate she had been subjected to. The blonde lady released a feeling that made Hansen think of two words. Her presence feels just like those god spirits. Hansen stared at the golden-haired lady. Hansen had killed Skyvine Radish, Sky Armor God, and Lotus Child. This blonde lady before them felt just like they had. Their presence was not very clear. Kings and gods did not exude this feeling. The god spirits that released this feeling were the ones that combined with creatures of the universe. Now, the blonde lady made Hansen feel a familiar sensation. Is this blonde lady a god spirit combined with a creature of the universe? Hansen looked at the blonde lady as ideas raced through his head. Bai Wanjia and the others generated their own powers and were ready to fight. It seemed as if they could not feel the scary presence coming from the blonde girl. The blonde lady remained suspended. She rose up from the mountain. Her blonde hair and white pajamas were waving fiercely like the wind was pushing and pulling her. "Hurry up and run!" Hansen shouted. Although Hansen could not tell how strong the blonde lady was, the god spirit presence could not be mistaken. No matter how weak the god spirit was, it could not be blocked by the primitive Bai Wanjia and the others. "We are here already. Why do we not give it a go before we run? I am not interested in the throne, but this is such a fun task that I absolutely cannot miss out." Seeing the blonde lady fly away from the mountain's entrance, Bai Wuchang laughed. His body turned into its ghost mode. He looked like a ghost, carrying weird substance chains. They were waving toward the blonde lady. The blonde lady behaved as if she was not awake. She hung above the mountain. Her eyes were unfocused. She was just frozen watching Bai Wuchang come her way. Bai Wuchang's knife light was strong. It carried the power to break a yellow river. The knife light slashed the blonde-haired lady. Her pajamas were cut. Knife lights landed on her white skin, leaving a slight impression on her skin. Suddenly, the knife light melted and vanished. It had not even left a red mark on her. The blonde lady immediately moved her unfocused eyes onto Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang roared with the intent to attack again, but everyone felt a bit dizzy. The blonde lady floating above the mountain simply vanished. Hansen's expression changed. He turned his head. He saw Bai Wuchang, who was in his ghost mode, have power touching him where none should have been able to. The blonde lady was holding his neck and making it float. The blonde lady's eyes did not look focused. She was small, yet she used one hand to lift the very bulky Bai Wuchang. It was like she was lifting a chicken by the throat. Bai Wuchang looked as if he was drowning. He was struggling and unable to do anything about it. His eyes rolled, and his skin started to grow old. After a few short seconds, his hair looked gray. "How dare you?" Bai Wanjia was furious, but he was also scared. He activated his king body and summoned a hammer that was as big as a bucket. He swung it at the blonde lady. Bai Lingshang and Bai Wei looked ferocious. One pulled out an icy sword whereas the other used extreme king shocking sky punch. One went left while the other went right to attack the blonde lady. They wanted to save Bai Wuchang. Pang! The hammer struck the blonde lady on the back of the head, but that only made the lady's neck move a little. It certainly wasn't going to stop her body. It did not make her stumble an inch. Bai Lingshang and Bai Wei's power landed on their foe, but their attacks only damaged her pajamas. They did not even leave red marks upon her skin. The blonde lady's other hand rose. She touched the big hammer. It instantly made the deified weapon shatter. It turned to dust and echoes flying in space. Hansen frowned. He knew that if he did not do it, everyone else there would be killed. Plus, he wanted to know if the blonde lady was in any way related to Wanner. Judging from the power she wielded, it was different from Wanner's power. She did not have the gold power that made the super god spirit body bad. She had a power that could absorb or take a life force. After a short amount of time, Bai Wuchang turned snow white. Now, he looked like the real Bai Wuchang. If this kept on going, in less than 10 seconds, he was going to die. Han Sen did not care if Bai Wuchang was alive or dead, but he wanted to take care of Bai Wei. Considering the deal he made with Bai King, if he wanted to keep living with the Extreme King, he had no choice but to help. The blonde lady blew up Bai Wanjie's deified hammer. Her face suddenly flashed. Another hand was reaching out to Bai Wei, who was the closest. Bai Wei used Extreme King's shocking sky punch, so she had no choice but to get in close with the blonde-haired lady. A scary suction made Bai Wei's body uncontrollably fly toward the blonde-haired lady's hands. Bai Wei did not freak out. Her body flashed with a circular halo that made her body spin. She wanted to use that spinning power to get rid of the blonde-haired lady's suction. She only spun halfway. Before she was able to complete a loop, she was sucked into the blonde-haired lady's hands. The blonde-haired lady grabbed her by the neck. Bai Wei was stronger than Bai Wuchang. The moment her neck was grabbed, she wanted to teleport away. That was God's wonder from the very high. The space teleportation she had flickered. It was like a firework being extinguished by water. She was unable to teleport away. Bai Lingshang and Bai Wanjie were shocked. No one expected the last level of the undead to be this scary. The two of them said nothing. They turned around, wanting to run. They headed for the bridge they had crossed. They no longer cared for Bai Wuchang and Bai Wei. One could not blame them. The blonde-haired lady was too strong. She had a crushing power. If they stayed, they were going to end up the same. Bai Wei knew the situation was dire and felt that she would soon die. It felt like something was coming out from her body and going into the blonde-haired lady's hand. When her body's power began to fade, Bai Wei felt as if she had no strength left to even struggle. She was quivering inside the blonde-haired lady's hand. Am I going to die? I still haven't beaten her yet. A dark shadow flashed through Bai Wei's brain. Although she was about to die, she did not feel fear. She felt disappointed. Suddenly, Bai Wei heard a striking sound close to her ear. It was like the striking of a jade stone. At the same time, the grip on her neck loosened. The blonde-haired lady's hand, which had been on her neck, lost its grip. Before Bai Wei could figure out what was happening, a power was pulling her away. It dragged her away from the blonde-haired lady. Pang! Pang! Bai Wei and Bai Wuchang fell to the ground. They looked up and saw Holy Baby standing between them. He was staring at the blonde-haired lady like a god from the sky. As Bai Wanjie and Bai Lingshang were escaping, they heard loud noises. They turned around and looked back. They saw Holy Baby grabbing Bai Wei and Bai Wuchang and bringing them back. He had managed to save the two of them from the blonde-haired lady. It was unbelievable. They were both frozen and stopped their attempted escape. If Bai Wei and Bai Wuchang were killed, they could have just reported it. Now, Bai Wuchang and Bai Wei were alive. They had just tried running away. That was sure to result in a bad impression. It would likely mean Bai King would be upset with their decision. Although they did not continue fleeing, Bai Wanjie and Bai Lingshang did not go back. They watched from afar. You guys should leave. Han Sen looked at the blonde-haired lady as he spoke, but his words were uttered to Bai Wuchang and Bai Wei. Bai Wei picked up the weak Bai Wuchang. They both looked at him with a conflicted look and retreated. They returned to the bridge. The island now only had Han Sen and the blonde-haired lady on it. The blonde-haired lady coldly looked at Han Senator, her body turned blurry in space. When it appeared again in front of Han Sen, she was trying to grab him by the neck. Han Sen's hand somehow reached out to strike the blonde-haired lady's hands. Earlier, he had punched the blonde-haired lady. Their powers were quite matched. Neither of them had the upper hand. When they fought this time, Han Sen felt a magnetic power inside the blonde-haired lady's hands. They latched onto his hands. It made Han Sen feel something from his body leave and go into the blonde-haired lady. That thing was not the gene power he practiced or his lifespan. It felt weird. It was unknown what it was. Taking spirit skill. Hansen realized what it was the woman was trying to take. The woman was not taking his life force away. She was taking away the spirits of creatures. It was no wonder Bai Wuchang still had a young face despite the gray hair. His life force was still the same. The aged thing was just his mental fortitude. After being so tired and exhausted, it made people think he had lost his life force. But that wasn't it. Does that mean the xenogeniacs from the Nine Defense Spirit have their spirits taken away by her? Hansen's brain flashed through many different ideas, but his hands did not stop. The Dongxian aura had been pushed to the max, but he could not prohibit his spirit from going away. Hansen quickly discovered that the spirits did not have a place in the cogwheels of the universe. Even if he used the Dongxian aura to stop every cogwheel in the universe from spinning, he could not stop the blonde-haired lady from taking away his spirit. Hansen used many different powers, but none of them were able to stop the blonde-haired lady from taking away his spirit. Hansen frowned. It was the first time he had seen such power. He had never encountered an opponent like this before. When his heart jumped, Hansen cast the story of genes. He used forever solid power, hoping to stop his spirit from leaking. When forever solid power activated, Hansen felt the blonde-haired lady's suction power vanish. His spirit stopped leaving him. The story of genes really worked. It is no wonder Sacred Leader created it to deal with God spirits. It is useful against spirits. Hansen was happy. He was just giving it a go, but it actually worked. The blonde-haired lady still grabbed Hansen, but she could not take the spirit away from him. Her emotionless face looked confused. Her gold eyes were focused on Hansen. Hansen flipped his hand. He twisted the blonde lady's arm and made her body turn. He then pressed her into the mountain's walls. Bai Wanjia and the others were shocked. They did not expect something like this to happen. It is no wonder Father took him as a student. He did not show off, gloat, or anything, yet he possesses such power. Bai Wanjia frowned. Bai Lingshang said, "It looks like our guesses were not so accurate. Holy Baby did not just come here to evaluate our performance. Father must have asked him to protect us too." When she said that, she sighed. If I had known that, I would not have had to do what I did earlier. Who could have guessed Holy Baby would have this sort of power? You cannot blame us for what we did. It is fine if he reports it to Father. Bai Wanjia did not regret his course of action. Bai Wei and Bai Wuchang looked at Hansen with shock. They could not do anything before the blonde-haired lady, yet he was able to suppress her with one hand. That kind of power was quite shocking to behold. Hansen pushed the blonde-haired lady against the mountain wall and quietly asked, "What are you?" He wanted to know where the blonde-haired lady came from. She was able to take the spirits of other creatures. In addition to that, she looked just like Warner. She had a god spirit presence too. It was very strange. The blonde-haired lady was emotionless. It was like she did not even hear what Hansen said. She suddenly turned her body around. She did not care for the fact that her arms were captured. She broke her arms just to turn her body. She looked at Hansen and used another arm to grab Hansen's wrist. Boom! All Hansen saw was golden light. He and the blonde-haired lady went inside the mountain where the crystal machinery was shining. It created many crystal lights. They covered Hansen and the blonde-haired lady. Hansen was shocked. He wanted to teleport away from the mountain, but he felt like the space around him was completely sealed. He was unable to teleport. The crystal lights turned into crystals that one could see. When the crystals got bigger, they took on a circular shape. They looked just like the big eggs Hansen and the others saw earlier. Hansen punched the blonde-haired lady. In the crystal light, the blonde-haired lady's power had reached a scarier level. Hansen's punching power looked like a commoner trying to punch a steel board. He was unable to hurt the lady. The crystal shell wrapped the pair up. It was just like when Hansen saw the crystal egg in the beginning. The blonde-haired lady's broken armor covered. She held on to Han Senator. A scary power kept invading his body. It was trying to take Hansen's spirit away. In that forever solidified mode, the blonde-haired lady could not take Hansen's spirit. Yet, Hansen could not get free of the blonde-haired lady's grip. They were both stuck in the big egg. Hansen thought, did Bai King treat me so nice to leave me here and have the blonde-haired lady take my spirit? With that blonde-haired lady's weird power and the help of the crystallizer machines, even true god elites would not have been able to fight her. Bai King had sent him there to protect the prince and princesses. Something had to be amiss. If Bai King was tricking him, he would not know if Hansen was going to fight the blonde-haired lady. That was not something he could control. Hansen could have just left. He was curious about the blonde-haired lady's identity, so that was why he was there. Bai King could not have known Hansen would be interested in the blonde-haired lady, so it did not make any sense. In that crystal egg lights buff, the blonde-haired lady's body suction was stronger. Her entire body was like an octopus holding on to Hansen. Hansen used his power to punch her. He felt like her body had been protected by a layer of a crystal shell. He was unable to break it. In the mountain in Starter King's land, Hansen was grabbed by the blonde-haired lady. The big crystal egg had been filled with crystal. It was like Hansen and the blonde-haired lady were frozen in ice. He could not move. Hansen used his Skyvine Radish God Lance, but he was unable to harm the blonde-haired lady. She was steadily becoming stronger. And Hansen felt as if his body was starting to become loose. He was unable to withstand the suction power of the blonde-haired lady. It looks like I have to use Super God Spirit mode. Hansen forced himself to make use of Super God Spirit mode. He wanted to use that moment to escape the mountain. When Hansen used Super God Spirit mode, he activated Wanner, who was still asleep. It made Wanner's body shine with gold. Hansen thought the results would be the same. He thought Wanner's power would nullify the power of his Super God Spirit mode, thus enabling him to leave the area before that happened. Who would have known that this time, Wanner suddenly opened her eyes to awake from a deep sleep. Bai Wanjia and the others saw the flash of gold light. Hansen and the blonde lady vanished together. The mountain's crystal light was like a volcanic eruption that blew into the sky. They did not dare get close to the mountain. They waited from afar. After time passed, they still did not see Hansen come out from the mountain. The volcanic eruption created lingering crystal light. The princes and princesses heard Bai Wanjia tell them what happened. They looked at Bai Wuchang, who had white hair. They were so shocked that they did not proceed to the next island. After a long time, when Starter King's land opened again, Hansen had yet to appear from the mountain. The princes and princesses returned to the bones of the true space demon dragon and teleported away from Starter King's land. Bai Wanjia, Bai Wei, Bai Lingsheng, and Bai Wuchang were called upon by Bai King. They reported what had happened to Holy Baby to Bai King. They did not hide anything. Bai Wanjia and Bai Lingsheng felt conflicted about telling him, but Bai King did not look any different when hearing what he was told. He did not say much. He only asked them a few questions about the blonde-haired lady and Han Senator. He then asked them to leave. It was fortunate that Father sent Holy Baby to protect us, Bai Wanjia said. If he hadn't, who knows what would have happened. Father, you were so clever, Bai Lingsheng said with a smile. You took Holy Baby as a student and saved Wuchang and Wei. After they left, Bai King frowned as he sat by the table. After a while, he said to himself, he shouldn't have. If he was able to kill Sky Armor God, why was he unable to defeat that tester? Was that tester more powerful than a god spirit? Hansen looked at all that was going on in front of him. It was all a bit beyond his expectations. After Wanner woke up, her gold light continued to expand. It created a strong reaction with the Super God Spirit mode. It forced Hansen to let her out. Otherwise, both of their bodies would have been ripped apart by that power that went against each other. After Wanner appeared, the crystal light around him stopped. Under her gold light, the big crystal egg was like ice meeting the sun. It melted quickly. It was not just the big crystal egg melting. Even the blonde-haired lady, who looked very similar to Wanner, was melting. Her body, which had once been like a statue, became soft and started to melt. In the end, she melted into a liquid. She went into the bottom of the mountain and the crystal wheel. Strangely, after the blonde-haired lady's body melted, it left behind the shadow of some kind of spirit. Hansen clearly saw that the shadow possessed Wanner's face. It was like a spirit floating in front of Wanner. It looked a bit stiff. Wanner reached her hand out to try and touch the shadow. The shadow was like a tide, and it went into Wanner's hands. A moment later, it was gone. Wanner absorbed the shadow. Her body seemed to dim. She turned and looked at Han Senator. She called him Big Brother with a weak voice and passed out. Hansen's super god spirit mode faded. He moved to pick up Wanner. He felt her life force return to how it was in the beginning. She was very weak and messed up. What's going on? Hansen put Wanner back inside Destiny's tower. He was very confused. From everything Hansen had seen, he thought Wanner should have been related to Sacred. He did not think Sacred Leader was the big brother Wanner was referring to. If Sacred Leader was her big brother, and Wanner really relied on her big brother, why would Sacred Leader use her for experimentation? Although Hansen did not know what the blonde-haired lady in the big egg did, one thing he knew for sure was that the blonde-haired lady had Wanner's spirit. Otherwise, Wanner would not have been able to control it. Now, it looks like the people from Sacred took Wanner's spirit to do some testing, which made Wanner become really unstable. What was the purpose of that test? A man-made god spirit? Why use Wanner's spirit? Hansen kept guessing. He could not think of a result that made sense. Too many things were guesses. All the results he thought of were just suggestions. Cha-cha-cha. While Hansen was thinking, he saw the crystal wheel start spinning. He was shocked. He thought the melted gold-haired lady had been revived. Fortunately, what Hansen was thinking did not happen. When the crystal wheel spun, there was a pool in its center. The pool was half filled with a semi-transparent liquid. When half of the crystal pool was completely revealed, the crystal wheel stopped moving. Found deified xenogeneic gene. Found deified xenogeneic gene. In Hansen's brain, announcements kept popping up like crazy. The liquid in this pool. It cannot all be xenogeneic genes. Hansen was frozen, but he was suddenly very happy. He flew toward the pool. Hansen tried taking some liquid out. He immediately received an announcement for getting a deified xenogeneic gene. Hansen was so excited that he almost jumped out of his seat. So many deified xenogeneic genes. Is it useful for me? Hansen was afraid these deified xenogeneic genes were too low of a level and would not help him increase his deified gene tally. Hansen drank some of the liquid. He quickly realized that his worries were for naught. He drank an entire barrel of liquid. His brain soon had deified gene +1 announcements. I am rich. I am so rich. I can be a true god. Hansen was so happy that he kept absorbing the transparent liquid in the pool. Hansen suddenly thought of something. All that is set up here was not exclusively prepared for Wanner, right? Aside from her, not even a true god elite could destroy the blonde-haired lady. Hansen thought that was right. Hee. You cannot use it anyway. Let me use it for now. Plus, you have been living inside me for so long, you should pay rent. Hansen was going to take all the transparent liquid away. He realized that if the liquid left the crystal pool, they would be corrupted very soon. He could not take it away. He had to stay next to the pool and keep drinking the transparent liquid to refine it. Hansen refined all the transparent liquid inside the pool. His deified genes reached 94. He only needed a few more to become true god. What a shame. I only need a few more. Hansen licked his lips and flew out of the mountain. From what he saw, he could not see the princes and princesses again. He counted the time he had been down there and realized it had been an entire month. I don't know if the teleporter at the True Space Demon Dragon can still be used, Hansen said while flying toward the first island. If I cannot use it, I will have to use the 4-sheep cube to leave. Of course, you cannot use it anymore. Hansen flew in front of the True Space Demon Dragon bones and discovered that the teleporter was no longer available. He could not activate it from the inside. Never mind. Right now, I still don't know if my king was trying to trick me. I do not want to go back to the Extreme King yet. I can use this chance to escape the Extreme King. Previously, Hansen did not want to leave the Extreme King completely due to the resources they provided. Now, he was almost true god, so it did not matter much if he did. That is a shame. I was planning to rescue Blood Kirin from the Extreme King. Now, I can't do it. I will have to think of another way. Hansen used the 4-sheep cube to leave that starter king's land. Hansen used galaxy teleportation to Space Garden. He lived there quietly for a while. He needed 6 more deified genes to become true god. Unfortunately, those 6 deified genes had to come from a butterfly xenogeneic to suit his needs. Space Garden did not have a high-level plant xenogeneic like that, so Hansen had to figure out another way. I only need 6 more points. Killing 3 butterfly xenogeneics should be enough. Let me go to God area and try my luck. I might be able to encounter them. Hansen had an idea, so he used the God area door. He used Hansen's identity to enter the God area. Han Godfather. The moment Hansen reached the God area, he noticed there a crowd of people assembled. Someone who saw him recognized him. They were so surprised that they screamed. It made everyone turn to look at Hansen. Godfather Han, which was a title he had acquired, was still very famous throughout the universe. He had made the destroyed leader go from a true god to butterfly class and turned the butterfly burning lamp into dust. It was a scene that was way too shocking. The whole universe knew about it. Although Hansen was only butterfly class now, in the universe, no one treated him like one. Hansen looked at everyone. He noticed the around 8 people were deified primitives who all hailed from different races. They looked a bit familiar. He had seen them all participate in the Geno God list fights, but their performances were nothing remarkable. It was because of that Hansen was not able to recall their names. These guys aren't of the same race. What are they doing here together? Hansen thought. Deified elites frequently cooperated with each other, but that was usually only in groups of 3 or 5 best friends. It was rare to see so many races cooperate at once. The deifieds all recognized Hansen and greeted him with exuberant passion. A deified elite, who looked like a rat that could stand, shook his head and said, "Godfather Han, it is an honor to see you here. This is my lucky day." While he spoke, his small yet long tail waved. It made people feel annoyed to see it. After pausing, the rat-looking deified elite said, "I would like Godfather Han to bless me." What material does Godfather Han require to bless others? Every creature knew Hansen did not require any materials to bless others. For him to ask like that was basically asking how much it would cost. Hansen laughed and said, "Blessing you would be easy. The price is fair and square. For just 1 true god weapon, I can do it. But I cannot guarantee you will level up." Hansen set the price very high. No one would give up a true god weapon for a blessing. That was a way for him to reject requests. Hansen did not want to use Blood Pulse Sutra. All of the deified creatures were disappointed. They were just primitive deifieds, so they did not have a true god weapon to hand out. But they did not dare get emotional. They did not want to incite the ire of Hansen, who might turn them into dust. They had practiced hard to get to where they were as a deified. A lot of it had even required dumb luck. If they were turned into dust, it would not only be a sadness for their loss of lives. It could have very well spelled doom for their entire race. It was like the Buddha and the destroyed. The Buddha were barely able to maintain control of the Buddha kingdom, and the destroyed were being harassed by ancient enemies. Hansen looked at them and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" The rat-looking deified creature immediately said, "Earlier, there was a god spirit storm." A deified xenogeneic appeared from the god spirit storm. "We saw it." The deified xenogeneic was weird though. "We are still talking about it." "How weird was it?" Hansen asked. Everyone was talking at once. They explained that they had encountered a deified xenogeneic. The xenogeneics in the god area came with the appearance of god spirit storms. All the primitive deifieds were in the same area when they experienced the god spirit storm. They were all deemed food for the assembling deified xenogeneics. The xenogeneic they saw inside the god spirit storm was different from the usual suspects. That xenogeneic was like a stone tablet that was 30 feet tall. The stone tablet had electricity in it. It was surrounded by a lot of light. Even a blind man could see it from 1,000 miles away. They rushed in front of the stone tablet, but the tablet had no words or symbols. There were no pictures on it either. There were 3 indentations in it. There were 3 slots on the tablet. They were at the top and led down. The first one was like a human handprint, albeit much bigger. The second one looked like a cat paw, but it was much bigger too. The third one was like a cow's footprint. That one, however, was at a normal size. It was a small footprint. The 3 marks on the stone tablet released a bright light. In the god area, all xenogeneics were weird. One often found stone xenogeneics too. The primitive deified creatures wanted to destroy the stone tablet to see if they could get a deified xenogeneic gene. When they attacked the stone tablet, they were unable to harm the stone tablet. The light of the stone tablet grew brighter. Ultimately, there was no difference. The power of the stone tablet did not fight back either. How could this happen? Is that stone tablet xenogeneic still around? Some xenogeneics that fell from the god spirit storm would not disappear when the storm was over, which was why Hansen asked. It is still around, but the stone tablet is black and no longer shines. If we do not see it shining, no one would think it was a deified xenogeneic. You would just think of it as an ordinary stone block. The rat-like creature paused. With an evil look, he said, "Han Godfather, if you are interested, we can take you there to see it." "Yes, please." Hansen was worried about not being able to find high-level xenogeneics. Upon hearing what they said about the stone tablet xenogeneic was weird, there was a chance it was a high-level one. A few deified xenogeneics led the way. Hansen followed them. Altogether, they flew for 3,000 miles. Eventually, they saw a stone tablet that was a couple of dozen feet high. The stone tablet was very rough. It was square, and it did not have engravings or markings on it. The stone tablet was full of holes. It was not even. It looked like a normal big stone board. Hansen turned the stone tablet around. He saw the 3 marks on it. Their shape and appearance were just as they had been described. Aside from the stone tablet, someone was standing before it. It was Bai Wuxiang. He was one of the extreme kings in the god list fights. Hansen had heard Bai Wuxiang was a higher level than Bai King now. He was a person from the same era as Bao King. He was very powerful in the god list fights. Hansen had not watched him fight, so he knew little about him. Before the top 100 rank fights, Hansen had not watched many battles. He had missed out on Bai Wuxiang's fighting performance. In the top 100, no one dared to challenge Bai Wuxiang, and Bai Wuxiang did not challenge anyone. So, Hansen only knew how strong he was. He did not know exactly how strong he was. The few primitive deifieds who saw Bai Wuxiang bowed before him. They did not dare go slow. Hansen just stood where he was and did not move. His identity was one that harbored a grudge with the Extreme King. He would not talk with a deified from the Extreme King. Bai Wuxiang ignored the primitive deified creatures. He just stared at the stone tablet. The primitive deifieds were ignored, but they did not show emotion. They just retreated elsewhere. Bai Wuxiang watched for a while. He then raised his fist and punched the stone tablet. He used the Extreme King's shocking sky punch. His punch was performed at a very high level. The punch, which looked very casual, had the power to suppress the sky and the earth. Boom! He punched the stone tablet. The stone tablet's surface caved in with the shape of a fist. The moment Bai Wuxiang brought his fist back, the fist crater shone. It shone with rainbow light. Amid the light, a rainbow flew out from the fist prints and went toward Bai Wuxiang. Han Sen and the other primitive deifieds looked at the light. The primitive deifieds were especially curious. They had attacked the stone tablet for a long time before and never had such a reaction. When Bai Wuxiang punched, why did the stone tablet seem to fight back? All the primitive deified creatures opened their eyes wider. They wanted to see what kind of power the stone tablet had. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Hansen was surprised too. Rainbow light flew out of the punch mark. It turned into a white falcon. It surrounded Bai Wuxiang as it flew. It did not attack Bai Wuxiang. It flapped its wings and landed on Bai Wuxiang's shoulder. It twisted its neck to rub against Bai Wuxiang's hair in a very intimate way. What is going on? Why did the stone tablet have another falcon xenogenic inside it? Why is it being so intimate with Bai Wuxiang? All the primitive people were confused. While they were wondering what was happening, Bai Wuxiang flipped his hand. He grabbed the falcon by its neck and placed it out in front of himself. He ripped the falcon in half and threw the pieces on the ground. The white falcon squealed in pain. When it hit the floor, it turned into 2 pieces of stone. It soon turned into dust that flew back to the stone tablet. It covered up the punching marks left behind by Bai Wuxiang. The marks vanished and left no trace behind. Interesting. This stone tablet is a very unique stone xenogenic. Hansen thought this was interesting. He looked at the stone tablet with interest. After destroying the white falcon, Bai Wuxiang looked at the stone tablet again. The gold flames on his body were like a volcano erupting. He raised a fist. He still used Extreme King's shocking sky punch being used. This time, Bai Wuxiang's Extreme King's shocking sky punch shone like a sun. He unleashed a strong wave of power that was like a thunderous tide. The primitive creatures flew away. The remaining primitive deifieds were blown away a few hundred miles before coming to a stop. They all looked pale and were bleeding from their mouths. They looked injured. That was just from the punch's shockwave unleashed by Bai Wuxiang. If they were the ones to receive that hit, they would have been reduced to ash. Hansen was sitting nearby. He did not react. His shirt sleeves were waving as if they were held to a harsh wind. Boom! Bai Wuxiang left another punch mark on the stone tablets. This time, the punch marks were much bigger. They were much bigger than the cat paw and even bigger than the cow footprint. It was a little smaller than the handprint on top. The punch was over. Bai Wuxiang pulled his fist back, but he saw his marks were smaller than the handprint and frowned. After pulling his fist back, the punch marks again shone with rainbow light. This time, the rainbow light was many times stronger than the previous rainbow light. Hansen saw a big, gold bird fly out of the mark. It flapped its wings and flew into the 9 tiers in the sky. It squealed loud enough to tear space. Its body had gold feathers that were blindingly shiny. It was like pure sunshine. Gold wing big god bird. Hansen looked at the big gold bird with shock. Seeing its face, he was able to recognize it as the legendary gold wing big god bird. The power of its body was mighty. It was regarded as a top deified xenogenic. After taking a closer look, one noticed it was different. Hansen did not know what the real gold-winged big god bird looked like. This gold-winged big god bird that came out of the punch mark had a stone element. It also had a wave of power very much like Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch. The gold-winged big god bird landed on Bai Wuxiang. It placed its head near him and looked as if it wanted to make him happy. Hansen thought, this stone tablet is very funny. It can take Bai Wuxiang's full power attack. It is a true god xenogenic for sure, but it cannot attack. It can only live. That is very interesting. A part of the stone tablet body suddenly broke and became a stone element bird xenogenic. It was given to the enemy in hopes that the enemy would leave. Its way of life was like a gecko. The stone element bird xenogenic that came out was an independent xenogenic. The gold-winged big god bird's power was not inferior to a top-class deified xenogenic. The gold-winged big god bird absorbed Bai Wuxiang's Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch power. It was a xenogenic with 2 elements. With that xenogenic for a follower, it would help a lot. Upon seeing this, the primitive deified creatures felt remarkably jealous. They did not have enough power to leave the most minor of marks on the stone tablet. Besides a gold-winged big god bird, they were not even able to create a sparrow. Everyone knew that the more wounds the stone tablet incurred, the stronger the stone element xenogenic bird would be when it appeared. Like the falcon, Bai Wuxiang punched out. It was much weaker than this gold-winged big god bird. Everyone was jealous. Bai Wuxiang's hand came forward and ripped the head of the gold-winged big god bird off. The gold-winged big god bird turned into simple stones, which flew back to the stone tablet. They filled up Bai Wuxiang's punch mark and returned to normal. Hansen thought, it looks like the 3 marks up there are ones left behind by someone who also took the stone element xenogenic bird away with them. Everybody looked at Bai Wuxiang. He had ripped the gold-winged big god bird's head off. It looked like he wanted to use an even stronger power to hit the stone tablet. Bai Wuxiang stopped attacking the stone tablet. He looked at Hansen, who was standing nearby. Hansen was shocked. Bai Wuxiang's power had been remarkably strong. It was better than any top true god class elite Hansen had ever seen. With the destructive power he had, he wasn't much weaker than Sky Palace leader or very high leader. Hansen was also quite strong, but he wasn't certain he could beat Bai Wuxiang. After all, he was not yet true god class. He was still quite different compared to true gods. The Xian Yellow Sutra could go against deifieds of the same level or less and permanently beat others into dust. When used against true gods greater than Hansen, it would only make them temporarily drop a level. The most important thing was that other people had seen him use the Xian Yellow Sutra while conquering the destroyed leader. They must have been prepared for it. It would not be easy for Hansen to use the Xian Yellow power to strike again. Hansen's heart was prepared, but Bai Wuxiang did not look like he wanted to fight. He pointed to the stone tablet and said, "You give it a go." Hansen looked at Bai Wuxiang and replied, "Are you not going to try again? Are you not going to use a treasure to try it?" Hansen asked. Bai Wuxiang looked at the top of the stone tablet where the handprint mark was and coldly replied, "No." Hansen understood and thought, Bai Wuxiang really is so full of pride. Seeing that other people have done this with their hands, he will never settle for using a treasure. His punch mark is not as big as the palm, but it is still impressive. Yet, he does not want the stone element xenogenic. Hansen was not as proud as Bai Wuxiang. It did not matter if he could leave the biggest mark on it or not. If there was a chance to nab a xenogenic, he did not mind giving it a go. Hansen moved in front of the stone tablet. He generated a slight amount of power in his hands. He used his palm like a knife and slashed the stone tablet. He used his teeth knife Fong skill. The primitive deifieds continued watching from afar. They did not dare get too close to that place. They did not want to get struck by Hansen's power. Catcha! The purple knife air slashed the stone tablet. It left a mark that was a foot long. The mark was no bigger than the cow footstep, which was the smallest print on the stone. Teeth power did not spread onto the stone tablet. The knife mark was shining with rainbow light. A small bird emerged from it. When Hansen saw the small bird, he wanted to cry and laugh. It was a little purple sparrow. It could not be compared to Bai Wuxiang's gold-winged big god bird. It was not even as good as the falcon. Hansen thought, it looks like my absolute power is still quite bad. I cannot really do this like a true god Bai Wuxiang can. The small purple sparrow flew around Hansen for a while. It landed on his shoulder and rubbed its head against Hansen's neck. It looked very nice and cute. Although it looked very alive, one was able to tell that this little sparrow was made of stone just by touching it. Even its feathers were made of stone. The primitive deifieds that were far away whispered, Godfather Han's genes are powerful, but he is only butterfly class. Comparing his power to Bai Wuxiang, who is a true god, he is a little bit weaker. Bai Wuxiang looked at the sparrow on top of Hansen's shoulder, but he did not say anything. Hansen was not as prideful as Bai Wuxiang, so he did not plan on stopping now. His heart jumped. He summoned a black doll. It was the god doll he had received from Burning Lamp. It was a true god item with true god power. Hansen only needed to put his power inside it to be able to activate it. He could make it cast a true god power. The god doll accepted the command. Its body was full of power. It made a scary wind sound as it punched toward the stone tablet. The moment the god doll hit the stone tablet, the sparrow on Hansen's shoulder suddenly flew up. It returned to the initial knife mark Hansen had left on the stone tablet. It melted into the stone tablet and fixed the knife mark. Hansen knew that the stone tablet was not just letting its tail go to survive. Each creature was only able to earn one stone bird xenogeniac. If people attacked the stone tablet again, the stone bird xenogeniac would return to the tablet. Pang! The god doll left its punch mark on the tablet, but it was not very deep. It also wasn't any bigger than the cow's foot. It was just like the knife mark Hansen had left behind before. Hansen was shocked. The power of the god doll was true god. Although it was a weaker true god, it was still a true god. It only left behind a knife mark similar to what he had done before. Despite the fact I am not true god, it seems like my body is already like a true god. I just cannot compare with a top-class true god like Bai Wuxiang. Hansen felt like he had underestimated his fitness. His ordinary self couldn't be compared with a true god. If he entered xenogeniac mode, he would be even stronger. Although it was not as good as Bai Wuxiang's ability, it was better than a true god. The fist mark's rainbow light spread. Another sparrow emerged. It was similar in size to the other one Hansen had created. This time, however, the sparrow was black. Top-class true gods like Bai Wuxiang are too strong. This is a simple comparison. We are both practically true gods, but he is much stronger. Hansen looked at Bai Wuxiang. He was still just standing and watching. His expression had not changed. Don't you want to use your god-hitting skill to try? Bai Wuxiang suddenly asked. Hansen had no idea what he was talking about. Hansen thought about it for 2 seconds. The god-hitting skill Bai Wuxiang was talking about was likely the Xian Yellow Sutra. It was the reverse of Blood Pulse Sutra. To be honest, Hansen was not sure if the Xian Yellow Sutra would work on this strange god xenogeniac since the Xian Yellow Sutra reversed the self-cogwheels of spirits. When he used it, he was able to devolve their self-blood pulse. Hansen was just butterfly class. The Xian Yellow Sutra's power was barely able to reverse a true god self-cogwheel. The results were also only temporary. For a true god that had a powerful self-cogwheel like Bai Wuxiang, it was very difficult for Xian Yellow Sutra to move and have an effect on. With Bai Wuxiang's power, it was hard to destroy that scary stone tablet. Thus, the stone tablet was likely also a powerful true god. The Xian Yellow Sutra might not have worked on it. Han Sen was having trouble trying to use the Xian Yellow Sutra and make it look powerful. It scared off everyone. Even the 3 higher races did not dare get close to Space Garden. The crystallizers also weren't harassed anymore. If the Xian Yellow Sutra failed to break the stone tablet, his prestige would decrease. Han Sen did not want that to happen. Without a guaranteed hit, Han Sen would not use the Xian Yellow Sutra in public. It is just a stone tablet, Han Sen said with a smile. I do not need a god-hitting skill. He thought Bai Wuxiang wanted to see how strong his Xian Yellow Sutra was. He was not going to fulfill his desire. Han Sen went silent and waved his hand. An item appeared in his hand. It was the causal karma knife Han Sen had stolen. The causal karma knife was created from Han Sen's knife, blank. If it had been forged by ordinary people, it would not be at such a high level. Burning Lamp was able to make the causal karma knife true god because he used a Buddha power. All their efforts, across the years, had been poured into that one knife, blank. That was how they were able to make the causal karma knife a true god weapon. One of the very important materials used was the Buddha's relic. The so-called relic was a race talent of the Buddha. When a Buddha died, the energy inside their bodies gathered up and turned into solid energy. That was the relic. Burning Lamp used countless relics of the Buddha. He then made the causal karma knife. There would never be another causal karma knife because all the Buddha was dead. Thus, there were no longer as many relics as there used to be. Aside from the Buddha's relics, there were other rare materials the Buddha would never get again. The only shameful thing was that the causal karma knife was strong, but its power was very weak. Its material was tough, but it did not have a blade. Han Sen pulled out the causal karma knife. He had no expectations that using the knife would enable him to win. The stone tablet did not deal damage. Han Sen needed something solid. He held the causal karma knife. Han Sen's body boiled with weird power. He slashed downward, but he was not aiming at the stone tablet. He slashed the air. The knife light gathered in the air. It was like it was frozen. Han Sen's knife light went faster, one light after another. It made the central knife light steadily grow brighter. Everyone knew what he was trying to do. In the fight to light up the lantern, everyone in the universe witnessed his under-the-sky knife skill. They knew that Han Sen only required enough time to generate enough knife lights to cast a powerful, top-class true god power. Bai Wuxiang frowned. He wanted to see Han Sen's hitting god skill. He did not want to waste time watching a trick that required time to perform. A real, top-class true god class would not allow Han Sen this much time to gather up so many knife lights and knife airs. Dealing with the stone tablet, which was a weird xenogeneic, Han Sen's gathering of power skill was the most useful. Other people had geno arts that enabled them to build up power too, but they were not long-lasting. They eventually faded away. It was also hard to control 10,000 powers. Han Sen's under-the-sky knife skills left the powers there. They would not fade away, and there were no flaws in the controls. Even with 1 billion knife lights generated, he could control them well. Of course, even if a normal true god could control that many knife lights, they could not cast out that many knife lights without using any power. Han Sen secretly used his Dongxian aura. He forced the energy in the universe to help him with the under-the-sky knife skill, adhering to the rules of the universe. That was how he kept on building up knife lights. In a real deathmatch fight, it was very rare to see a few 1,000 or a few 100,000 knife lights used. Now, Han Sen kept quickly slashing. There were more and more knife lights. They did not plan on stopping. The knife lights were already uncountable. They were like a galaxy spinning in space that created a scary knife stream. The primitive deifieds were shocked as they watched. They fell back a few thousand miles. If there were only 1 or 2 of Han Sen's knife lights, or even 10 to 20, his power would not be as good as Bai Wuxiang's punch. Now, the power was like a river. The power was far scarier than Bai Wuxiang's punch. Bai Wuxiang frowned. There were so many knife lights. Even if he did not have the confidence to control them, it was impressive for Han Sen to be able to control the knife lights however he wanted to. Also, nothing was fading away. That was quite powerful. It was not something achieved through luck. Han Sen kept casting knife lights. Clearly, his control power had not reached the max yet. He had just accomplished something that many top-class True God couldn't do. Only True God elites, such as Sky Palace Leader and Very High Leader, who knew about such Geno arts, could do it. Han Sen did not know how many knife lights he had summoned. Knife lights were covering the sky and covering the ground. They seemed to be covering everything around. That should be enough. Han Sen felt as if he was almost at the breaking point. If he kept going, he thought he might not be able to control the many knife streams. Han Sen looked at the stone tablet. He did not hesitate. He held the causal karma knife above his head. The sky was full of knife streams. It was like a vortex gathering atop the causal karma knife. The knife lights on the knife were growing stronger. Although the stream of knives was powerful, the stone tablet seemed to have an impressive recovery power. If he continued to attack like he was, he might not be able to destroy it. Han Sen planned to use all the knife lights together and generate an extremely powerful knife light. He wanted to slash and break the stone tablet. Even if he could not destroy the stone tablet, he could slash a big piece of it. Whatever he was to receive would be greater than Bai Wuxiang's stone element bird, gold wing big god bird. As the knife lights grew stronger, the primitive deifieds were becoming increasingly frightened. Their foreheads developed a cold sweat. They could not help but retreat even further. Even Bai Wuxiang was a bit impressed by seeing so many knife lights. His full power attacks were inferior to this powerful knife light. Although it is dependent on skill, to be able to use knife lights, Han Sen must have quite a scary power. This son must go. In the future, he could be a big threat to the Extreme King. Bai Wuxiang was even more scared of Han Sen now. From what Bai Wuxiang had seen, the stronger Han Sen was, the more of a threat to the Extreme King he was. It was better to get rid of him sooner rather than later. If he became a true god and challenged the Extreme King, there would be a lot of ruins in his wake. Han Sen was holding the knife and shaking. He had gathered up too many knife lights. He felt as if he could not control it. If it was not for the fact that the causal karma knife could not be destroyed, he was afraid the entire knife would shatter with the weight of so many knife lights atop it. The knife light was sharp. It also seemed like it was about to fly to the sky. Some knife lights still did not go on it. Han Sen did not care about them anymore. He waved his big knife and madly slashed at the stone tablet. The knife light, which looked like it could rip up ground, came down. It struck the top of the stone tablet, cutting it open. Between the knife lights, the stone tablet was cut open inch by inch. Countless knife lights shattered it, sending stone dust everywhere. Rainbow light burst out of the stone tablet that. The primitive deifieds standing far away were frozen. It was like the whole universe itself had been cut open. Boom! Boom! The whole stone tablet was cut in half. It fell completely apart. The knife lights on Han Sen's causal karma knife were almost depleted. Some knife airs were burning. It was like a fire that had not been put out. Dust was everywhere. Everyone was shocked. Bai Wuxiang was only able to leave a punch mark on the stone tablet. Han Sen cut them in half. How scary was that power? Although the time for preparation had taken a while, which was useless in combat, witnessing such power was scary all the same. Bai Wuxiang and the others stared at the stone tablet that had been cut in half. They wanted to know what was going to happen next. The stone tablet spawned a stone bird when a mark was left on it. Now, the whole stone tablet had been cut open. Therefore, it was hard to tell what was going to happen. Hansen frowned. He watched as the rainbow-looking stone tablet fell to the floor, but he did not speak. He did not hear a notification for slaying a xenogeniac, which meant the stone tablet had not been killed. It was still alive. He had such a scary knife, yet he was still unable to kill the stone tablet. The stone table was likely a top-class true god xenogeniac. It was a shame it did not attack and could only receive hits. Boom! The rainbow light coming out of the two sections of the tablet grew stronger. They turned into a scary rainbow flame that burst into the sky. The whole sky transformed into a rainbow. It was a big white bird. Every feather was like a blade. It was very white. It looked murderous. Its aura burst into the sky like an angry soldier landing on Earth. This bird had 4 wings and was very big. Its feathers were very long, especially those on its back. They were like a stream of knives on the creature's back, reminiscent of a waterfall. It had 9 small necks and 9 bird heads. It looked like a phoenix. Its small feathers were like small blades. It was very white and very murderous. This strange, murderous 9-headed bird emerged from the rainbow. The 2 parts of the tablet were gone from the ground. Rainbow rain poured down on the weird bird. Its 4 wings flapped. Its knife-like feathers made catcha-catcha noises. The sounds were like knives and swords colliding against one another. "This is the true god xenogeniac ghost car," a primitive deified screamed. Hansen was shocked. He had heard the name of the ghost car xenogeniac before. Some people said the ghost car had phoenix blood. Some people said ghost car was a murderous bird, and wherever it went, chaos followed in its wake. That was not the reason Hansen had heard of ghost car before. In the legends, one of Sacred's 4 holy beasts was ghost car. That was where Hansen had heard its name before. In the legends, ghost car had black feathers. This one had white feathers like knives. It was a stone element. It had absorbed Hansen's under-the-sky knife light, which was why it looked how it did. Hansen thought, "This is a weird xenogeniac. I cut it in half, yet it did not die. Instead, it turned into the ghost car xenogeniac. What if I killed this thing again? Would it turn back into a stone tablet?" The ghost car flew around Hansen. It did so 3 times before stopping in front of him. It raised its head and squawked. 9 voices broke the sky and universe. It was like 10,000 knives moaning together. After the scream, ghost car put away its 4 wings. Its body and 9 bird heads leaned forward. It was like it was obeying Hansen. "Can I bring this bird out of God area?" Hansen tried opening the God area door to take the ghost car outside of God area. Because ordinary creatures could only use their own God area door to enter the God area, the creatures in God area could not open a God area door to leave. If ghost car was unable to leave the God area with Hansen, it was pointless for Hansen to keep it around. Hansen did not expect ghost car would follow him out of the God area door back to Space Garden. Hansen thought it might be because ghost car absorbed under the sky knife power. It was very curious. Holy sh*t. Where did this murderous bird come from? Upon seeing ghost car, Wang Yuhang was shocked. Ghost car stared at him with raised feathers. It was scary. It was like a mountain of knives. "It is a pet I just claimed," Hansen said with a smile. "It looks good, doesn't it?" "Pet? What level?" Wang Yuhang stared at ghost car. "True God," Hansen said with a smile. "You and your family get all of the luck in the world for yourselves. You just went out there and came back with a true god xenogeniac pet." Wang Yuhang looked very envious and jealous. "Come. Let me ride it and see what it feels like to ride a true god." Wang Yuhang got close to ghost car, which made ghost car mad. Its knife-like feathers shone. Snow-white knife lights were like a galaxy rising upon him. It covered the sky, ground, and the entirety of Space Garden. Wang Yuhang was frightened and fell back. He waved his hands and said, "No, no, no. I was just joking with you. I would not dare write it." "Do not hurt people randomly," Hansen told Ghost Car. The knife stream on Ghost Car retreated. The bird still angrily stared at Wang Yuhang. "Little uncle, this is a xenogenic," Hansen said with a laugh. "It is not a beast soul mount. You cannot just ride it." Bauer and Linger were holding hands as they came running forward. They looked at Ghost Car with curiosity. The six-eared macaque and Holy Baby were behind them. They arrived like servants. Bauer pulled Linger next to Han Senator. She looked at Ghost Car. "Dad? What is this bird, and why is it so ugly?" Hansen looked at Ghost Car and said, "I do not know what it is called." Although its name was Ghost Car, it was a stone element that merged with Han Sen's under the sky knife power. It was not the true Ghost Car. Calling it Ghost Car, therefore, was not appropriate. Call it Little Nine. I am going to pick fruit with little sister. Tell Little Nine to take us there. After speaking, Bauer pulled Linger with her and jumped toward Little Nine. Hansen was shocked. Little Nine was a true god xenogenic and could get very angry. If its anger were invoked, it would hurt Bauer and Linger. Hansen wanted to stop them, but the nine-headed bird, which had been named Little Nine by Bauer, put away its knife-like feathers. It lowered its body and allowed Bauer and Linger to climb atop its neck and sit. The six-eared macaque and Holy Baby wanted to follow. Before they could get close, Little Nine used its knife-like feathers to threaten them. It also screamed from its 9 heads. "Little Nine, let's go," Bauer said while patting it on the head. "Take me and Linger to collect fruit." Little Nine flew into the sky. It seemed worried about Bauer and Linger not being comfortable, so Little Nine flew slowly and kept its body balanced. "How does that work?" Hansen was frozen as he watched. He was the one who claimed Little Nine, but Bauer had been able to commandeer it. "It must be Little Nine knowing that Bauer and Linger are my daughters. They carry my blood. Hence, they listen. I am the strongest," Hansen tried to comfort himself. After thinking of that, Hansen felt calmer. Although Little Nine had been tamed by him, its identity was still very weird. Hansen did not trust the thing completely. He would not leave it in Space Garden alone. Hansen planned on taking it outside of Space Garden so it could fight for Space Garden. If Bauer could control it, he did not need to do that. Hansen thought the stone tablet was absorbed by under the Skyknife power. The Ghost Car's Xenogeniac's power has reached top-class True God. I feel safer with it protecting Space Garden. Even if people like Holy Pirate have a special power to sneak into Space Garden, it can protect Space Garden during my absence. No one will be able to do anything to it. Although it was a good thing to have Little Nine, Hansen was still annoyed that he had been unable to claim any more deified xenogenic genes. Speaking of that, the True God materials are deified xenogenic genes, right? Am I able to eat them? Hansen wanted to do that, but he forgot about it. Getting True God items was harder than killing butterfly xenogenics. God area had many deified xenogenics, but it all depended on luck whether or not one was encountered. Hansen went to the God area twice. He had been there for a few days. He did not encounter another God spirit storm. It looks like hunting butterfly deified xenogenics in God area is hard. What other places might have high-level deified xenogenics? In Hansen's head, a name popped up. The Big Barren Systems. That place was like a heaven for those in search of high-level xenogenics. There were all kinds of deified xenogenics, but all of them seemed to be in a perpetual rage. Therefore, it was a dangerous place to venture. With Hansen's current power, there was no need to worry too much about it. Little Flower should be in the Big Barren Systems. With my current power, if I can find Little Flower, I will be able to save him from Old Cat. Hansen made up his mind to go to the Big Barren Systems. Previously, the reason he had not gone was not that he did not want to save or care about Little Flower. It was because he lacked the necessary power. If he died in the Big Barren system, his family would die. He knew Little Flower was not in any danger. So, Hansen kept a low profile while trying to slowly level up. Now should be the time. Hansen set up things in Space Garden. He readied himself to go to the Big Barren system. There was nothing much to prepare. Ever since Qin Xian came to the Geno universe, she had been in charge of many things. She managed Space Garden very well. It made the Hansen, who was a bad leader, a bit embarrassed. It is a shame Ningyu has already become primitive. He still cannot get rid of the little green sword affecting him. The little green sword is stronger than I thought it would be. Hansen was hoping for Ningyu to get well soon so he could be useful again. Linger was sent back to the Alliance by Han. Senator Kindergarten was going to start again, so she had to return there to study. She could not stay in the universe. Although Linger's body could survive in the big universe, and she was able to adjust to the environment of the big universe and was better than most creatures in it, Hansen wanted her childhood to be one of peace in the Alliance. Hansen packed some necessities. He was preparing to use space teleportation to reach the Big Barren systems. He suddenly felt something heavy on his back. Bauer landed on his back. She grabbed his neck and was being cute. "Dad, Space Garden is boring. Bauer wants to follow you. It is too dangerous this time. You should just stay home. I will take you out of here next time." Although Bauer was special, the Big Barren system was too dangerous. Hansen was not planning on taking her. No. Bauer wants to go now. Bauer used her hands to grip Hansen's neck. She refused to let go. No matter what Hansen said, she could not be convinced. She really wanted to go with him. Hansen felt guilty, so he agreed to take Bauer with him. "Fine, but you must be good. You cannot just run off." Bauer, on her own, was not weak. Hansen was also quite confident in his own abilities. Even if he was unable to fight, he could escape with Bauer. Long live my daddy. Bauer happily jumped into Hansen's chest and kissed him on the cheek. Hansen felt bad. He rubbed Bauer on the head. He could not resist her. There were many ways into the Big Barren systems. The most direct way was to make use of the Force Sheep Cube. With it, he could enter the Big Barren system right away. He could even open the gate in the Alliance. Hansen thought about it for some time. He decided to head there via the universe, searching from the outside to the inside. Hansen read a lot of information about the Big Barren system. He did not see anything genuinely useful. Most of what he saw were just guesses driven by old myths and legends. That was expected. Ordinary deifieds who entered the Big Barren systems rarely came back alive. Those that dared to go were either butterfly elites or higher. They would not casually post about their experiences in the Big Barren systems on the internet. It was expensive, classified information. The space was all grayed out. He could see giant machines everywhere. There were planets with lots of holes. It was like most of the planets were snowing. In space, it was impossible for it to snow. These things, floating in space with the shape of a snowflake, were things Hansen had no idea about. They were like ash from a volcano. This was the edge of the Big Barren system. Although he had just entered the Big Barren systems, it felt lonely there. It made people feel rather bad. A broken battleship floated through space like an asteroid. It kept hitting other asteroids to make a deep sound. The pieces of the battleship and asteroids were covered in the gray dust. After the hit, some parts were showing. I wonder how far away from East Holy Kirin Garden we are. Hansen went to East Holy Kirin Garden once before. This time, his way was different. He hadn't been here before. "Dad, what is this?" Bauer sat on Hansen's shoulder, pointing at the broken ships. Hansen looked to where Bauer was pointing. He saw the broken ships had been hit by meteors. The gray dust was like an avalanche that started to break. It was a battleship that was partially ball-shaped. Many of its parts were broken. It was like an apple that had been bitten in half. Because dust had fallen, one was able to see a broken spot. Some orange light seeped out. The orange light was fluctuating between bright and dark, which was why Bauer noticed it. Hansen carefully flew to the ship. He used the Dongxian aura to keep scanning the battleship. He did not want to discover a xenogeneic inside. Fortunately, what worried Hansen did not come to pass. He entered the battleship from the broken portions. He did not feel the presence of xenogeneics. Inside the battleship, however, was chaos. The tools and wires were all broken. Most of the stuff was covered in white dust. The flickering, orange light came from a corner. Hansen waved his hand to brush all the pieces around that corner away. The glowing thing underneath was a very cute doll. That doll had the face of a little girl. She had black hair and big eyes. She was wearing a beautiful dress, but it was covered in dust. Thus, it looked very vintage. The place that released orange light was atop the doll's chest. The doll's neck had a pendant necklace. The pendant was an orange gem. It had been the gem flickering like a lamp the whole time. Hansen used his hand and sucked. He pulled the girl doll and necklace over. The white dust fell off. The dust was everywhere. It was unknown what the doll was made of. When the gray dust fell away from it, it looked rather clean. The gem pendant on its chest looked even brighter. Tick. 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 Hansen suddenly heard the doll make a strange sound. It sounded like a clock moving. The gem pendant stopped flickering and turned bright. Scanning. Scanning, the doll suddenly spoke. It kept repeating one word. That doll is a machine. I wonder what it is scanning. Hansen and Bauer were very curious. For eyes were staring at that floating doll. The cloth doll spurted out a bunch of words. Ding. Scanning successful. Database broken. Identity cannot be confirmed. Cannot open the information system. System lacks energy. Going into sleep mode. Sleep mode countdown. 10. 9. Hansen knew the cloth doll did not pose any threat to him, so he reached his hand out and grabbed it. Once it was in his hands, it felt like an ordinary cloth doll. When the countdown finished, the pendant on the cloth doll's chest stopped flickering. The doll stopped moving and speaking. This doll is interesting. Bauer looked at the female cloth doll with ardent curiosity. Hansen checked it out for a while, but he did not find any weapons or such devices on the doll. With it being safe, he passed the doll to Bauer and allowed her to play with it. Bauer happily took the doll and started playing with it. Hansen walked around the rest of the battleship's wreckage in search of anything else that might prove useful. Things inside the Big Baron system potentially had a connection to Sacred. Thus, Hansen was not going to leave a single stone unturned. Unfortunately, the area was too badly destroyed. There was nothing complete there anymore. Based on the broken machines and tools, there was enough to suggest that the place had been a laboratory at some point in time. Hansen did not find any test subjects on the ship. He also did not encounter the remnants and remains of dead bodies. Perhaps whatever bad happened there had resulted in the creatures escaping. Or the place may have already been abandoned. I wonder where Little Flower is right now. After leaving the battleship, Hansen looked around. He had no clue which way to go. He went back to where he had stopped and continued onward. While he was flying, a xenogeneic jumped out of the wreckage. Hansen did not actually see it coming. Its life force had been off the radar until he saw it. Still, Hansen's reaction was fast. He teleported away before the xenogeneic was able to reach him. He was not far in space looking at the xenogeneic. The xenogeneic looked like a tiger, but its body was a few times bigger. Its body had metal and cogwheels on it while some parts of it were flesh. It looked very weird. The tiger did not speak. Its eyes were shining red. It was jumping toward Hansen again. Its claws were like crystal steel. They were half-transparent. As it teleported before Hansen, he saw that it had scary godlike claws. Dong. Hansen lifted the shield of the Medusa's gaze. He used it to block the tiger's jumping attack. He used his other hand like a knife and slashed across the tiger's head. He cut half of the tiger's head clean off. The tiger still wasn't dead. Its brain contained lots of crystal and metal. They were all strangely flickering. The beast waved its claws at Hansen to attack him again. Hansen waved his knife a few times. He finally cut the tiger into pieces. Only then did the tiger stop moving. Deified xenogeneic hunted, deified xenogeneic gene found. This guy really is a xenogeneic. I thought it was just a machine. Hansen looked at the tiger's body in shock. Based on the tiger's power, it should have been just transmutation or larvae class at best. It was not useful for Hansen. Hansen threw its body into Destiny's Tower. He was going to bring it back to Space Garden. He had a lot of pets to raise, so he had to save up as much as he was able to. All xenogeneics here are deified class. If someone came here who was not already being deified, it would be a death wish for them. Hansen was glad about the fact he was able to jump in and out of the sanctuaries. If he went to the universe via the Big Baron systems, he would likely not have survived. In the past, many powerful creatures were able to exit the Big Baron systems from the sanctuaries. They were now gone. They probably died in the Big Baron systems. There was no way they were able to live there. In the past, Hansen saw a graveyard in the sanctuaries. Many powerful creatures had died there. It also had some geno-armaments. Due to the likeness to their blood, Little Gold and Little Angel received their geno-armaments there. After emerging from the sanctuaries, Hansen was afraid all of the creatures there were dead. After thinking deeper, he did not think that was right. If those creatures had left the sanctuaries and met Big Baron systems xenogeneics, they would not have even been able to run with the powers they had. How would they have been able to get back to the sanctuaries? Even if they were able to run, they would have already generated their geno-armaments. That means they would be kicked out of the sanctuaries. Hansen was very confused. Hansen was flying aimlessly when he suddenly heard a voice say, "Tick. Tick. Out of the trail. Out of the trail." It came from the doll Bauer was holding. The pendant was flickering with a weak, red light. The red light steadily grew weaker. It was like an electric doll without any batteries. Hansen was shocked. He took the doll from Bauer and tried using it to fly. The cloth doll repeatedly reminded Hansen that he was flying off course, but the voice was getting weaker. The red light on the pendant was also becoming weaker. It was like its energy was going to run out any second. Hansen tried changing course a few times, but the doll stopped making a sound after a while. The pendant's red light also ceased its constant flicker. Hansen did not know if he had decided to go in the right direction or if it was just the simple fact that the doll had run out of energy. After thinking about it, Hansen tried venturing in a bunch of different directions. The doll still did not act. It seemed as if it really had just run out of energy. I do not know what the history of this doll is, but where does this trail lead to? I do not have any other predetermined way to go. Let's try my luck. Hansen gave the doll back to Bauer. He turned in a direction the doll hadn't commented on and soon teleported that way. Hansen did not know if he chose the correct path. He kept going for a long time. He did not encounter a single xenogeneic. In those Big Baron systems, that should have been impossible. Hansen did not keep on teleporting. He slowly flew to check around. He quickly found out there were many remnants of past fights strewn about. Although the senses had been wiped away, the fragile items and rising white dust were not recovering. Han Sen was still able to see the trail. It looks like other creatures have been here, but not for long. Otherwise, even if they cleared the xenogeniacs, more xenogeniacs would be coming. Han Sen was becoming more curious. The ability to come to the Big Barren systems, kill xenogeniacs, and do the cleanup was not something an average deified could do. One of the cleaners must have been a true god elite and a strong one at that. Han Sen kept looking around as he flew forward. If other people had been there, it meant Han Sen was on the right path. Although he did not know if he could find Little Flower, he knew he was sure to find something. The gray dust was everywhere. The whole of space looked as if it was snowing. The scene was extremely weird. After flying for a short while, a giant planet appeared in front of him. That planet was like 3 Loga planets, but that planet had a big treasure sword going through it. The treasure sword was so big that one was unable to imagine it. It was like a fruit knife cutting through an apple. It cut through the whole planet. That is a big sword. What kind of creature can wield it? Why is the sword cutting through the planet? Why did the planet not explode? Han Sen was looking at the planet and big treasure sword. Because the area was covered in thick, white dust, the real appearance of the planet and big treasure sword were not visible. Han Sen was only able to see the shape of it. He could not make out the details. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to get a look at the planet and sword. He quickly realized that it was not an ordinary planet. It was a man-made planet. The structures inside were all man-made. It was no wonder a sword went through it without the planet exploding. Han Sen walked in front of the big treasure sword and reached out his hand. The big sword was covered with white dust. The dust quickly fell, revealing the sword's true appearance. Surprisingly, the big sword was a stone sword. It looked like granite. Han Sen reached out his hand and flicked the sword. He noted how hard its texture was. Han Sen's finger was unable to break the stone. He left a finger mark on it. Compared to the giant treasure sword, it was tiny. This feels like a rock for sure, but this rock is a bit too hard. Han Sen looked at the big treasure sword with shock. He tried to pull the big treasure sword away, but it felt extremely heavy. With his current power, he was unable to break it. It was like it was frozen in the air. It is no wonder it has been sticking in here. No one can move it. Han Sen was looking at the big treasure sword and thought, I suppose these things are the leftovers from the big fight that toppled Sacred. As for these things that have been left behind, did they belong to Sacred or the enemy? Han Sen was ready to keep on moving when he suddenly frowned. He flashed away and entered a hiding spot on the planet. Not long after, he saw some movement in space. 4 or 5 people broke space and arrived. They quickly approached the big treasure sword. Han Sen was looking at these people. He noticed the leader of the squad was Ancient Abyss Grandmaster from the Extreme King. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. Why is he here? Han Sen did not know the other people from the Extreme King. Judging from their presence, they were likely deified class. Their level was not low either. The Extreme King really does have many elites. I have never seen these guys before, yet they are already butterfly class. Why are they following Ancient Abyss Grandmaster into the Big Barren systems? What are they doing? Are these the people who have been clearing out the xenogeniacs here? Han Sen was confused. The group of people did not go for the big treasure sword. It seemed as if they were just stopping by. They were headed in the same direction as Han Sen. An Extreme King deified elite looked at the big treasure sword and asked, Mr. Grandmaster, is this the God Punishment Sword from the legends? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked at the big treasure sword and said, yes. This is the God Punishment Sword. It is a weapon wielded by gods. It is a shame that it belongs to the gods. It is not very useful for Sacred, which was destroyed, but many gods died here. Whoever owned this God Punishment Sword was killed by a Sacred elite. Since nobody has been able to move it, the sword has stayed here for more than 1,000,000 years. The legends say that aside from the god spirits, no creature has been able to remove this sword, the deified elite said. Is that true? If one was able to move it, the sword would not have remained here for such a long time. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster paused and said, the dust was recently moved. It looks like there are some other elites ahead of us. Hansen thought. He was examining the big treasure sword, but he's not interested in it. He is looking at the track I made. It is lucky I used the Dongxian aura to erase all evidence of my presence. I should not leave any trace of myself here. Would it be Sky Palace leader? The deified elite suggested. I do not think so. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster shook his head. He looked at the big treasure sword and said, let's go. We cannot get left behind. After Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others were gone, Hansen exited the planet. The leader of Sky Palace? Is that the one we met in the sanctuary's door? The Extreme King and Sky Palace's people are here. What are they coming here for? Hansen was a bit curious. Suddenly, Hansen frowned. He looked into the distance and said, if the Grandmaster is here, I do not have to hide. I noticed you were hiding here. I thought you would not want to meet me, so I did not want to disturb you. In space, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's body slowly appeared. He was like an invisible man. Grandmaster, you are so caring. Well, I have to go now. Hansen turned around and prepared to leave. Please stay, Godfather Han, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. Since you are here in the Big Baron systems, you must have a purpose. Can you tell me why you are here? While the two were talking, the other 4 deified elites came flying back. They recognized Hansen and were shocked to see Hansen. The Hansen they knew was the crystallizer Godfather Han, who killed destroyed leader. It was not the Hansen that disguised himself as a prince of the Extreme King. Regarding Hansen's disguise as an Extreme King prince, while they had heard about it before, they did not care about it much. They were going to surround Han Senator. Once they knew it was him, they hesitated. They decided against trying to surround him. If this was an ordinary deified elite, even a true god elite, they would not be afraid with Grandmaster's presence there. They knew that during a recent battle, Hansen had turned Burning Lamp into dust. That scene had been shocking. Thus, they were quite afraid. They had practiced a long time to reach their current level, and they had experienced many difficult things along the way. They did not want to risk becoming weak again. Why does it matter to you where I am going? Hansen coldly asked. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was not angry. He smiled and said, you misunderstand. I only asked you to find out whether or not our target is one and the same. So, what if it is the same? Are you, Grandmaster, going to kill me first? Hansen raised his eyebrows and coldly grunted. He was not mad. He just wanted to see if Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and his people were willing to talk more. If our purpose is the same, why don't we cooperate? We can avoid conflict and risk less. What do you think? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked like he never became mad. He always spoke quietly. Cooperate? How would you like to cooperate, Grandmaster? Hansen was shocked, but this was perfect for him. He did not know anything. If he was able to get some information from Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others, it was not a bad thing to pursue. It depends on what your purpose is. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster smiled. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster is such an old fox. Hansen knew it would be impossible to get information out of him. He looked at the direction he wanted to go and said, I do not know what Grandmaster's purpose is either. With things being that way, I believe we should just go our separate ways. After saying that, Hansen turned around and started going in the direction he wanted to. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster did not stop him. He followed him, smiled, and said, if we are sharing the same road, we should at least go together. We can look after each other. If something bad happens to us, perhaps we can cooperate in those moments. I do not own this path. If you want to go, Grandmaster, that is up to you. Hansen ignored Ancient Abyss and the others. He took Bauer with him to fly away. Ancient Abyss and the 4 extreme king deifieds followed. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was a rare character. Even if the extreme king and Hansen were hostile, he was being surprisingly pleasant to Hansen. It was not like Hansen loved talking to him. It was just that Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was very intelligent and knew how to socialize with people. While he was talking to Hansen, it was like he was talking to an old friend. It did not make him feel uncomfortable. The things he talked about, along with the way he spoke, made people very interested. When spoken by him, something that was very normal seemed very interesting. It propagated an allure and desire to hear more. On the road, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster introduced to him the things they encountered. Hansen and Bauer found it very interesting. He could not avoid talking to him. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. It was like they were a bunch of friends going on a hike. The more Hansen thought about it, the things Ancient Abyss Grandmaster discussed did not help him out at all. Hansen really admired that. The more a person talked, the more at risk they were at leaking information they shouldn't. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, however, despite flapping his gums for the longest amount of time, did not let a single thing slip. It made people feel very comfortable and that he was not being pushy. That was not something normal people could do. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster is a very special character. Hansen was now on higher alert. It was not scary to make enemies. It was scary when one had an enemy standing in front of them, but the enemy made them feel comfortable and at ease. Although he made it known he was the enemy, the hostile thoughts were less frequent. That was the scariest kind of enemy. The group of people flew for 10 days. Hansen was given loads of universal knowledge from Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. He learned about the legends of sacred and many more myths. Hansen suddenly saw an area that looked like a landfill. Many universal trash heaps were floating about. It was like an endless sea of trash. While overlooking the sea of trash, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said, "This place is very close to the sacred core area back then. If we keep going this way, time and space will be all messed up. All kinds of energies and chaotic forces swell here. Plus, all the xenogenics here are top class. Even a true god elite would feel under pressure in a place like this. If you want to proceed, you should be very careful. Plus, you are taking a child along with you. You should be doubly careful. All this time, we have yet to encounter a single xenogenic. I say this big barren system is not as scary as the legends claim." Hansen only feigned his ignorance. With a serious look, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster reminded him, "Please, do not be so reckless. The reason why we can travel here safely is that an elite has come here before us. He has cleared the dangers that were here. It will not be the same if we proceed. Even the true God-class elite could not clear out all the dangers ahead." "Oh, really? Do you know who the elite ahead of us is, Grandmaster?" Hansen asked. "I do not know." Ancient Abyss shook his head. "They have deliberately erased the traces of their coming. Although you can still follow a trail, you cannot identify whose it was. That is something to worry about. I hope you will be careful about all this and not bring harm to that child." "Thank you for the reminder, Grandmaster. If it is that dangerous, I will not proceed. I think I will go elsewhere." Hansen bowed to Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. "Grandmaster, thank you for taking care of us. We appreciate it. I guess we will part ways here. Let's hope we meet again." After that, Hansen carried Bauer and traveled to another side of the trash sea. He understood that Ancient Abyss Grandmaster had not only told him all he had as a simple reminder to be careful. It was a sign of refusal. It was supposed to mean that the way forward was too dangerous, and they should not have trusted each other. It was not very nice if they were to go on together. Hansen understood what he meant, so he chose to leave. After Hansen was gone, an extreme king deified elite looked toward where Hansen departed and asked, "Mr. Grandmaster, do you think Hansen is here for that?" Ancient Abyss Grandmaster shook his head. "It is hard to say, but where he is going is possibly where we are headed to." Another deified elite quietly asked, "Do you think we should take him out first?" "Not yet," Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. "If we do not do it now and reach that place, he has a weird geno art that can prove troublesome to us," a deified elite said. "That is fine. Although his geno arts are strange, I have a way to break them. Do not worry." After pausing, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked in the direction Hansen left and squinted his eyes. "Maybe he will even be able to help us." Hansen followed the outskirts of the trash sea for a while. He stopped when he was no longer able to see Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others. He looked around. The trash sea appeared endless. He had no idea how big it was. "Let's go in from here," Hansen said to Bauer, who was perched on his shoulder. "Don't you run off." "Bauer has been good," Bauer said as she blinked her eyes. "I have not run off." Hansen rubbed his cheeks and laughed. "Did you think I didn't know that when we were near the God Punishment Sword, you wanted to run off?" Bauer looked like she had been wronged and said, "I thought you were interested in the big treasure sword. I was going to pull it out and give it to you." "Can you pull it out?" Hansen looked at Bauer with shock. "I think I can," Bauer said with a nod. "Why did you not do it?" Hansen was curious as to how and why Bauer would resist. That was not her usual way. It was because there were baddies. The bad guys Bauer was referring to were Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others with whom he traveled. "You are very smart." Hansen rubbed Bauer on the head and said, "There is no rush. On the way back, we can pull out the big treasure sword." Now, Hansen knew why Bauer was being so nice on the road. It was because of Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. They entered the sea of trash. Hansen felt as if the radius of his Dongxian aura had been severely reduced. He found it much harder to sense things. The power of the sea of trash was messed up. Even Dongxian aura was difficult to cast. Dongxian aura was only able to scan up to 1 mile away. With the messed up energy present, it was too severely reduced. It is no wonder Ancient Abyss Grandmaster did not want to walk with me. In this place, no one wants to bring a ticking time bomb closer. Hansen looked around and proceeded forward with care. There were broken pieces of metal, crystals, and materials strewn about everywhere. There were also big pieces of machines and broken buildings, as well as many small things. Hansen did not know what most of the things were. After navigating around a broken giant stone pillar, Hansen looked over the trash sea ahead of him. There was an energy ring that looked like a black hole. It was moving inside the trash sea. The black hole was bigger than the planet with the big treasure sword in it. As they passed by, the trash got sucked in. Although Hansen was too far away from the energy vortex, he still felt the powerful suction. That's a very scary energy vortex. I am afraid if the true god elites were sucked up, they would be unable to escape it. Hansen left the energy vortex. He did not dare get close to it. In this place, Hansen wasn't about to use teleportation techniques. He was worried about entering some turbulent patch or another place like it. Boom. 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 Hansen went around the black hole. He saw flickering fireworks coming out of the trash sea in front. It was like a light substance flickering. It looked colorful and pretty. The area with the light substance shining was where trash was getting ripped apart. It was not forced. It was like a robot breaking itself down into smaller parts. What the hell is this thing? Hansen frowned. He saw some flickering universal cogwheels, but he did not know what those universal cogwheels were. While Hansen was wondering that, he saw a river of flowers on the other side of the trash sea. It was a real river of flowers. There were all kinds of flowers with different colors growing amid the garbage. They coated a significant portion of the trash, creating a river of flowers that was 30 feet wide. It was impossible to tell how long it was. The flower river seemed to go on forever. This was not a realm with 0 atmospheres, but it also was not somewhere where a normal plant could grow. Plus, there was white dust everywhere. It did not look normal for flowers to be growing there. Hansen looked closer. He saw a big red goldfish with the head of a lion swimming in front of the flower river. Wherever it went, a red light shone. The trash around it had flowers growing in it. The scene looked miraculous and beautiful. True God-class xenogenic? Hansen frowned. He noticed the presence the goldfish released. It was scary. It was sure to make the hearts of all jump. There was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that it was a true God-class xenogenic. The goldfish xenogenic swung its tail. Wherever it went, a path was cleared in the rubble. No matter whether or not it was metal or stone, flowers would grow in its wake. It was swimming toward Hansen. Good timing. If I kill this true God xenogenic, my deified genes will have almost filled up. Hansen drew his causal karma knife and readied himself to fight the goldfish. When the goldfish drew a little closer, Hansen discovered that the goldfish was very strange. Its scales were red. It was unknown what kind of metal they were made from, but inside it was flesh. It had the elemental powers of plants. It was really hard to tell what kind of xenogenic it was. As the goldfish got closer, Hansen thought, the big barren systems are really weird. Why do the xenogenics here have so many elements? Flowers were growing on top of the trash. The pale, white trash sea looked a whole lot livelier. Hansen was ready to swing his knife and combat it, but the goldfish opened its mouth and spat out some bubbles. The bubbles were 30 feet long. They gently floated toward Hansen. Hansen's causal karma knife had purple air. He used Fong to slash the bubbles. The bubbles were very thin. It was like one touch could break them. When Hansen slashed the bubbles, the knife air went inside. It seemed to be affected by some kind of power that spun around inside the bubbles. It was like he had fallen into a vortex. Does it have a water element power? Hansen was shocked. He could not determine what the goldfish's element was. Seeing the bubbles float his way, Hansen dodged them and lashed out at the goldfish. Before his knife air could get close to the goldfish spat out more bubbles. There were so many that they covered the entire area. Hansen dodged twice. He noticed that the places where he had moved had been taken over by the bubbles. He was not able to dodge, so he pulled out the shield of the Medusa's gaze to shield his body. He also used Medusa's gaze. The weird woman on the face of the shield slowly opened her eyes. Some strange light came out from her eyes. When the weird light touched the bubbles, it was reflected. The light of Medusa's gaze kept being reflected in the bubbles. It created even more light. Hansen almost had it on him, so it made him hurriedly dodge. Pop! The places around were taken over by the bubbles. Hansen had only just moved a bit when he touched a bubble. The shield of the Medusa's gaze touched the bubble and went inside it. Hansen and Bauer fell into the bubble too. Hansen did not dare use the Medusa's gaze. If he used it inside the bubble, the reflection would have obliterated him and Bauer. Hansen gathered up power. He clutched his shield with the hope to rush out of the bubble. He was only able to get close to the wall before he felt a spinning power make him and the shield slide away. It was like he was surfing. He kept sliding inside the bubble. Once Hansen flashed away from the wall of water, it stopped. He frowned and said, "This xenogeniac's power is so weird. It can deflect the power of the shield of the Medusa's gaze." Pang! 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 While Hansen was thinking, the bubbles around broke open. Only the bubble left inside with them was still whole. The goldfish went in front of the bubble. Its eyes, which looked huge, were going to touch the bubble. Each eye was taller than Hansen. The fish stared at Hansen and Bauer inside the bubble. Hansen watched as the big goldfish outside the bubble stared at them. He gathered up the Shin Yellow Sutra's power in his hand. He wanted to attack the fiend and see if he could downgrade its level. Before Hansen struck, the big goldfish opened its mouth. There was a sudden pop sound. Hansen, Bauer, and the bubble were sucked inside the big goldfish. After the big goldfish sucked the bubble in, its butterfly-like big tail swung. It traveled through space and swam around. Hansen and Bauer were inside the bubble that had been sucked into the belly of the big goldfish. Outside the bubble, everything was completely red. It was very bright. It was like they were inside a red mist. Beyond the red mist, Hansen slightly saw copper-looking metal walls. The weirdest part was that the metal wall had strange symbols and text on it. It was obviously a man-made construct. Hansen noticed that the bubble was not breaking, and the powers of the zone were not corroding their bodies. He was attracted by the text and symbols displayed on the metal wall. He was not in a rush to attack just yet. Are the xenogeneics inside the Big Baron systems all man-made? It is probably hard to make a true god-class xenogeneic. Even a god spirit cannot do it. Was Sacred really that strong before? Hansen was checking out the text and symbols on the metal walls. Hansen did not know what the symbols meant. The scribe was in the universe's common language, so he could understand it perfectly fine. Tester number 304, Hansen read it aloud. It was obviously a number. That was all he could see. Hansen understood the words, but they meant nothing to him. The way the words were written did surprise him. He recognized the words. Back then, in the Tianxia system, Hansen had entered Purple Fight's vision before jumping into the eyesight of another woman. It was the woman who was trapped in Two Worlds Mountain. Her handwriting was the same as the handwriting on that metal wall. It seems like I am correct. This goldfish must be a test subject of Sacred. The woman was a researcher for Sacred Leader. The goldfish must be one of her test subjects. Hansen remembered that inside the black hole spider's belly, he had encountered the white tiger. It made people grow mushrooms on their heads. Although he knew more about the origin of the goldfish, it was useless information for Hansen and Bauer. He did not know where the woman went. He wanted to find her and ask a bunch of questions, but he hadn't seen hide nor hair of her again. Hansen wanted to break the bubble and rush out, but he noticed that the goldfish's direction was actually the direction he wanted to go. His heart jumped. He lessened the tightness of his fist. This fish is going in the direction I want to go to. Since we are in its belly, there is no danger. Let's take this for a ride. Perhaps it can save us a lot of trouble. After thinking about this, Hansen did not move. Bauer jumped down from Hansen's shoulders. She stepped onto the bubble's wall. She surfed around on the inside and was having a lot of fun. Hansen thought it was weird. The goldfish had swallowed them, but it had not broken the bubble. With the bubble there, the power of the red mist was not hurting Hansen or Bauer. It was hard to tell what the goldfish wanted. Does this mean the goldfish recognizes the relationship between me and Sacred Leader? Is that why it hasn't planned on killing us? Does it want to take us somewhere? After Hansen thought of that, he had no qualm with staying still. He did not want to kill the fish. Because they were inside the goldfish, the Dongxian aura was blocked by the goldfish's body and its own power. Hansen had a guess as to where the goldfish was headed, but he could not feel or see anything regarding where they were. All he could do was wait where he was. Did that woman go back to the Big Baron systems? Did she discover that I have come here? Is that why she commanded this big goldfish to come and collect me? Is it supposed to deliver me to her? Hansen had nothing to do, so his mind kept thinking about what the goldfish's ultimate goal was. It had been a few days, yet the goldfish had yet to stop. Hansen did not know where the goldfish was going, but there was one thing that was for sure. The goldfish did not want to kill them. At least, it didn't want to yet. If it harbored ill desires against Hansen, it would not have kept the bubble active. The goldfish traveled for around 7 or 8 days. Bauer thought it was getting to be a bit too boring. She could not be bothered by playing surfing games any longer. She pulled out a chessboard and played chess with Hansen. It was unknown how many matches the two had, but they eventually realized the goldfish had stopped moving. The bubble with Hansen and Bauer inside suddenly flew out. Not long later, the goldfish spat out the bubble. Hansen looked around. He noticed he was still in the sea of trash. Atop the trash, there was a countless number of flowers. It was like a lovely garden in space. There was a domed building full of fresh flowers. There was water inside it. The water came out from the building's gaps. The waterfalls were like descending silver dragons. They looked absolutely gorgeous. Inside the building, the water was like a lake. A smaller goldfish was parked at the water's edge. Its mouth was facing the sky. Its eyes were wide open. Its tail kept swinging, making waves in the water. The bubble Hansen and Bauer were in headed for the little goldfish's mouth. It moved very swiftly. Hansen was now able to understand what was going on. With a wry smile, he said, "It looks like I thought too much. The reason the goldfish did not want to kill us is that he was saving us to feed its child. This goldfish is quite professional. He knows its child likes to eat fresh food." Seeing the bubble move closer to the mouth of the little goldfish, Hansen generated power. He was going to break the bubble. Great! I can get them all at once. Hansen stared at the little goldfish. He did not strike yet. He wanted to draw some distance between him and the little goldfish. He wanted to take the little goldfish as a hostage. The big goldfish would certainly be afraid. Although it was a small goldfish, its head was as big as a killer whale. It would be easy for it to eat Hansen and Bauer. Upon seeing the face of the little goldfish, one could tell it was quite different from the big goldfish. The big goldfish's scales were made of metal, and there was flesh below the scales. This little goldfish was made of metal too. From top to bottom and in and out, there was no flesh. It looked like a metallic fish statue. It looked weird. Seeing the bubble land before the little goldfish, Hansen did not hesitate. He generated jadeskin power and threw a punch at the bubble's wall. That punch was not enough to break the bubble's water power, but the ice power froze the bubble. It was now solid. Hansen summoned his cold light sword. He slashed at the temporarily frozen bubble. The pink sword light shattered the ice and water bubble. Without any hesitation, the sword followed the person. The man and the sword were one. Hansen was thrusting toward the little goldfish, which was eagerly awaiting its meal with its mouth wide open. Hansen was too close to the small goldfish, so the big goldfish was unable to react. Hansen turned so that his body was on the back of the small goldfish. He attacked the spine behind the goldfish's head with his cold light sword. That small goldfish was not as strong as the big goldfish. Still, it was born deified, so it was not weak. Hansen used all of his power and the power of the cold light sword to thrust the blade deep into the small goldfish's back. The little goldfish immediately felt pain, but it kept moving. Its mouth spewed out numerous bubbles. Its wounds were like lava fissures that bled. Hansen clutched the sword tightly and did not let go. He rode on the back of the little goldfish. No matter how much it struggled, he did not let go. Upon witnessing this scene, the big goldfish was angry. All of its metal scales straightened and turned into 10,000 gold-scaled god lights. It was like there was a sky full of knife lights heading for Hansen. They were going to slice and dice him into little pieces. Hansen was not worried, nor was he in a rush. He held onto the cold light sword's handle. He pulled it hard, which significantly hurt the little goldfish. The fish writhed around uncontrollably. The sword was still inside it, and its belly was now facing up. The 10,000 gold-scaled god lights that were heading for Hansen suddenly went toward the belly of the small goldfish. The big goldfish was stunned and pulled its gold scales back. It stopped the gold-scaled god lights. They were only a few feet away from demolishing the small goldfish. Hansen's hand holding the cold light sword started moving. The weapon had hurt the small goldfish, and it continued doing so. The small goldfish kept writhing around in the water with its mouth releasing countless bubbles. The big goldfish was furious as it watched, but it was unable to do anything. If it wanted to attack, Hansen would have likely used the small goldfish like a shield. The big goldfish did not want that to happen. "You stupid fish. Don't you want to turn me into food? Come on," Hansen kept waving the cold light sword. He was pointing at the big goldfish, trying to make it even angrier. The wounds on the small goldfish were bleeding, but the blood was strange. When the red blood came out and touched the water, it turned into a copper-like metal. Hansen was deliberately trying to make the big goldfish mad. No matter what creature it was, even if it were a true god class, it would start showing its flaws when angered. Even if its power were unleashed at a more frightening and powerful level, its flaws would be exposed. Despite being stronger, no longer being careful meant it would be easier to kill. The method used was a bit cheap, but the rules of the big universe made it a dog-eat-dog world. It was survival of the fittest at all times. If Hansen were not strong enough, he and Bauer would become food for the little goldfish. When it came to survival, it did not matter what method was used to deal with enemies. Although the big goldfish was being driven mad by Hansen, it did not rush forward. It opened its eyes wide and straightened its scales. It simply stared at Hansen. Pop. 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 The big goldfish kept firing out a stream of bubbles. The bubbles were different compared to before. These bubbles did not fly toward Hansen, instead, they just kept exploding around him. When those bubbles exploded, they created some high and low-toned sounds. Hansen shockingly discovered that the bubble sounds were not just an explosion, but a language. The big goldfish seemed as if it wanted to say something. While Hansen understood it a bit, he did not understand it completely. He did not understand what the big goldfish was trying to communicate. Hansen used his Danshin Sutra to look into the big goldfish's mind. Although the big goldfish's mind was very powerful, Hansen could still understand what it was thinking. "Let my child go. I am willing to give you treasure in exchange for the life of my child." Hansen knew that was what the big goldfish was telling him. Hansen's heart jumped. He looked at the big goldfish and asked, "What treasure?" He wasn't sure if it would understand. After all, every creature had its own language. The common tongue of the universe was used by most creatures, but not every creature could speak it. Hansen did not expect the goldfish to understand, but it spat out more bubbles. The volume of its thoughts was even stronger. Very big treasure. Hansen sensed that was what the big goldfish said, but he still wasn't exactly sure if that was what it meant. "What is that thing?" Hansen asked. The thoughts of the big goldfish were too fast. There was too much it wanted to express. Hansen's Danshin Sutra could not just entirely read its mind. After half the day, he had yet to figure out what sort of treasure the big goldfish was talking about. Hansen stopped moving the cold light sword, and the little goldfish eventually felt better. It stopped feeling pain and was able to roll around. It was then that the big goldfish started to calm down. Even so, Hansen had yet to figure out what it was trying to say. It was only able to communicate some strong ideas, specifically that it was willing to give up the treasure to save the child's life. Hansen still had no idea what sort of treasure it was. Bauer tried to understand. She told Hansen, "He said the treasure is very, very powerful. Having that treasure would make you fearless. You can hear what it is saying?" Hansen was happy. "I can understand a little," Bauer said with a nod. "Excellent. Can you help me ask it what use the treasure is, and where it can be found?" Hansen asked. The big goldfish was able to understand what it was saying. It did not need Bauer to translate. After Hansen said his piece, the goldfish heard him and spat out more bubbles in response. He said the treasure could save your life and is very powerful. With that treasure, you can travel here freely. Bauer paused and observed the bubbles again. She then said, he said the treasure is someplace far away, but he will instruct you on how to obtain the treasure. You go get me the treasure, and I will spare your child's life, Hansen said to the big goldfish. The big goldfish sounded as if it was in a rush. It spat out a lot of bubbles. It went on like that for a while. It was like it was trying to explain something. Bauer watched it for a while. When the bubbles completely broke, she said, it said it could not take the treasure. It has to be us. Hansen looked at the big goldfish and asked, are you trying to trick us? If there is no danger, why can you not go and get it? The big goldfish spat out a whole lot more bubbles. Bauer translated and said, he says the thing has a scary guy guarding it. If he goes, the scary thing will spot it from afar. He can't get close. Otherwise, everyone dies. If we go, he has a way for the monster to be unable to find us. That way, we can find the treasure. Really? Hansen looked at the big goldfish. He was very suspicious about it. He then thought, with the big goldfish's brain and intelligence, it was unlikely it knew how to lie. Dad, I think this fish can be trusted. See how poor they are. Let the small goldfish go. Bauer begged him. Fine. If you can honestly tell me where to get the treasure, I will spare the life of your child, Hansen said while coldly looking at the big goldfish. The small goldfish was only larva class. It was not useful for Hansen anyway. He also did not think he had what it took to defeat the big goldfish. It was good enough to get some treasure out of the situation. The big goldfish was not able to explain what the treasure was like because there was no name for it. Bauer was also unable to guess what it was trying to describe. The way the big goldfish talked about how to get the treasure also seemed strange. Hansen wondered if the big goldfish was trying to trick them. After considering the big goldfish's intelligence, the chance that it could make up a complicated story to fool someone was minimal. In the end, Hansen decided to go and do what the big goldfish said. Hansen did not let go of the small goldfish. He still took the small goldfish as a hostage and made the big goldfish lead the way. In that endless sea of trash, Hansen and Bauer were hidden in an old space cabinet. They had been looking around their environment. Hansen regretted believing the big goldfish. It said he would only have to hide amidst the trash and follow the current of the sea of trash to reach the treasure's location. Hansen and Bauer had not been in the broken space cabinet for long when they saw the sky flash with some purple light substances. They reduced the size of the trash. Hansen watched all the purple light substances flicker as they decomposed metal, stone, and plastic. He was afraid he and Bauer would end up decomposed with the cabinet. I hope the big goldfish did not lie to me. Otherwise, I will go back and cook his entire family. I will put in some extra chili when I cook them. After Hansen pulled the string of the bow, there was no turning back. Although he was furious, he had no choice but to trust that big goldfish. He was holding a fire-looking red scale that the big goldfish had given it to him. He was told to hold it to go through the magnetic stream safely. There were more purple light substances. They were like a bunch of fireflies flickering in the sky. They made their way onto other substances. When those had enough purple light substances on them, they decomposed and fell apart. The broken cabinet had quite a lot of purple light substances on it. Hansen hesitated and wondered if he should use some form of defense. The big goldfish had said that he should not make use of powers and reveal himself. Otherwise, the xenogeniac that guarded the treasure would find him. If that happened, he would have no chance of obtaining the treasure. If the big goldfish was lying to Hansen, and he did not use defensive powers now, only God knew what would happen if the purple light substance touched them. While Hansen hesitated, a red light formed on the red scales in his hands. The red light was in the space cabinet, creating a layer of red. Perhaps it was because of the red layer's protection, But the space cabinet did not decompose like the other space trash, even though the space cabinet was filled with purple light substances. Seeing the big goldfish scale working, Hansen felt much safer. The father and daughter hid in the space cabinet. While the magnetic light stream kept floating, they saw more space trash being decomposed. There was a small mountain-looking stone palace under the purple light substances. It broke and created numerous big rocks. When the big rocks had a huge amount of purple light substances on them, they became even smaller rocks. The process happened again and again. Everything was becoming decomposed. Finally, the small mountain-looking stone palace decomposed into the big barren system's white dust that was everywhere. This process only lasted 4 or 5 days, yet a big palace had been reduced to dust. In the time they were floating, Hansen and Bauer had seen too much of this scene. Hansen felt numb to it. Fortunately, the scale kept releasing its weak, red light. It protected the space cabinet and stopped the space cabinet from being decomposed. In the beginning, there were not many purple light substances. Now, the purple light substances had created a sea of purple light. Aside from purple, there was nothing else. In the space cabinet, a purple light kept rolling by. Fortunately, Hansen's Dongxian aura was very good at space and universe location. Otherwise, they would not have known which direction they were headed. Bauer looked out the window of the space cabinet and asked with shock, "What is that? Have we arrived?" Hansen moved closer to the window. He saw the purple light stream was like an ocean. It was not where the big goldfish had told them to go. According to the big goldfish, when the purple light stream disappeared, then they would have arrived. It was still purple outside. Hansen was not able to see more than 9 feet away. This could not have been the place yet. In the purple light stream, Hansen saw a blurry shadow. It was like some purple light was going up and down. The thing was a bit far away. Although Hansen was barely able to see it, he was shocked. The father and daughter had been floating for almost 15 days. Everything they had seen was decomposed by the purple light stream. During the past few days, the purple light stream had become extremely thick. There was no more trash. Aside from the space cabinet, everything that entered the purple light stream had decomposed into the white dust. Now, that thing outside was like the space cabinet and had not been decomposed. It was going up and down in the purple light stream. It followed Hansen in the purple light stream. What is that thing? Hansen and Bauer were in front of the window. They kept watching the thing outside. They wished it was closer to the space cabinet so that they could see what it was. It seemed as if their prayers reached the god spirits. For a while, the purple light stream waved. The thing was getting closer to Hansen. Closer. Closer. I can almost see it now, Hansen was excited. After all, they had been inside the space cabinet for many days and were bored. They needed something interesting to do. Bauer was also excited. She looked at the window and asked, "Dad, do you think that is a truck that sells ice cream?" "Selling ice cream in this place? You are quite imaginative." Hansen wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. He knew Bauer had been trapped there for many days and had not eaten much food. She wanted to eat good food. Suddenly, that thing was nearly right in front of him. It was only 6 feet away. Hansen inspected the part that was closest to them. Holy **T. It is a dead body. Hansen clearly saw the body. It looked like a man who was sitting cross-legged. His clothes were still whole, but his face and hands were skeletal. There was no flesh. In that very bright, purple light stream, the skeleton looked like jade. Its eyes were purple. The scene was quite bizarre. His body and bones did not get decomposed. It does not look normal. Hansen was used to dead people, so he was not afraid. He was more focused on the dead body's clothes. There were many races in the universe, and there were many different kinds of clothes. They mostly saw protective clothing and armor. That was especially true of the Big Baron system. To venture there, they wore xenogenic armor or self-geno armor. The skeleton's clothing was a little bit different. It looked more like ordinary cloth or silk, and the style did not look protective. It was more like a simple fashion style. The clothes were loose like a robe and mostly blue. The sides of the clothing had black flowers for decoration. They looked loose yet somber. The purple light substances kept jumping across the clothing. It made the clothes shine brightly. The clothing was not decomposing, and the skeleton was not breaking. Hansen thought, to be able to be unharmed by the purple light stream, those clothes and the skeleton must be special. It is a shame I cannot use power. If I could, I would probably take the clothes for myself. Perhaps it is a high-level treasure. The skeleton was close to them, bobbing up and down. It was within the purple light stream and kept moving through the purple light substances. It almost hit the space cabinet a couple of times. Hansen was tempted to bring it inside. The space cabinet was only big enough to fit one person inside. It was quite tight for him and Bauer to be in there. There was no room for the skeleton to squeeze inside too. Plus, the big goldfish said they had to hide and not show themselves. Otherwise, it would have all been for nothing. Hansen kept thinking about it, but he eventually gave up on the idea. The space cabinet kept moving with the purple light stream. Hansen had no idea they were anymore. The skeleton was still wrapped up by the purple light stream. It occasionally drifted away from the space cabinet but never went too far. After a few more days, the red light on the scale started to become weaker. It seemed as if its energy was running out. The red light in the space cabinet had also dimmed. One was able to hear the space cabinet make some psee-tsia noises. It sounded as if it was going to fall apart. This scale is not going to last. What if the big goldfish was wrong? Hansen looked outside. The purple light was still flickering. Pang! Both Hansen and Bauer shook. It felt like the space cabinet hit something and was rolling like a ball. When the space cabinet stopped, Hansen and Bauer noticed there was no more purple light trying to assault them. Hansen looked outside the window. He did not see any more purple light. It was actually snow-white outside. It was different from the white dust. The snow there was not dust. It was actually snow. Hansen saw a land of ice and snow. We are here. Hansen was happy. He suddenly heard a catch sound. The space cabinet could not stay together any longer. It shattered and broke into pieces all over the snow. Hansen and Bauer were exposed to the snow. The fish scale Hansen held shattered like a crumbling rock. It was all over the floor. This place is just as the big goldfish said. They had been inside the space cabinet for many days. Bauer was happy to be freed from the cramped space. Pang! The two of them looked around the snowy field of ice. They wanted to locate the place the goldfish had talked to them about. Something suddenly fell from the sky and landed right next to them. Hansen and Bauer turned their heads. It was the skeleton. It had dropped right into the snow near them. Dad, it is that skeleton. Bauer ran over to the skeleton and squatted down next to it. She used her finger to poke the skeleton's brain. The skeleton's brain suddenly turned. There was no more movement. Hansen walked over and smiled. His clothes must be good stuff. There is no point in him holding on to them. He should do something nice and give them to us. We can bury him in exchange. We all benefit that way. After Hansen said that, he started prodding the skeleton. He wanted to see if, aside from the clothes, there was another treasure inside the pockets. He did not find any treasures. Inside one of the pockets, he saw something. He could not tell what it was. He put his hand inside and pulled the thing out. It is a pair of glasses. These cannot be the same glasses the crystallizers had. Hansen was looking at the glasses. The glasses kind of looked like Toad's sunglasses, but the lenses were black. They were not transparent. They were as solid as ink. Hansen put the glasses on. The moment he did that, the glasses displayed a weird sort of power. The power only spread onto Hansen and did not go anywhere else. Oh. Dad. Why did you turn into a big ape? Bauer's eyes were opened wide as she looked at Hansen. The sunglasses were not transparent, but Hansen could see everything. He looked at himself and realized he had been turned into a big ape. He was shocked. He took off the sunglasses, and his body returned to normal. This is a god personality armament. Hansen looked at the sunglasses in his hands. His heart jumped. The sunglasses vanished. They appeared in the Sea of Soul. This was different from the Skyvine Radish god lance. After killing the god spirit, that god personality armament should have been one used to make the other god personality armament. It was just like the sky armor scabbard. It was not a god personality armament one collected right away. Dad, let me try it. I want to be a big ape. Bauer approached Hansen with a look of excitement. Hansen gave Bauer the sunglasses. She put them on, and her body changed. Her face changed, but she did not become a big ape. She became a bee that was the size of a fist. She flapped her wings and buzzed in Hansen's ears. Dad, I became a little bee, Bauer said while happily flying. These glasses can change people's bodies. That is fairly amazing, Hansen thought. Bauer, who was a little bee, landed on the floor. She then turned into a white rabbit. Dad, I became a white rabbit. Bauer was very excited. She kept jumping. She suddenly turned into a pigeon in the air. In a short amount of time, Bauer was able to turn into many different things. Hansen was frozen. He said, "Holy crap. This thing is like the Monkey King that can change 72 times. After watching her for a while, Hansen got bored. He squatted down and tried to take off the skeleton's robes. The robes had been able to survive the purple light stream, so they had to be made with some good stuff. This cannot be another god personality armament, can it? Hansen took off the robe. He did not put it on yet. He looked at the skeleton and started digging a hole in the ice. He put the skeleton inside. He closed his hands and said, "I put you in the soil." "No, I put you in the ice so that you do not have to be exposed. Thanks for the items you have given us, but now we no longer know each other." After burying the skeleton, Hansen put on the robe-like clothing. He was not afraid of dead people's things. Plus, the clothes did not look dirty. They actually looked rather new. Things such as bacteria had been decomposed by the purple light substances, so nothing dirty was left. When Hansen put the clothes on, he tried using power to activate the clothing's power. He thought if it was not a god personality armament, it had to at least be a treasure. No matter how much Hansen tried to activate it, the blue and black robe did not move. It was like something normal without any energy. This thing cannot be a treasure. It did not get decomposed in the purple light stream, so it is at least deified. Why does it not have any reaction? Hansen thought it was strange, but there was nothing he could do if the clothes did not do anything. He tried to tear the clothing up, but they were too tough. Even with Hansen's power, he was unable to shred the clothing. Hansen thought, never mind. I will wear them like armor. With this robe, power like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning cannot come to me. Hansen looked around. He saw 3 black stone mountains far away across the ice fields. Those 3 stone mountains looked very unique. They were different from the ice mountains and snow mountains. The ice mountain was like a blade, and the snow mountain was like a ring-shaped volcano. Only the black stone mountain looked like the petals of a lotus flower. The 3 mountains looked like the Chinese character for pin. This should be the place. Hansen picked up Bauer. He stepped on the snow and walked toward the 3 black stone mountains. According to the big goldfish, after arriving, they had to walk across the snow. They were not able to fly or teleport. Otherwise, they would not get their treasure and likely be attacked by scary xenogeneics. The big goldfish was a top-class xenogeneic. If it was afraid of these xenogeneics, so they had to be extraordinarily powerful. Hansen did not want to risk it. This place is very bright. If we fly, we will be seen. But won't we also be seen while we walk? Hansen felt rather suspicious about all of it. Since they were already there, no matter whether it was true or false, he had to give it a shot. On the road, it was just like the big goldfish said. It was just ice and snow around. There were no creatures. There were no xenogeneics either. Everything around just seemed dead. The father and daughter did not face any danger. They only wasted some time by walking to the 3 black stone mountains. At the foothills, they looked up at the 3 mountains. They were very big and pretty. The 3 stone mountains were each about 30,000 feet tall. They were all lined up together. In the center of the hills they were on, the 3 mountains spread out. It was like a lotus flower that had just opened. Following the mountain crags, they went the 7 or 8 miles the big goldfish had told them to travel. They stopped at stone stairs, which would take them up the mountain. They followed the mountain wall. It was like one long staircase ascending to heaven. After they arrived, Hansen did not go up straight away. He looked at the stone staircase. His heart was racing. According to what the big goldfish said, he and Bauer had to face away from the stairs and close their eyes. To go up, they had to blindly feel their way up. They could not use any powers either. They could not even use powers like area casts or anything of the sort. The big goldfish also reminded them that while they walked up the stone staircase, no matter what noise they heard behind them, they could not look away and open their eyes. They had to keep going no matter what. When their hands felt as if they were running across a stone carving, they could keep feeling their way forward until they found the treasure. After they found the treasure, they still couldn't open their eyes. They had to keep their eyes shut and go back the way they came. If they descended the mountain, they still would have only succeeded halfway. With that goldfish's intelligence, I do not think it could compose such a complicated plan to trick us. Hansen froze. He picked up Bauer, put her in his arms, and smiled. The big goldfish told you what I heard too. When we are on the mountain, we cannot open our eyes. If you really cannot help but open your eyes, you must tell me. Bauer was in Hansen's arms. She closed her eyes and excitedly said, "Dad, I am ready. Let's go up the mountain." Hansen closed his eyes. He used one hand to touch the wall and went up the stone staircase backward. He could not use his Dongxian aura as an aid or use his eyes. He had to use his ears, so he focused on listening. Aside from the wind, he did not hear anything strange. The stone staircase was not difficult to ascend. With the power Hansen's body had, he could shut his eyes and easily walk backward. It was like an ordinary thing. He was still afraid there might be some trick on the road. He did not go fast. He kept walking and listening. Hansen kept on walking, but he did not hear anything weird. It was quiet the entire time. Suddenly, Hansen's fingers felt the stone wall was a bit different. The very smooth stone wall had some cracks in it. Hansen moved his fingers. He noticed the markings were deep, light, straight, and curly. He could not tell what the carvings were about. If he used his Dongxian aura, he would not even have to use his eyes to look at what they were. Right now, he was only able to guess. Hansen touched the markings and kept on going. His fingers kept touching the stone. Because he could not touch more of it, he was unable to tell what it was. While he was walking, Hansen suddenly heard something strange from behind. It sounded like a snake hissing. It was very quiet, but it made one's head itch and body flare up with goosebumps. The sound was getting closer to Hansen. It felt like a toxic snake was approaching him from behind. Very quickly, it was almost on his back. What the F***ck? Hansen could not do it anymore. If he had to compare himself to the big goldfish, he trusted himself more. He would rather face the danger and fight for the treasure than put his life at risk by believing the big goldfish. Hansen used his Dongxian aura. He opened his eyes and looked up the stairs. He was shocked. There was no toxic snake behind him. The path was completely the same. It was still leading up the mountain. There was nothing on the stone stairs. There were lots of carvings on the wall, which led up and up. One could not see how long they went. Hansen was unable to understand the things carved on the wall. That was because Hansen only saw a part of it. Seeing the one part he was ascending, he guessed it might have been a large snake. Hansen saw part of a snake statue. Hansen looked at the carving and snake body that was moving. Although it had just been stone, it came alive. The black scales smelled like blood. Hansen looked over at it. The stone statue turned into living flesh. The black scales were moving. A scary presence was all over the place. That goldfish didn't lie. I should not have opened my eyes. Although Hansen knew the goldfish had not lied to him, he did not regret it. Hansen needed to control his own fate. He could not expect to keep meeting good people all the time. The mountain shook. Rocks were falling. Suddenly, the whole ground was tremoring. The stone wall statue had come to life. It was a giant snake. One was even able to see its tail. Based on what Hansen saw, the black-scale big snake's body was at least 36 feet high. It was like a wall that was impossible to truly measure. Feeling the black scales possess a scary presence, Hansen knew that the black-scaled snake was bigger than the big goldfish. Since he had already made this happen, he could not do anything to reverse the events. He flew up to the sky and looked at the 3 black stone mountains from space. He saw a large xenogeneic coiled around the 3 lotus-like mountains. Its body had black scales, and it was dark in color. Its head was around the 3 lotus mountains. When the xenogeneic raised its head, Hansen discovered that it was not actually a black-scaled big snake. It was a real black dragon. The dragon head, horn, and beard all rose as the dragon moaned. Its voice pierced through the universe and space. It made the snow mountain and ice mountain collapse. The ice fields broke. Hansen was hanging in space. He used all of his power with the Dongxian aura to suppress the dragon's cry. His body was shaken. He felt as if he would fall apart any second. That's a very powerful xenogeneic. Hansen grabbed the shield of the Medusa's gaze and blocked the dragon's sprinting cry. He activated the image on the face of the shield of the Medusa's gaze. The pretty lady's eye had some weird, cold light. It landed on the black-scaled dragon. Hansen wanted to strike first. He wanted the black-scaled dragon to freeze on the stone mountain. The dragon's eyes were like bottomless black holes. It looked into the weird eyes of the Medusa. It looked like 2 black holes were creating a vortex that sucked the Medusa's eyes into them. The body of the creature did not get frozen. Hansen wanted to start the Medusa's gaze again because the black-scaled dragon's eyes could absorb the staring light. Other bodies would not have been able to block the light. Before Hansen activated the Medusa's gaze, the black-scaled dragon's head raised. Its body kicked up a black cloud of smoke. The dragon's mouth opened and spat something out. Hansen had the traditional culture's effect. He thought the black dragon would be spitting out some dragon ball to play with him, but the dragon's mouth did not spit out a dragon ball. It was a lantern. It was a black stone lantern. Based on its appearance, it looked like a Geno Hall race lantern. But the lantern did not have a race mark. The lantern was burning with a fire that possessed a holy white color. The white flame was glowing brightly. It made the old stone lantern more mysterious and serious. Hansen instantly reacted. When the big goldfish described the treasure, it mentioned something about stone and fire. Hansen had no idea what that meant. Now that he saw the stone lantern, he realized what it was. The treasure the big goldfish spoke about was this lantern, but the stone lantern is inside the dragon's mouth. Even if I closed my eyes and walked there, how was I supposed to retrieve the lantern from the dragon's mouth? Hansen did not understand, but things were already in motion. He could not waste time thinking about things like that. To freely collect the stone lantern, he needed to kill the Xenogeneic. Afterward, he would get the black-scaled dragon's Xenogeneic genes. That was like killing two birds with one stone. Hansen thought about that before doing anything. The stone lantern flew out of the dragon's mouth. The black-scaled dragon reached a claw out. It put the stone lantern in front of its dragon mouth and blew fire into it. As the black dragon presence went through the flame, it turned white. It was like a tide going for Hansen. The dragon presence covered the entire area. Unless Hansen risked teleporting to unknown space, he could not evade that scary dragon presence. Hansen gathered up all his power. He held Bauer and placed her behind the shield of the Medusa's gaze. He used the shield to block the dragon presence that came with the lantern fire. Pang! Hansen felt a scary power strike his shield. His arm almost broke. The shield hit his body, which sent him flying. He flew through space for what seemed like forever. As the dragon presence messed with his senses, he kept his body tight to stabilize himself. Hansen felt as if his body had been shattered, but he still had the shield in his hands. He was shocked. The surface of the shield was burning with a holy white flame. It was just like the flame on the stone lantern. The white flame had no heat, so it did not burn the shield of the Medusa's gaze. The white flame was quickly spreading across the shield. It seemed as if it was going to be devoured in no time at all. Hansen used his Dongxian powers. He tried to put out the fire on the shield, but he could not stop it. He watched the shield become surrounded by a white flame. He did not want it to spread onto his hands, so he had to let the shield go. As Hansen let go of the shield of the Medusa's gaze, the shield was surrounded by white flame. The purple, metal-looking shield looked like it was surrounded by a holy white flame. It actually looked holy. The black-scaled big dragon's talons suddenly moved. Han still did not have complete control of the shield of the Medusa's gaze. It was flying toward the black-scaled dragon. Once it got closer, the dragon grabbed it with its talons. Hansen saw that the big dragon's eyes were full of disdain. With the talons wrapped around the shield of the Medusa's gaze, the weird woman on the front opened her eyes. She fired out a weird light. How is that possible? Hansen's face suddenly changed. The shield of the Medusa's gaze was not normally something a stranger could take and use, but the black-scaled dragon was somehow able to do so. That was a bit difficult to believe. The shield of the Medusa's gaze could only be used by the Gana's special element power. Hansen used the Dongxian Sutra to simulate Gana powers. That was how he was able to make use of the shield of the Medusa's gaze. The black-scaled snake dragon had a different element from the Gana. Hansen was certain about that. So, how was it able to activate the shield? Time did not grant Hansen the chance to think about it too much. Seeing the Medusa's gaze light about to land on him, he flashed away. He teleported out to dodge the light emitted by the shield. Hansen understood the Medusa's gaze quite well. The black-scaled dragon kept on firing Medusa's gaze like bullets. All of those kept being launched, but not a single one was able to harm Hansen. Now, Hansen's teleport skill could have him teleport away in the galaxy. The Medusa's gaze light could not keep up with his teleportation speed. The black-scaled dragon continuously attacked and repeatedly failed. It seemed to lose patience. It opened its mouth wide and spat out some dragon presence. This time, the dragon presence did not go through the stone lantern's flame. It was like a black cloud covering the sky and ground. It did not allow Hansen to move. Hansen looked at it. There were waving watermarks on his body. The dragon's presence covered the sky and earth. It looked extremely murderous, but it could not get close to Hansen's body. His time ghost beast soul delayed time in the area. It made the dragon presence unable to reach Han Sen. Without true god elite powers, it would have been very difficult to survive. Luckily, he had a skill like Under the Sky Knife. The black-scaled dragon's power was mighty, but it was not so strong that it didn't show any weaknesses. It did not perform perfectly. Its strength would eventually wane and flow down the long river of time. Unless the black-scaled dragon's power was able to rip the time area right away, and its speed was fast enough to ignore the time delay and bolt through the time area, it did not matter how ferociously it attacked. It was not able to harm Han Sen. Time Ghost was one of the top-class true god xenogeneics in the universe. The power of its beast soul was like a true god treasure. It did not matter how strong the black-scale true dragon was. It was not fast enough to tear through the Time Ghost area. Han Sen dared to visit the Big Baron systems for an adventure. The time area was one of his trump cards. When he had met the big goldfish, he hadn't tried using any of his tricks. He had not used the time area. Now that the shield of the Medusa's gaze had been taken away by the black dragon, Han Sen was not going to keep his true strength concealed any longer. He had no qualms about using the Time Ghost beast souls. Han Sen stepped through space, running toward the black-scaled dragon. The dragon's mouth fired draconic presence at him, and the shield of the Medusa's gaze fired its staring lights. When the dragon presence and stare lights entered the time area, they were severely delayed. Even the staring lights, which normally traveled at the speed of light, took a whole light year to travel just a few feet. They disappeared before they reached Han Sen. The black-scaled dragon realized that its dragon presence was not having much of an effect, which completely shocked the beast. Still, the shock only lasted a split second. In the next moment, the black-scaled dragon used its other talon to hold the stone lantern in front of itself. It then blew on the lantern. The black-scaled dragon's presence went through the lantern and was enveloped by the white flame. It went hovering toward Han Sen. Han Sen felt a chill, but he did not dare underestimate his enemy. He knew the stone lantern's power was nothing ordinary. The black-scaled dragon was still able to use the shield of the Medusa's gaze and fire the staring lights. It was probably all because of what the stone lantern was able to imbue. Now, the dragon presence had flames. It was heading straight for Han Senator. He was staring at it. When the dragon presence entered the time area, it was not affected by the time delay. It was still quickly headed for Han Sen. This stone lantern really is evil. Han Sen's eyes were on fire. He stared at the stone lantern and dragon presence, which was not entwined with the white fire. He was not freaking out. Han Sen wanted to make a move, but Bauer, who was on his back, suddenly jumped up. She was wearing sunglasses. While she was in space, her body exhibited some changes. She suddenly looked like the big, black-scaled dragon. After Bauer turned into a black-scaled dragon and opened her wide mouth, a tide of black dragon presence was fired out. It struck the dragon presence with the white fire. The two dragon presences kept colliding with each other. The universe around was shaking. The ice fields were suddenly exploding. Han Sen was shocked and happy. This is so weird. The sunglasses can turn Bauer into a black-scaled dragon, and she can use the black-scaled dragon's dragon presence. The two dragon presences kept striking each other. They then suddenly vanished. Seeing the same black-scaled dragon in front of it, the original black-scaled dragon froze. After that, the black dragon was extremely angry. It looked at Bauer and let out a dragon cry that could go through the clouds and break rocks. The dragon cry became a natural shockwave going toward Bauer. Bauer unleashed a dragon cry of her own. It went right back at the black-scaled dragon. Two scary shockwaves were striking each other in space. There were many sounds like things being broken. After they collided, the result of the fight was a tie. The black-scaled dragon was furious. As it made another dragon cry and unleashed more dragon presence, the dragon's scales shone with a strange light. All kinds of powers were headed toward Bauer. It was insane. It covered the sky and ground. Bauer was not weak. She also used many powers. The fight between her and the black-scaled dragon was a tie. Aside from the shield of the Medusa's gaze and the stone lantern, whatever power the black-scaled dragon used could also be used by Bauer. Her power was on par with the black-scaled dragon. The sunglasses are a very powerful god personality armament. I do not know which god spirit's god personality made it. Hansen was shocked by what he was witnessing. Seeing its power being completely blocked by Bauer, the black-scaled dragon was shocked and scared. It madly roared and raised its stone lantern again. Its dragon eyes were as deep as a black hole as it stared at the stone lantern's flames and fired 2 black lights. When the black light went past the flame, it turned white. Bauer was not going to look weak to her adversary. Her eyes became dragon eyes. She opened them wide and fired out 2 black lights, but she did not have a lantern to dye it. Bauer's light was still pitch black. The black and white lights shot into the air. They were different from the dragon's presence. This time, when they struck each other, Bauer's black light was broken by the white light with ease. The white light was going toward Bauer. Bauer was shocked. Her body rolled. Her giant, black-scaled dragon body turned a very small bee. The white light missed her and struck the ice and snow instead. The ice and snowfields vanished when they were hit by the white light. It was like it had all turned into nothing. The little bee Bauer had become flew back to Han. Senator Bauer recovered her body and snuggled into Hansen's chest. She patted herself on the chest and said, "That stone lantern is so strong. You just watch for now. See how Dad will get rid of it." After Hansen said that, he picked Bauer up and put her behind him. He then went toward the black-scaled dragon. With a simple teleport, Hansen was directly in front of the black-scaled dragon. The dragon spat out some dragon presents. It hurriedly did it, so it did not have time to collect the ravaging light. Hansen did not have his time area active. He used all of his power and put it into the jade skin. Both of his fists were like tsunamis going toward the dragon presence. When it met the jade skin power, the dragon presence froze in the air. But the dragon presence was too strong. It was only able to freeze by a single layer. The dragon presence kept coming from behind. It broke the ice and landed on Hansen. Boom! Hansen was flushed away by the dragon presence. He was like an ant in a tsunami. The jade skin power was not enough to fight the dragon presence. Hansen's true god power was like paper in front of the black-scaled dragon's dragon presence. Blurg. After the dragon presence weakened, Hansen's body flew away. He coughed up blood, but he was not injured. His clothes were not harmed. He had hurt an organ, but not by much. Why am I not injured badly? Hansen thought he would be badly wounded, but his wound was very small. He looked at himself. It was the effect of the blue and black robe. The black dragon saw it worked and got excited. The dragon cries and dragon presence were all beckoning Han's senator. The dragon was not in a rush to use the stone lantern. Hansen's heart jumped. He raised his hand and pulled the black and blue robe out. He threw it to Bauer. He waved his fist toward the black dragon's dragon presence and shouted, "Hold on to my clothes. Watch how Daddy kills the black dragon." Pang! 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 Hansen's body kept shaking in space. The dragon presence, dragon eye lights, dragon scales, and many other dragon different powers were hitting him. Although Hansen tried his best to block them, because of the difference in power levels, he was getting more wounded with every second. Blood that looked like crystals was coming out of all of his wounds. God only knew how many bones had been broken in his body. It made Hansen's entire presence look terrible. The black-scaled dragon was very excited. It kept firing dragon breath. All its dragon scales cut across Hansen's body. The beast really enjoyed killing, and it was not in a rush to use the stone lantern to get rid of Hansen. Pang! Han Sen's shoulder was struck by the dragon eye light. His left shoulder bone totally vanished. It was like he had been bitten by an invisible monster. The wound shone with blood crystals. Han Sen was in extreme pain. He frowned, but his expression did not change. He coldly looked at the black dragon and said, "Are you having fun?" Han Sen's body was now riddled with 1,000 holes. There was no telling how many times the black dragon had hit him. If Han Sen had been an ordinary true god xenogeniac, he would have died. Luckily, Han Sen's body had been reinforced 4 times. That was what had enabled him to survive up until now. Of course, he had deliberately done that. Otherwise, half of the wounds on his body could have been avoided. Han Sen had not planned on dodging. He even deliberately used his body to make sure he got hit. The only attacks he evaded were the ones that would have surely killed him. Roar! The black dragon did not care about any of that. It released some dragon cries. It wanted to hurt Han Sen again. This time, Han Sen did not allow his body to take the hit. He pulled out a Buddha light, which was shaped like a moon, from his waist. It was a very thin knife. The moment Han Sen pulled out the knife, the Buddha light covered his body. Han Sen's wounds almost instantly disappeared. His body was back in tip-top condition. The Cause Karma knife unleashed the Buddha light on his aggressor. It was like a sun flooding the universe in bright light. Han Sen did not say anything. He slashed toward the black-scaled dragon's dragon cry attack. The scary knife light was like a blade that tore through the sky. It broke the dragon cry's shockwaves and proceeded toward the black dragon. He used the Cause Karma knife for this attack because it had the ability to absorb all the damage he had just endured. The power that had accumulated was almost equal to all of the attacks Han Sen had accepted. With Han Sen's own power, along with the powerful knife skills, even a true god top-class xenogeniacs like the black-scaled dragon was shocked. It did not dare accept such an attack. It twisted its body. It was like a dragon in space trying to escape. It was a shame it had underestimated the Cause Karma knife power so much. The cause was already there, and the karma would come. The black-scaled dragon had to use its own power to block it. It could not escape the light. The dragon saw the knife light coming right for it. It was tearing through space. No matter what the beast tried to do, it could not establish a distance between it. It lowered its head, wanting to blow the stone lantern in its hands. It wanted to use the stone lantern's fire power to break this attack. The dragon breath came out from its mouth as if it was miles away. It was unable to blow the lantern flame in front of him. Han Sen's time area could not affect the stone lantern, but it was able to affect the black dragon. Han Sen used a time area to limit the dragon from emitting its dragon presence. He delayed his opponent to buy time. The dragon presence could not reach the flame of the lantern, which was actually quite close to it. When the dragon realized what was going on, it was too late. At that moment, the knife light came down. It struck the black dragon's forehead. The black dragon was past the point of no return. It did not plan on doing anything else. It gathered up power and used its head to take the hit. Catcha! Dragon blood came out like a spring of water. The dragon's head was cut open by Han Sen's knife. It was cut clean through the center. The purple knife light also traveled through it with a scary ripping power. The way the power went forward was like it was splitting bamboo. It cut open half of the black dragon's big body. Han Sen did not have time to see if the black dragon was dead or not. His body flashed and teleported directly before the black dragon. He took the stone lantern. If it was not for the stone lantern, even though it was a true god elite, Han Sen would not have had so much trouble eliminating the fiend. Han Sen grabbed the stone lantern and teleported away. He teleported to another of the dragon's talons. He wanted to retrieve the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Before his fingers touched the shield, the black dragon's claws swept backward. Its body, which had been cut in half, was combined again. The wounds instantly recovered like it had not been injured before. That's a very powerful body recovery power, Hansen complimentarily said. The body recovery power of dragon Xenogeneics was strong. This black dragon, in particular, was quite outstanding. It was like it had an immortal body. The black scale dragon saw the stone lantern being taken and he was furious. Black clouds rose and carried endless suppression on its way toward Hansen. Ignorant little dragon! How dare you offend God's father? If you do not stop, I am going to kill you. Hansen was holding the stone lantern. He generated his Xian Yellow Sutra power. He pointed at the flame and pierced it. When the Xian Yellow power went through the flame, it touched the white flame. It made the Xian Yellow power turn white. It was headed for the black scales dragon. Hansen felt like the stone lantern was something of a booster. After the Xian Yellow Sutra was cast through the lantern, the power had been increased by a great magnitude. Buzz! The Xian Yellow Sutra broke the dragon presence and landed on the black-scaled dragon. Hansen saw the dragon's giant black self-cogwheel get pushed by the Xian Yellow power. It was spinning backward. The black-scaled dragon's face changed as its body began to twitch and transform. It tried to fight the Xian Yellow power, but nothing worked. Its body quickly devolved, and its power went weak. He went from true god to butterfly class. Hansen was happy. With the power he had, it should have been hard to turn the black-scaled dragon's self-cogwheel. Now, he had the stone lantern to close the gap. He made the big, black-scaled dragon turn into butterfly class. It didn't take long, but it was still very shocking. This is a very good stone lantern. It is so powerful. I am afraid this is stronger than a god personality armament like Skyvine Radish. Hansen was elated. Now, he did not have the time to admire his handiwork. He pulled out his knife and slashed toward the black-scaled dragon. The dragon had been true god class, so Hansen was unable to beat it. Now that it was butterfly class, Hansen could easily beat the black-scaled dragon. Using the time area, the black-scaled dragon was unable to escape. It slashed like mad, cutting the black-scaled dragon into pieces. The black-scaled dragon was not dead yet. Hansen used his under-the-sky knife skill. It made countless knife lights cross each other. It cut the dragon's body to pieces. The dragon's body was becoming true god class again. It was going to put its body back together again after it had been sliced into pieces. Hansen saw something shining inside the dragon's mouth. He slashed and broke the shiny thing. Blurg! The dragon's dead body was like a leaking balloon. It quickly deflated. Dragon blood started to gush out. Hansen was covered with dragon blood. Xenogeneic deified hunted. Dead area demon dragon, deified xenogeneic gene found. The announcement played in Hansen's head. He felt a bit disappointed. It was such a powerful xenogeneic, but it did not leave behind a beast soul. That was a shame. I am afraid that in this universe, it might be difficult to find another dead area demon dragon. Hansen licked his lips and felt a bit disheartened. He spoke to himself sadly. The ability to get a beast soul or not was something Hansen could not control. As for what the chances were, he did not know yet. According to what God told him, God spirits and beast souls had to have been composed of the spirits of creatures. Every creature had a spirit, so why was it that one could only get beast souls by killing xenogeneics in the universe? Why was a beast soul not given every time? Hansen did not understand the reasons behind all of that. If every xenogeneic had a spirit, then killing a xenogeneic should have definitely yielded a beast soul. But it wasn't like that. This dead area demon dragon's deified xenogeneic gene should be enough to get my deified gene tally up to 100, but this guy is too big. I do not know how long it will take me to eat it all. Hansen looked at the dragon's body, which looked like a giant rock. It made a wry smile develop on his face. Although his consume was at the highest level, swallowing such a big dragon body would still take a long time. He would have to spend 10 days to half a month eating it. The black dragon is dead. I wonder if there are any other treasures to find on the 3 black mountains. Hansen raised his hand and held the stone lantern high. He was still feeling a bit greedy. He called Bauer and put her in a blanket. The two of them headed up the 3 black stone mountains. They did not find any treasure. In the center of the 3 mountains, there was a circular valley. At the bottom of the valley was an old teleporter. It was unknown where it led. Hansen did not know where the teleporter went, so he did not want to try it. He had to leave the valley and play with the stone lantern he had. The stone lantern was strange. Hansen could not activate its power and/or control it. If he put his power through the fire, the flames imbued strength into the power he passed through it. It did not matter what power went through the flames. Any power was boosted. That was true for anyone who used it. What is this stone lantern? It does not look like a god personality armament, and it does not look like a xenogeneic treasure. It kind of looks like a race lantern from the Geno Hall, but it is not quite the same as them either. Hansen studied the lantern for a while. He was still unable to find out what the stone lantern was. If it was safe to use, Hansen was not going to research it too much. He put it inside Destiny's tower and went to start eating the dead area demon dragon's flesh. After he took a few bites, he saw a gold and red light appear in the sky. The big goldfish was flying toward him. It had brought the little goldfish along. Because the big goldfish had not lied, and Hansen had maxed out his genes after eating the dead area demon dragon, he was not planning on killing either goldfish. When it saw the body of the dead area demon dragon, the big goldfish looked very excited. It brought the little goldfish before Hansen and kept firing bubbles as if it was trying to say something. Bauer translated the bubbles. It says thank you for killing the dead area demon dragon for it. He and his child appreciate it a lot. If the chance ever arises, it wants to return the favor someday. Of course, you need to pay me back. Just show up whenever I need you, Hansen said to the goldfish and its kid. The goldfish family seemed to understand Hansen's words and nodded. The big goldfish spat out many bubbles at Hansen. After that, it swam to the top of the 3 black mountains. It turned its head and fired many more bubbles to Hansen. It said the dead area demon dragon is dead, Bauer said. Now, the child can finally be returned home. It wants to invite us to its house. Hansen looked at the big goldfish with curiosity and asked, your home would not happen to reside on the other side of the teleporter, would it? The big goldfish nodded. It spat out many bubbles. Bauer tried to explain. It said its home is on the other side of the teleporter. Something that happened many years ago was the whole reason it teleported to this place. Then, the dead area demon dragon took over the teleporter. They have been unable to go back. Now that you have killed the dead area demon dragon, they are finally able to go home. So, they are really grateful. They want you to go and visit them. They will also reward you with some more treasures too. Sure. I don't mind going there. Upon hearing there was treasure to be found, Hansen stopped hesitating. He put the dead area demon dragon meat inside Destiny's tower and followed the big goldfish into the teleporter. He now understood it completely. People said fish only had a 7-second memory. Whether or not it was true was unknown. This big goldfish was a top-class deified xenogeneic. Its intelligence and memory were not so good. Hansen estimated its intelligence and did not think it was able to lie to people. So, he was not too worried. He held on to Bauer and followed after the big and small goldfishes to the teleporter. The big goldfish's body released a red light. The light went into the teleporter. The teleporter was activated. It started to glow. Hansen felt as if his eyes had gone black. When his vision returned to normal, he was no longer in the snowfields. It was all dark up front. There was no space. There was no hint of the universe around. There was no land, and there were no mountains. It was like nothing. It was just a pitch-black void. In front of that black nothingness, there was a broken stone door. That door only had 2 broken stone pillars left. The stone of the roof was broken. He saw half of a sign hanging on the broken roof. There was a lamp in front of the door. It was releasing some obscenely dim yellow light. Hansen only saw half of the sign, which said the word holy. Is this place a ruin that belonged to sacred? Hansen was shocked. He was not able to think of any other race that would dare use the word holy aside from sacred. The big goldfish led the small goldfish toward the broken door. The big goldfish looked very confused. It seemed as if it did not recognize the place. Hansen held Bauer and followed. Before the big goldfish walked in front of the door, it saw the door released some cold light. The big goldfish was not prepared. It was shot in the forehead. Blood was everywhere. It was like a very sharp arrow pierced into the big goldfish's forehead. Although the arrowhead did not go deep, it broke the big goldfish's protective substance chains. That arrow was very strong. How dare you come to sacred? Do you guys want to die? A very dim voice came from the left side of the stone pillar. They then saw someone walk out from behind the stone pillar. That someone, who had a human body and a dog face, was holding a teethy bow. There were 3 teethy arrows on the person's back. The person reached out a hand. The teeth arrow lodged in the big goldfish's head flew back into the person's hands. The wound on the big goldfish ripped. Blood came out with the arrow. It could not be stopped. The big goldfish was very angry. All of its red scales straightened up. Many red scale blades came out from his body. It was like there was a sky full of light heading for the dog-faced man. The dog-faced man coldly grunted. He took 2 steps back. He went behind the stone pillar. There were 10,000 red scale lights landing on the door. The broken pillar next to the door had a space swirl generate. The red scale lights landed on it, and it vanished. It was like it had absorbed the door. Very good, sacred. The door is broken and only 2 pillars remain, but it can still hold firm against an attack delivered by a true god creature. It is no wonder why they were the scariest existence in the universe. Hansen sighed. The dog-faced man stood behind the stone pillar. While the big goldfish power was absorbed by the door, he quickly fired another 2 arrows. He rapidly fired at the goldfish family. The big goldfish fired a barrage of bubbles. He did it to prohibit the flight of the 2 arrows. The 2 teeth arrows were still able to pierce the bubbles and not get caught by them. The big goldfish was shocked and angry, but it was too late for it to block. The big goldfish moved and dodged the 2 teeth arrows. The little goldfish was not able to move so quickly. It was going to be shot in the head. The teeth arrows were able to damage the big goldfish, but the little goldfish was only larva class. The arrow was going to pierce through its head and body. Dong. Seeing the teeth arrow was going to perforate the head of the small goldfish, a knife suddenly slashed against the teeth arrow. The teeth arrow flew away. The small goldfish went behind the big goldfish. Hansen was holding the cause karma knife. He was just standing there looking at the dog-faced man. He asked, "What is your name? Who from sacred are you?" The dog-faced man should have been a xenogeneic, as well as true god class. He must have been quite famous in the sacred leagues. "You are just a crystallizer, a servant of sacred, yet you don't know my name." The dog-faced man grabbed the teeth arrow that had flown back. His eyes looked very evil. He drew the bowstring again and aimed at Hansen. When the bowstring was pulled, Hansen felt a huge amount of power go into that draw. It made people feel very scared. It was like some toxic snake was ready to launch itself at any second. As Hansen stared at the bow, he thought, this dog-faced man's power is average for a true god. He is not as strong as me, but his bow is a bit weird. The dog-faced man smiled. The teeth arrow in his hands was launched. The teeth arrow disappeared in space. It was like it could teleport through space to land on Hansen. Huh. You have a death wish. Upon seeing Hansen get shot, the dog-faced man let out a cruel laugh. In the next second, the dog-faced man saw Hansen appear in front of him. The area on Hansen's body that had been hit with the arrow was fading. Pat. Hansen slapped the dog-faced man in the face. The dog-faced man went flying back against the stone pillar. Hansen took his bow away. You are very cheap, and your arrow skills are bad. Let me teach you how to really use a bow. Hansen was holding the bow. He pulled the string back and aimed at the dog-faced man, who was stumbling back onto his feet and crawling closer. The dog-faced man wanted to shout so badly, but he saw the arrow was being aimed at him. He was shocked. The cold sweat that had developed on his brow was starting to soak his entire body. It was like someone was strangling him, making it difficult to breathe. The dog-faced man had a weird feeling. He felt that if he moved an inch, the teeth arrow was going to break his brain. So, the dog-faced man stood where he was and did not dare to move. He continued to sweat. How is that possible? He is just a crystallizer servant. How is he so powerful? The dog-faced man was sweating profusely, but he did not move. He was shocked. Hansen was getting ready to shoot the dog-faced man when he suddenly felt the teleporter move. He saw a few people appear at the teleporter. It was Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was shocked to see Hansen there. They had not stopped in their journey and had traveled at a blistering pace. Yet, Hansen had already reached the sacred ruin before them. Upon seeing more creatures appear, the big goldfish swam toward Hansen with the little goldfish. He was looking at them. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked at Hansen and the big goldfish. He then glanced at the dog-faced man with a bow aiming right at him. He smiled as he asked, Han Godfather, what is the situation here? Hansen said, I do not know what this Xenogeneic is. He was hiding behind the pillar firing arrows. Give me a minute, Grandmaster. Let me get rid of this Xenogeneic, and I will talk to you. You are just a crystallizer servant, the dog-faced man said while gnashing his teeth. How dare you say that? If you dare touch me, my mother will kill you so badly that you won't even have a body left to bury. Oh, and who is your mother? Hansen looked at the dog-faced man. The dog-faced man gnashed his teeth and said, my mother is Moon Shadow God. If you touch me, she will rip you to shreds. Moon Shadow God? Does someone like that belong in sacred? I have never heard of them before. Hansen had a long think about it. Out of the 10 generals and 4 sacred beasts, there was no one with that name. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked surprised. He looked at the dog-faced man and asked, is your mother Moon Shadow God? Yes. My mother is Moon Shadow God. My name is Chiga. If you know how powerful my mother is, then give me back the dog crow bow. Otherwise, you are all dead. For someone to know his mother's name, it made the dog-faced man very cocky. Hansen looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. He was not afraid of anyone. He just wanted to know who Moon Shadow God was. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster smiled and spoke to Han Sr. Haven't you heard about Moon Shadow God? You must have surely heard about Crow Sky Dog. One of Sacred's 10 generals? Hansen asked. He is the one called Crow Sky Dog. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked at Chiga as he said, yes. Crow Sky God was one of Sacred's generals who guarded the door. Moon Shadow God was his wife. He was a true god Xenogeneic, but they were not of the same race. Judging from this guy's face, he does look like Crow Sky Dog and Moon Shadow God's hybrid child. You are right. He is the dog hybrid from Crow Sky Dog and Moon Shadow God. A voice came out from Sacred's door. Someone soon walked out. Hansen, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, and all the others looked towards there. They saw the person walk out of the dark. He was wearing a gold robe. He had white hair and a white beard. He was an old man, but his bones were very strong. He looked very powerful. Although he was walking alone, he seemed like a king coming forth. He was so powerful that one could not describe it. 9,000 King. When Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and a few of the Extreme King deified elite saw the gold-robed elder, their expressions changed. One of the deified elites screamed. I did not expect that in this universe, there are some who still remember me, 9,000 King coldly said. When Chiga saw 9,000 King, his expression changed. Hansen was aiming the bow at his face. He didn't dare to move, but his face kept changing. Hansen frowned and looked at 9,000 King. He did not know who he was. Hansen did not know much about Sacred, and he had never heard of this person. 9,000 King looked at Han Senator, he then glanced at Chiga and quietly said, "This dog hybrid is not important to me." After that, 9,000 King walked over to Chiga. It was like he did not even notice Hansen was standing there holding the bow. Hansen kept the bow trained on Chiga. He coldly shouted, "Did I agree to hand him over to you? If there is something I want, I do not require the approval of anyone to take it." 9,000 King did not look at Han Senator, he continued walking over to Chiga. Hansen's eyes were locked on his target. The bow in his hands released a scary power. It was going to fire the teeth arrow. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster suddenly said, "Brother Han, Chiga's father is Sacred's door guard general. Maybe he knows about the Sacred inside. Perhaps we should just keep him alive." Hansen knew he was saying that to smooth the tension that had arisen between him and 9,000 King. "Thank you for reminding me, but this is my prey. No one else can touch him." Hansen did not move. The power in the bow was becoming stronger. Chiga sensed that if Hansen let go of the teeth arrow, he would be killed. He would not even be able to dodge it. His body was full of cold sweat. He rolled his eyes, before looking at 9,000 King and begging, 9,000 King, I am willing to lead the way for you. Please help me." 9,000 King turned around and looked at Han Senator, he coldly said, "Do not think you can be bossy to me just because you have the dog crow bow in your hands. Try shooting me if you have the balls to do so." Hansen did not speak. He let his fingers go, allowing the teeth arrow to fly toward Chiga. There was a buzzing noise, resulting in the dog teeth arrow disappearing midair. The dog crow bow was able to rip space. The arrows fired from it had teleportation powers. Ordinary creatures could not dodge them. Chiga was shocked and tried retreating. Although he had the dog crow bow, it was a relic that belonged to his father. He knew he could not dodge the teeth arrow. Being shot by an ordinary arrow was fine, but the teeth arrow had rabid power. If he was shot by a teeth arrow, the rabid power would invade his body. It would turn him into a mad dog that would try biting everyone. He would not be able to think anymore and would become worse than an animal. As Chiga was falling back in shock, a hand appeared in front of him. It held the teeth arrow that was in the air. It was 9,000 King's hand. 9,000 King, save me, please. I am willing to be your cow. I will be your horse. I will be your servant and slave. I can lead you to Sacred. Chiga was crawling before 9,000 King, begging and pleading. 9,000 King ignored Chiga, who was at his feet. He held the arrow and coldly looked at Hansen. It looks like I have not been out for too long. The universe has mostly forgotten my name. While they were talking, 9,000 King made the teeth arrow in his hands flicker with a weird kind of power. It was like smoke and fire. A gold power seemed to cover the entire arrow. Buzz. Suddenly, 9,000 King fired the teeth arrow back at Han Senator. Although there was no dog crow bow buff or rip space power, the teeth arrow was just as fast as teleporting. Hansen saw a gold light flash as the teeth arrow came right before his throat. The sweat on his skin could feel the sharpness of the arrowhead. Hansen did not move. He did not want to dodge. He waved his sleeves. The sleeves of the blue robe wrapped around the flickering teeth arrow. He pulled it down and put it in his hands. The gold light on the arrow was gone. 9000 King frowned. He looked at Han Sen with an even colder look. To establish peace, ancient Abyss Grandmaster said, sacred is a very dangerous place. Why are you two trying to kill each other over something so petty? If things are like that, you will be giving an advantage to the elites inside sacred. After pausing, ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked at Chiga and said, plus, although this guy is the child of Crow Sky Dog, after sacred changed, it is different now. It is not just him. Even if his father came, he might not be able to show us sacred. It is useless. It does not matter if he is useful or not. Whoever goes against me should die. 9000 King coldly looked at Han Sen. Han Sen icily responded, you're right. His usefulness does not matter. He is my prey. I will not let anyone else touch him. The two of them stared at each other. Their bodies simmered with a scary presence. Neither one of them wanted to take a step back. Suddenly, a shadow flashed near the door. Someone else had arrived. This time, it was a pretty woman in black clothing. Chiga saw the black-clothed pretty woman and crawled over to her. Mother, save me. Moon Shadow God, stay out of this, 9000 King said. He reached out his hand to pull back Chiga, who was in the process of running over to the black-clothed pretty woman. Some invisible power drew Chiga back. He was rolling back to 9000 King's hands. Moon Shadow God's expression changed. Her body turned into a shadow. She appeared in 9000 King's shadow. A black shadow knife came thrusting toward 9 Shadow King. 9 Shadow King shone with a bright, gold light. It melted the knife shadow. The countless knife lights were headed for Moon Shadow God, which forced her to retreat. At this time, Chiga was sucked into 9000 King's hands. He was grabbed by the throat, so he started to cry. Moon Shadow God's face looked angry as she shouted, 9000 King, let go of my child. I can let him go. If you listen to me, he can be half my son. I would not hurt him then. 9000 King looked evil as he checked out Moon Shadow God. How dare you? Moon Shadow God was furious. She was shaking. A shadow flickered on her body. It turned into a night blade that covered the sky. It went straight for 9000 King. 9000 King did not move. He grabbed Chiga and released 1000 lights. All those knives cut Chiga and made his body bleed as he screamed. What do you want from me? Moon Shadow God had to stop the assault of her night blades. If she kept going, Chiga would be killed first. Back then, you were stolen by that bastard evil sky dog. I am going to take you back. You just follow me, and I will treat you guys nicely. When I get Sacred Leader's relic, you will be rewarded by it. 9000 King flashed an evil smile. Moon Shadow God looked frightened. Before she spoke, Chiga was getting cut by the gold light. He was screaming and crying, Dad. You will be my dad. We will follow you. It is our pleasure to follow you. Mother. Dad is very strong. To be able to follow him. It is our pleasure. Just agree with him. Upon seeing this, Han Sen and the Extreme King's deified elites present were frozen. They had never seen such an obscene creature before. He was a true god creature, yet he behaved like that. He was already worse than an animal. Moon Shadow God was so angry that she was shaking. She shouted, Shut up. 9000 King laughed and let go of Chiga. He let him land next to his feet. He touched his face and laughed. Good. You are a good boy. Chiga quickly said, To have a powerful father like you, I must have fulfilled a few lifetimes of good deeds to be rewarded so handsomely. I don't just have to be your child either. I can be your cow. I can be your horse. I can be your servant and slave. It would be my pleasure. I never dreamed of being able to have such an amazing, invincible father like you before. Han Sen and the Extreme King could not watch this anymore. After all, this was a child of the 10 generals. They did not expect him to behave like this. When 9000 King heard what was said, he smiled. He squinted his eyes and placed his hand on Chiga's head. He looked at Moon Shadow God with a cocky expression. Moon Shadow, now that your son has agreed, you should be fine with this too. Moon Shadow God was furious. She also knew that regardless of how much Chiga begged, if she did not agree, 9000 King would crush Chiga's head. No matter how much she did not want to, Chiga was still her son. She didn't have an option to say no. She did not want to see her son die in front of her. While 9000 King, Moon Shadow God, and her son were entangled with their own matters, Han Sen went over to Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and asked, "Who is this 9000 King? I have never heard of someone like that in Sacred before." Ancient Abyss Grandmaster did not immediately say anything. A voice soon sounded in Han Sen's ear. Although 9000 King was not one of the top 10 generals, he was an officer of Sacred. Although he was not as famous as the 10 generals, he is not someone ordinary. After Sacred was destroyed, people assumed he was dead. I did not expect to find him alive. While the Big Bear in power was the weakest, he came to the Sacred ruins. It looks like he wants that thing from Sacred. Han Sen nodded. He knew many scary people were going to the ruins, so this could not have been a coincidence. Han Sen did not say anything. Besides, he did not know much about the topic. It was just a coincidence that he was there. The more he spoke, the more wrong he was. He preferred not to say anything. Moon Shadow, have you thought about it? There is not much time, so stop delaying your son's business. 9000 King looked evil as he patted Chiga on the head. Moon Shadow God replied, 9000 King, let go of my son. If you do, I will let you do anything. Although she really wanted to kill him, she had to think about her son with evil Sky Dog. He was the only connection they had now, and she did not want to see it severed. Ha! Ha! 9000 Kind looked at the sky and laughed. Moon Shadow, do not worry. Why would I do anything bad to our son? He is such a good son. I will be happy to accept him. I will reward him and not hurt him. Chiga was very happy. He cowed out as he shared his gratitude. Thanks, Dad. 9000 King was still acting cocky. He patted Chiga on the head and smiled. Good, son. Very good, son. I really should reward you. Chiga rolled his eyes. He stared at Han Sen and said, to be your son is the greatest reward. I would not dare try and take your rewards, but that crystallizer slave dared to disrespect you. He deserves to die. I am not strong enough to fight him. Otherwise, I would skin him alive in the name of avenging you. As for the dog crow bow, I want to retrieve it so I can give it to you. It will be a gift for the gratitude I feel for you. Han Sen looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. They thought that guy was the ultimate rare thing. He was like an extreme animal. Even now, he still wanted to bite Han Sen. Good, son, that is not so hard. 9000 King looked at Han Sen and quietly asked, did you hear him? Give the dog crowbow back to my son. Chiga shouted, Dad, stop talking crap with him. Just kill him. Han Sen looked at Chiga. He raised the dog crowbow again and coldly said, I said the life of my prey is decided by me. The bow was being pointed at Chiga. He was shocked, but he saw that 9000 King was right next to him. He had the courage again to mock Han Sr., how dare you to misbehave before my father? You have a death wish. Han Sen ignored him. He thought Chiga was a mad dog and stupid. 9000 King must have been worried about something. Otherwise, he would have already attacked. There should have been no need for simple provocation. Even 9000 King did not dare do anything. He was a fox trying to prove that he was a tiger. Buzz. Han Sen let an arrow loose. The teeth arrow was gone. It was clearly going for Chiga. Chiga's expression changed, but it quickly returned to normal. He saw 9000 King raise his hand again. He thought 9000 King would catch the teeth arrow, just like before. Suddenly, the teeth arrow pierced through Chiga's head and came out the other side. Chiga's eyes were wide open. He could not believe he was about to die like that. Time power. 9000 King's expression changed too. His hand only reached out a short distance, so he was unable to catch the arrow. Moon Shadow God looked shocked and very conflicted. She ran to hold Chiga's dead body. She gnashed her teeth, looked at Hansen, and screamed, "I will kill you." After that, she turned into a shadow. She blended in with the darkness and disappeared. 9000 King steadily stared at Han Senator, his power seemed red. He was suppressing Hansen, who was just standing there. He looked like he was going to kill Hansen any second, but he had yet to do anything. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster asked, "If you guys fight here before entering Sacred, are you not going to benefit other people? I will let you live a bit longer." 9000 King coldly grunted. He turned around and fled through the door. He vanished into the darkness. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster turned to Hansen and said, "Brother Han, you really should not have killed Chiga. Now, we have offended two scary elites at once. That mad dog was worse than an animal. He bit whoever he saw. It was better to just kill him." Hansen did not care. He planned on going to Sacred to save Little Flower. Even if Sacred's 10 generals or 4 holy beasts were there, they would not stop him. Besides, Chiga was just a dog hybrid with a bark worse than his bite. Right, never mind then. Let's go to Sacred. Otherwise, they will have the chance first. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster paused. He smiled at Han Sr. "If you do not mind, why don't you come with me? Then, we will all have backup. If you don't mind our presence, of course, we will come." Hansen called Bauer, who was riding atop the big goldfish. They followed Ancient Abyss Grandmaster through the door. As for Chiga's dead body, Hansen did not bother looking at it. There was only a killing announcement in his head and no mention of beast souls. There wasn't even a xenogeneic gene. Chiga was obviously useless rubbish. It was completely dark behind the broken door. Aside from a long, bright lantern that shone on a part of the area, nothing else could be seen. After Hansen stepped past the stone pillar, he realized that behind every pillar there was a long, bright lantern. They looked like street lamps that went all the way into the darkness. Aside from the very dim, long bright lanterns that shone, every other area around them was pitch black. Even with the Dongxian Sutra's feeling power, one could not go into the darkness. Hansen saw many broken universal cogwheels on the edge of the darkness. Everyone was shocked by the scene. What kind of fight took place here? Even the most basic universal cogwheels that built the foundation of the universe are broken. Hansen felt a chill. He did not dare be reckless. The darkness was like a silent big beast. It was open like a scary and bloody maw. If anyone entered the darkness, the big beast would consume them. That was a feeling that struck everyone's mind. Even the extreme king deified elites felt very serious about the situation they were in. They looked into the darkness with proper nervousness. "Brother Han, the darkness down that way is very dangerous," Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. Even if a true god elite was to fall into the darkness, he would not live. Therefore, we have to follow the long, bright lanterns. We cannot leave the radius of light cast by the lanterns. "Thank you for telling me, Grandmaster." After Hansen said thank you, he looked at the big goldfish. It had been hurt by the dog teeth arrows earlier, and the wound had not yet been fixed. The fish was still bleeding. Although it did not bleed much, the big goldfish did not look too good. Its face was a bit twisted, and its eyes did not look too well. The life force of the creature was fine, but Hansen did not think its body was. Did that arrow have a poison power? Hansen used his Dongxian aura to scan the big goldfish's wound. He soon found a red substance. It was drilling through the big goldfish's wound. It was like there were many small bugs inside the wound that could not be seen. Hansen used a few healing Geno arts, but they were not working on the red bugs inside the wound. Hansen had a closer inspection. He noticed that the big goldfish's eyes had a lot of blood in them. The blood was actually those red bugs. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster took notice of Hansen's situation. He came closer and said, "If I am not mistaken, the wound your pet suffered has inflicted it with rabid powers." Hansen quickly asked, "What is rabid power? Do you know how to fix it, Grandmaster?" Ancient Abyss looked at the teeth arrow in Hansen's hand. He said, "Rabid power is Crow Sky Dog's power. If someone is inflicted with rabid power, that creature will lose their mind. They will go crazy and try to attack every monster they come across until they become exhausted and die. Seeing what has happened, I suspect this is indeed rabid powers. I would guess that there is an 80% to 90% out of 100% chance that the teeth of the teeth arrow you have belonged to Crow Sky Dog. That is why it has rabid power." After pausing, Ancient Abyss said, "Rabid powers are strange. In the legends, only the fourth holy beast Holy Kirin can fix it. I am not sure if there is another way to fix it." When Hansen heard what he had to say, he frowned. He had visited Holy Kirin's garden once, but the Holy Kirin was dead. It had been buried in the gardens. It could not heal the big goldfish anymore. Plus, Hansen did not know where East Holy Garden was from his current location. There was also no way of getting there even if he wanted to go. Hansen used some healing Geno arts on the big goldfish's wounds. He managed to stop the bleeding and make the wound start to recover, but the blood in the big goldfish's eyes steadily grew. It looked scarier and scarier. Hansen could tell the emotions of the big goldfish were becoming more negative. Hansen frowned. He knew that was not the way. He hesitated a moment before he summoned spell guns. He fired a few bullets at the big goldfish's body. The bullets went into the big goldfish's scales. Because of a lack of power, they were locked into the scales. Perhaps it was because of the rabid power, but the goldfish did not feel any pain or resist. Hansen fired 100 bullets from top to bottom. Every now and again, a bullet fired into the big goldfish's flesh. The bullets had a forever solid power. That power made the goldfish's body solid. Although it could not get rid of the rabid power ceased spreading across the big goldfish's body. He watched it for a while. The blood bugs inside the big goldfish's eyes did not increase in their numbers, so Hansen felt relieved. Hansen did not have a better way to solve the predicament. For now, that was going to have to do. The big goldfish was like a patient with some slight mental issues. Its face was twisted next to Hansenator. Fortunately, it was not completely controlled by the rabid power. It still had some of its mind. That is a very powerful rabid power and Crow Sky Dog. It is just an arrow made out of teeth, yet it can turn a true god Xenogeniac into this. I wonder how scary it would be if the felon was still alive. Hansen was shocked. Crow Sky Dog, who was a door guard, was quite scary. Hansen could not imagine what things must have been like in Sacred back then. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others were also shocked. Hansen was able to suppress rabid powers. They had not expected that outcome. The lights of the long, bright lanterns were dim. They could only see the lanterns on the stone pillars. All of the stone pillars looked extremely old. There were many cracks and signs of damage. They looked as if they were going to collapse into rubble at any moment. The light was just enough for them to reach the next long, bright lantern. All they could see was a radius of about 30 feet. The floor was a gray stone plain. Most of the bricks were broken or lifted. It was hard to find a complete stone brick. Hansen thought there must have been a fight there before. Suddenly, there was one long, bright lantern missing. Hansen saw the darkness ahead of them still had long, bright lanterns. In the center, one of the long, bright lanterns had not been lit up for some reason. That area was completely dark. One was unable to see anything. This section doesn't have a long, bright lantern, an extreme king deified said. I do not think it will be easy to get past this. Hansen stopped and looked into the darkness ahead. The universal cogwheels had not been broken there, but most of the universe there was broken. The universe's rules there were breaking. Do you think we can collect a long, bright lantern and just take it with us? A deified extreme king asked. He was looking at the long, bright lantern ahead of them. Don't do that, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said with a shake of his head. The lights of these long, bright lanterns can expel the darkness, but their power does not stem from the lantern itself. It comes from the pillar that connects to the earth. If the long, bright lantern leaves the pillar or the pillar is destroyed, there will be no energy source for the lantern. They would be put out immediately. Yang Yunxing, an extreme king deified elite, looked around and said, how did 9,000 king and moon shadow god go through this? The long, bright lanterns only led in a singular direction. They had been traveling all that time but had yet to see hide nor hair of 9,000 king or moon shadow god. It meant they had to have gone that way. Moon shadow god was the wife of Crow Sky Dog, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. She must know quite a few of Sacred's secrets. It is not surprising that she was able to go through this. If they were able to through this way, there is no reason why we cannot do the same, Yang Yunxing said. We should just push on and brute force our way through. I agree, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. Forcing our way forward is the only way, but we should ensure we are prepared. He waved his sleeves and took out a white umbrella that looked like a jade bone. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster opened the umbrella. The umbrella started to drop white holy light. It covered approximately 30 feet of the area around them. This is called Shining Umbrella, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. It has light by Sema power. Perhaps it will work against the pervasive dark. Why don't you guys come with us under the umbrella? He looked at the big and small goldfish and said, these two goldfish are too big. The shining umbrella won't cover them. Why don't we just leave them here and go on ahead? Thank you for your good intention, Grandmaster. Since I brought them this far, I cannot just leave them behind. Grandmaster, you can go on ahead. I will search for another way through this mess. Hansen was not willing to let go of the goldfish family just yet. It was not like Hansen had a strong bond with them. It was because they were creatures that belonged to Sacred. They likely knew more about Sacred than anyone else present. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster tried to convince him. Hansen kept insisting on bringing the goldfish family, so there was nothing else he could say. He raised the shining umbrella and went into the darkness with Yang Yunxing and the others. Hansen saw the shining umbrellas by Sema keep colliding with the darkness. The light of the umbrella was fairly suppressed. There were only 6 more feet of the radius left for them. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others were all squeezed together. It barely kept them all protected on the inside. The Bysema kept quivering in the dark like it was going to fall apart at any second. It was unknown whether or not they would make it through to reach the next long, bright lantern. The distance between the 2 bright lanterns was 60 to 90 feet. After Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others walked a few steps into the dark, they were gone. It was like they had been consumed by the darkness. Hansen looked at the other side with the next bright lantern. As he gazed upon it, he likened it to a firefly. Yet, he was not able to see what was under the lantern. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others barely attempted it. They just walked into the dark. They were clearly prepared for this. How can I get the goldfish through it though? Hansen was not going to be like Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and just make use of a treasure to walk right in. Hansen hesitated a moment before he brought out his cold light sword. He walked in front of the darkness and slashed out some pink sword lights through the darkness. The sword lights ran out into the darkness, but they vanished within a second. They did not create anything. There was no reaction. Hansen frowned. He slowly put the cold light sword's tip into the darkness. The sword barely touched the darkness. Hansen felt the tip of the cold light sword being twisted by some sort of power. He almost lost his grip on the blade. Hansen quickly removed the cold light sword from the dark. The cold light sword's sword light had a few cracks in it. That is very scary darkness. Hansen gasped. He was shocked that the cold light sword, which was almost as good as a true god weapon, had been affected like that. If that dark power was applied to his body, it was difficult to imagine what might happen. Hansen was a bit annoyed. He did not know how to get through the dark zone. Bauer, who was on his shoulder, asked, "Dad, didn't you get a stone lantern before? Can you light up this place with that?" "I can try to." Hansen had already been thinking about making use of the stone lantern, but the stone lantern's lantern flame was different from the flame that adorned the long, bright lanterns around. He did not know if it would work, but he resolved to give it a go. Hansen took the stone lantern out of Destiny's tower. The stone lantern was the same as before. The flame was about the size of a thumb. It was not very bright. Holding the stone lantern, Hansen tiptoed closer to the darkness. Where the light shone, the darkness melted and fell back. It carved out a lit area. It really does work. Hansen was extremely happy. He held the stone lantern and kept moving forward. Large amounts of darkness were chased away. The stone lantern did not look very bright, but in the dark, it was able to light up an area that was several dozen feet wide. In the radius of the stone lantern, the universal cogwheels returned to normal. They did not break again. It looks like this stone lantern is better than these long, light lanterns. I do not know what this stone lantern is, but it is very weird. Hansen stroked the stone lantern hard. He really loved it. A significant portion of the zone was lit up. It was not difficult to bring the goldfish family through with him. Hansen held Bauer and sat atop the big goldfish's back. He enabled the big goldfish to lead them. Hansen held the stone lantern to keep the area bright. The big goldfish's rabid powers did not advance any further, but the fish had not recovered either. It still seemed as if it had some clarity even though its reaction was a bit slow. Fortunately, the fish was still able to understand Hansen's words. It kept following Hansen's direction. The small goldfish followed next to them. It seemed to be scared while venturing through the dark. While they were traveling, Hansen thought he heard a woman wailing in the dark. It was a sorrowful sound, and it seemed rather close to them. The crying voice was more than spooky. It was very sad as it rang out from the silence. It made people feel a chill. "Dad, it looks like someone is crying," Bao said while looking into the dark area. "It does not matter. Just ignore it." Hansen continued to hold the lantern. He made the big goldfish carry on toward the next long, light lantern. The lantern was not too far away. It was just 120 to 150 feet away, but they had been traveling a few hundred miles. They had yet to reach the long, bright lantern. Hansen thought, "Sacred is so weird. When I walked past the long, bright lantern, both of the distances seemed 90 to 120 feet apart from each other. Even if there was a long, bright lantern missing, it would only be 210 to 240 feet away. Now, we have walked a few hundred miles and have yet to reach the next lantern. Clearly, there is some problem with the space in this area." The darkness around was suddenly filled with a countless number of sharp blades. They were headed for Hansen from every angle. Moon Shadow God. Hansen recognized who the black blades belonged to. "I will make you pay for my son's death." Moon Shadow God's angry voice sounded out from the dark. She was able to travel through the darkness, and she seemed to be able to control it. Hansen frowned. His time area was instantly activated. The shadow blades, which had almost descended onto the big goldfish, were suddenly stopped. They were proceeding very slowly. Moon Shadow God could saw that her shadow blades weren't working, so she revealed herself from out of the darkness. She was floating behind the shadow blades. She looked at Hansen madly and said, "No matter how strong you are, you must die because of what you did to my son." Hansen coldly said, "Moon Shadow God, I pity you. I do not want to kill you. You should just go." "Go? Of course, I will not go. If I cannot kill you, you are not going to escape." Moon Shadow God said something that did not make any sense. Her shadow blades quickly blended into the dark and disappeared. Hansen saw Moon Shadow God leave. He enabled the big goldfish to carry on leading the way. They did not travel for long when they saw a crack in the ground. It was unknown how wide the crack was, but the stone lantern's light could not reveal the other side of it. There was only darkness. Hansen looked deeper. It was just darkness. He did not know how deep the crack was. Hansen did not want to fly in that place. The danger meter was too high, so he looked to his left. He then looked to his right and decided to walk along the left side of the crack. He wanted to see if he could go around it. He walked 10 miles, and the crack next to him had still not ended. It looked like a bottomless abyss. He did not know how far it went. Weird. Why do I not see Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others? Hansen frowned. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster had not arrived there too long before them. Yet, all this way, he had not seen Ancient Abyss Grandmaster or his friends. That was not right. While he was thinking, Hansen's eyes froze. He saw a creature at the edge of the big crack. The creature was dressed in black armor. It was like European medieval heavy armor. The creature was sitting at the edge of the crack. It lowered its head and peered into the crack. "My name is Hansen," Hansen said while looking at the armored creature. "I am just walking past here. I apologize if I am disturbing you. I hope you will not take offense." The armored creature gave no response. It just continued to sit where it was with its head lowered. "Is it dead?" Hansen used Dongxian aura to check the armored creature's presence. Who would have thought that when Dongxian aura touched down on the creature's armor, the black armor would suddenly shine? It displayed many light symbols across it. When the light symbols flickered, the area around was covered with the light symbol and a bysema. Hansen and the others were locked into that bysema. The armor's light symbol grew brighter. There was some air coming out of the armored creature. It looked like it was there, but it was not there. That air was so strong that it made Hansen feel scared. Hansen clutched the stone lantern and fell back. He threw a punch at the bysema, but the power he unleashed was repelled by it. It almost resulted in Hansen being thrown off the back of the big goldfish. The Death Angel is activated. "You are dead." Moon Shadow God was outside the bysema. She looked at Hansen with rage in her eyes. "Are you saying the Death Angel was your work?" Hansen looked at Moon Shadow God. "I would not dare touch the Death Angel," Moon Shadow God coldly said. "It was the work of Sacred Leader. It is a scary machine that guards the Holy Garden. I just played a trick to have you stumble into it." "A machine? It has such a big life force. How can it be a machine?" "It is a living thing." Hansen looked at the armored creature in shock. That mysterious armored creature was now called a Death Angel. The life force of the being was very strong. It did not look like a machine at all. "You do not know anything. Sacred Leader knows everything. You will never understand that. It is not just a living machine. If Sacred Leader wants to, he can turn a stone into a living thing." Moon Shadow God sounded angry. She went on to say, "I just wish I could avenge the death of my son through my own hands." "Why would you risk so much for that kind of son?" Hansen sighed. "No matter how bad he was my son. You killed him, so you have to pay. Moon Shadow God's expression looked a little conflicted as she tried to force a look of true decision. Hansen wished to say something more, but he saw that the Death Angel's back was gleaming with light. Suddenly, giant, big light wings appeared. When the light wings spread, the Death Angel's body started to float. It was now facing Han Senator. The eye of the helmet had two light beams. They were like spotlights shining on Hansen. The light symbols on the armor made it look half-transparent. With the light wings, it made the Death Angel look like an angel descending to Earth. That scary presence made people feel a chill. It was like if the Death Angel moved its light wings, space and darkness would instantly rip. Whoever comes to the Holy Garden, die. The Death Angel sounded emotionless. It was like a cold and emotionless machine. While it was talking, the Death Angel rose its right arm above its head. Its arm was like a blade rising. The flames were like they were blowing into the sky. It was like a burning flame slashing a skylight sword, and it was coming down on Hansen. This place does not look like the Holy Garden. Hansen looked around. Aside from the big crack, all he saw were broken rocks. He did not see any buildings, and there was certainly no garden. Even though the garden was broken, he should have still been able to see the ruins of it. There was nothing of the sort anywhere to be seen. Upon hearing what Hansen said, the Death Angel appeared to be shocked. It lowered its head and thought, "This cannot be a machine. It must be a creature." Hansen did not think the Death Angel was a machine. No machine was able to think the way it did. Moon Shadow God coldly laughed as she said, "You are happy too soon. That big crack was supposed to be in the Holy Garden. Where you are standing is the entrance of the Holy Garden." Of course, the Death Angel only thought for a moment before saying, "This place is the Holy Garden. You entered the Holy Garden, so you should die." After that, the Death Angel's armor carried a strong flame. It was headed toward Hansen. "Dad, let me do this." Hansen wanted to move, but Bauer suddenly spoke. She jumped off of his back. She was in the air. Her sunglasses flashed. Bauer's body started to change. She suddenly looked just like the Death Angel. The armor on her was very bright, and the light wings were big and white. Pang! Bauer raised her arm too. She was learning Death Angel's position of attack. Two powers collided in midair, which created a big explosion. It blew open the Death Angel's bysema. They actually tied, and neither of them was hurt. How is that possible? Who is this girl? How was she able to turn into the Death Angel? Moon Shadow God looked at Bauer. She was in shock. Hansen knew it was the power of the sunglasses, but the sunglasses could only morph a person into the shape of a creature. Once the creature was scanned, one could adopt the appearance of the creature. Then, one would also have the power of that creature. Unfortunately, the sunglasses' scan speed was not fast. It required time, and the scanning changes required a lot of power and energy. It was not just limited by time. One was not able to change into anything one wanted to. There were a lot of limitations. The sunglasses scan turned Bauer into the Death Angel. Most parts of her were the same as the Death Angel. The fight was very hard, so it was difficult to tell if either one of them was going to triumph before the end. Hansen did not watch Bauer and the Death Angel fight. He sat on the back of the big goldfish and held the stone lantern. He was holding his Karma knife and slashing toward Moon Shadow God. Moon Shadow God wanted to retreat into the darkness. Hansen realized she was very nimble, but her moving distance with each evasion was very short. It was like she hadn't moved at all. The radius of the time area was very small. Unless the enemy was at a close distance, it was very difficult to restrict and restrain the movements of an opponent. Earlier, Moon Shadow God thought Hansen would be killed by the Death Angel. There was also a bysema to keep them apart. That was why she stood so close to Han Senator, only the bysema kept them apart. She wanted to watch Hansen get killed at close range. but Bauer had turned into Death Angel. After hitting the Death Angel, the Bysema broke. Moon Shadow God was exposed and directly in front of Han Senator Time Area was able to touch Moon Shadow God. Moon Shadow God could not move by much, but Han Sen's knife air hit Moon Shadow God like it was hitting a shadow. It went right through her image. He was unable to damage her. Han Sen slashed a few times, but it was the same result each time. He was not able to touch Moon Shadow God's body. Moon Shadow God coldly laughed and said, "Time Area is such a strong power. How long are you going to last? When the Time Area disappears, it will be time for me to avenge the death of my son." "I am afraid you will never have that chance," Han Sen coldly replied. He put the stone lantern in front of him and brought out the shield of the Medusa's gaze. He activated Medusa's gaze. 2 weird lights went through the flame, which was dyed white. When the gaze went toward Moon Shadow God, she was trapped by the Time Area. She was unable to move. She had to generate Moon Shadow power to fight it. Medusa's gaze, which had been boosted by the fire, froze Moon Shadow God's body. It made her freeze in the air. Medusa's gaze was a true god weapon, and it was reinforced by the lantern. Even a true god would not be able to block it. She was frozen. She was like a dead person. Han Sen ignored Moon Shadow God. He looked at Bauer, who was still fighting the Death Angel. He noticed Bauer had an advantage on the enemy, and she was able to keep suppressing the Death Angel. When the power and Geno arts were in the same situation, Bauer's power and Geno arts had the Han family legacy. Her timing and understanding of combat were impeccable. At the very least, it far exceeded the Death Angel. She was beating the Death Angel, which had the same level of power as her. Dong. Bauer was slashing on the Death Angel's chest. She cut open its chest armor. Han Sen noticed that the Death Angel's armor did not show flesh beyond. There was only white light. "It really isn't a living thing," Han Sen complimentarily said. "Everything Sacred Leader does is a bit beyond belief. I cannot believe he made such a powerful machine. If he was able to make many Death Angels, it would be easy for him to conquer the world." The Death Angel kept getting injured, but it refused to concede. It was like it did not know about pain or fear. It continued to fight Bauer. Catcha! The Death Angel's head was cut off by Han Senator. It didn't die though. The fire from its neck continued to burn, and it was still headed for Bauer. Bauer's body flashed. She slashed open the Death Angel's chest piece, revealing a white-colored crystal inside. Bauer flew right at her enemy. She grabbed hold of the crystal. Suddenly, the white light of the Death Angel's body was gone, which led to the armor crumbling into itself. "Dad." Bauer flew back and returned to her true self. She looked very tired. It looked as if she had used the sunglasses too much. Han Sen quickly held her. Bauer was like a cat in Han Sen's arms. She looked super tired. She almost immediately fell asleep in Han Sen's arms. Han Sen rarely saw Bauer tired. He thought, using the sunglasses is quite the drain of energy. Even Bauer was unable to last long. He picked up the Death Angel's crystal, which was in Bauer's hands. There were a lot of sides to the crystal. The shape of it was rather oval. It was shiny on the inside, and it released a scary power. "I wonder what this thing is made of. If there are no announcements for its killing, I presume it cannot be a xenogenic gene." Han Sen did not understand what the crystal was for, so he put it away. Han Sen was going to exit the area, but he suddenly thought about Moon Shadow God. Next to the big crack was the Death Angel and the entrance to the Holy Garden. Han Sen thought, "I do not know what sort of place the Holy Garden is. If Sacred Leader wanted the Death Angel to guard there, that means there must be something important worth guarding. If the Death Angel that guards the door is dead, maybe I should go into the garden and see what is there. Perhaps I will find something." He had entered Sacred to find Little Flower. He also wanted to learn more about Sacred. This was a very important place, so he had to explore it. Hansen was holding the stone lantern. He shone its light below the big crack. It was very dark. There did not seem to be a bottom. It was unknown how deep it was. Hansen held the stone lantern and carefully entered the crack. After he flew down for a short amount of time, he was able to confirm that there was no danger. He then allowed the big goldfish and little goldfish to fly in. Hansen held the still sleeping bower as he descended atop the big goldfish's back. It was pitch black down there, so Hansen did not dare allow the big goldfish to fly down too quickly. He went down slowly. After an hour, he saw something flicker down below. A long, bright lantern. Hansen stared at it for a while. He suddenly noticed a door by the long, bright lantern. He let the big goldfish go toward the long, bright lantern. The closer he got to the long, bright lantern, the more he used its light to highlight the stone door. The door was not as powerful as the sacred door. It was just a very small stone door. It looked like the entrance to a garden. After he got close enough, he saw the sign above the door, which said, Holy Garden. The door was open, but it looked as if what lay beyond was not in ruins. The conditions of it were still quite good. As Hansen stood in front of the door, he could see the view beyond it. He saw the Holy Garden had many long, bright lanterns there. They lit up the entire place. When Hansen had been above, he had not seen any lights. The Holy Garden had a pavilion and some buildings. There were fake mountains, flowers, and grass. It looked very elegant. The combat had not reached and destroyed that place. Its condition was remarkably fine. When Hansen looked at one of the pavilions, his expression changed. Someone was sitting in the pavilion. That person was facing away from Hansen. He was leaning against the railing of the pavilion. It looked as if he was admiring the flowers and the grass around. My name is Hansen, Hansen said while squeezing his fists. I have wandered into this place by accident. If I have offended you, please forgive me. After his encounter with the Death Angel, Hansen did not dare use his Dongxian aura to peep into people in case something happened. In a hellhole like that, it was best for him not to do anything he was uncertain about. The person was still sitting where he was not doing anything. It was like he had not heard Hansen. Hansen shouted a few times, but the man did not respond. He thought it was weird, so he walked into the garden and asked, Are you in some kind of trouble? Do you require my help? He was in sacred. He was not going to walk around willy-nilly. He had to explore that holy garden. Hansen thought the holy garden's trees, flowers, grasses, and woods were special. When he looked closer, he realized they were just plants that could not have been any more ordinary. They were not even xenogenic plants. Hansen walked around to confirm that was the case. The holy garden was very elegant, but the things inside it were very normal. It was not like the secret garden Hansen's mind had been imagining all that time. Sacred Leader made that scary thing, the Death Angel, to protect this place. How can it be so normal? Hansen looked at the man in the pavilion again. The man did not say anything. He just sat where he was, leaning against the railing. He was admiring the view. He did not care for Hansen's presence there. Isn't it boring to just drink and watch flowers all alone? How about I provide you some company? Hansen walked to the pavilion. It was then he realized the person was a woman. The clothes she wore were quite loose, which was why Hansen had not realized it before. There was a stone table inside the pavilion. There was also a thing that looked like a stone pot. The pot was cooking meat, and the fire was burning. The soup inside the pot was bubbling. When he got closer, he was able to smell the aroma of the meat. It smelled good. Hansen could not help but start leaking saliva from his gaping mouth. Aside from that pot of meat, there was some wine. There were no cups. Being happy alone? Why not be happy together? We, a father and daughter who are meeting you, is surely an encounter that was destined to be. Why don't you and I share a drink? Hansen could see the woman was still not responding, so he left the big goldfish and little goldfish outside. He held Bauer and carefully entered the pavilion. The father and daughter both looked at the meat intently with their eyes. It was unknown what sort of meat it was, but it smelled delicious. Even Bauer, who was asleep, was woken up by it. Traveling all that way had cost a lot of energy. They had been fighting for a long time. Their bellies were a bit empty. Facing all that meat, she could not hold it. Although the father and daughter wanted to eat the meat, they were not the owners of the upcoming dish. They would not just boldly eat it, but the woman was still not talking. Hansen faced Bauer away from the stuff. They turned toward the woman, wanting to learn more about who she was. When Hansen saw her front side, he immediately took notice of her face. He could not help but utter, "Arg." He looked confused. The woman was not alive. It was just a statue, but the statue seemed to be very real. It was like it was alive. It was wearing ordinary clothing. If one did not see its face, one would not tell it was a statue. It wasn't because the woman was a statue that Hansen was shocked. It was because the statue's face looked like the blonde Wanner. It was totally in the shape of Wanner. Sacred Leader's holy garden has a statue of Wanner. Does that mean Wanner is related to Sacred Leader? Does that mean Wanner's brother is Sacred Leader? Hansen looked at the statue in shock. He thought of many things. He looked at the Wanner statue and saw her holding a cup. The cup still had wine in it. He could smell it. Wait a minute, Hansen's heart suddenly jumped. The wine cup was a part of the statue, but the wine was on the table and meat was cooking. The water in the pot kept bubbling. This is not right. If it is just a statue, where did the wine and meat come from? Is someone already here in the holy garden? Did he put down the wine and the meat here? Hansen looked around and used his Dongxian aura. The name of the holy garden was famous, but the actual place was not very big. Hansen saw through everything. With the Dongxian aura, not a portion of the place was missing. He did not spot a life force there. Did the people who come here notice we were here and left via the back door? Hansen wondered. Bauer ran in front of the stone table and took a seat atop one of the stone chairs. She pulled a spoon out of nowhere, put it into the pot, and started eating the meat. It tastes so good. Bauer bit into the meat. She looked very happy. It seemed to be very good. Hansen was going to eat some as well. He sat down in front of the stone table. Bauer used her spoons to pick up meat from the pot and bring it up to Hansen's mouth. She said, "Dad, you should try it. It tastes so good. This is so much better than the food Mom makes. Let me try some." Hansen knew that Bauer loved to eat, but she would not eat just anything. If there was an issue with a meal, Bauer would be the first to raise a complaint. Thus, Hansen did not have to worry about there being a problem with the food. Hansen took a bite of the meat with the spoon. It tasted very tender. It was fatty, but it was not greasy. It melted yet was crispy. It really is not bad. Hansen had to compliment it too. This was the first time Hansen had eaten meat this good. Deified Gene 1, while Hansen was complimenting it, he suddenly heard the sounds of his genes increasing. Holy **T. Does the pot contain meat of a creature that was true God class? Who was this generous to cook some true God class xenogenic meat and just leave it here? Hansen did not feel this was right. Even powerful people like Very High Leader and Sky Palace Leader would not have been this lavish. They would not cook true God xenogenic meat and just hand it out to people. Even if they were going to leave, they would take the meat. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to have a look around. He had yet to find anything else. Aside from them, there was only the statue of Wanner in the garden. Bauer did not mind. She kept eating the meat and drinking the wine. The wine was her beverage. Hansen did not see any danger in it. Although it was weird that the meat could increase his deified genes, it was a good thing for him. The black dragon's body was too big. Hansen was worried about how long it would take for him to earn a deified gene after killing it. Thanks to this pot of meat, however, all he needed was to take one bite for a whole deified gene. This was perfect for him. Hansen saw Bauer was biting the meat and drinking the wine. Her face was full of food and wine stains, so he said, "Save me 2 pieces. I will keep this big piece for you, Dad." Bauer picked up a big chunk of meat and raised it to Hansen's mouth. "Bauer, you are a nice child." Hansen used his hands to accept the meat. It smelled so delicious that Hansen almost bit his tongue off. "Dad, you should drink some wine. It tastes so good, too." Bauer put the wine bottle next to Hansen's mouth. Hansen had a sip. He felt it erupt in his mouth like a spring. It was very sweet. The wine was not excellent, but it was more than suitable to enjoy with a good meal. Hansen's had made an announcement. Deified gene +1. Holy sh*T. Can this wine increase my deified genes too? Hansen was shocked. After he ate the piece of meat, there hadn't been that announcement. Now that he had taken a sip of the wine, he received the announcement. That wine was something special. I leveled up. It really did make me level up. Hansen was very happy. The father and daughter merrily drank their wine and ate their meat. Not long later, they had consumed all of the meat in the pot and the wine in the bottle. Bauer picked up the whole stone pot and drank the leftover soup in one large gulp without stopping. She pulled out her tongue and licked up all the remaining juices that had messed up her face. It looked as if she wanted more. Although Hansen had not eaten enough, his deified genes had already reached the max. There was no need for him to be greedy. Hansen felt quite satisfied as he sat against the railing. Bauer was holding her full belly and leaning next to him. The father and the daughter both looked satisfied. "This wine and meat were really, really good, but I do not know how to make it myself," Hansen said. "If I could, I would make it myself. We could eat it every day. If I can eat meat that nice and drink such nice wine every day here, I would be willing to stay here forever." Bauer looked very hopeful for that to come true. "There is no rush. I remember the taste," Hansen said. "When we go back, we can try to replicate it in our kitchen. I can get that same taste back." He thought that even if one chef could not replicate that taste, he could surely get the best chef in the Alliance to bring back that same taste. "Yes, and I am going to eat meat and drink wine every day." She was really happy about the prospect. Hansen was thinking about the good life to come. The father and daughter were sitting against the rail, thinking about the future days of eating meat and drinking wine. At the same time, they were resting. They did not know what they might encounter later, and there was no telling if they would receive another moment of rest. It was very rare to find a safe place like that. It was a good thing for them to gain as much energy as they could before hitting the road again. That was especially true for Bauer. The sunglasses had cost her so much energy to use. It was good for her to be able to take a break. After she ate the meat, she seemed to be in a much better condition and have a lot more energy. She did not look as tired as before. Hansen closed his eyes while he leaned against the rail. Bauer was sleeping against Hansen's legs. She was rubbing her belly. She seemed to be very full. The big goldfish and small goldfish had been waiting outside the pavilion the entire time. Although the small goldfish loved to eat a lot of food, the stone pot was too small to share with everyone. Besides, there was only one pot of food. Bauer and Hansen had eaten it all, but it was still not enough. The big goldfish had a big head. If it gave some to the small goldfish, it would not have been enough to fill its belly. Thus, Hansen did not give it anything. Suddenly, Hansen's nose smelled another nice meat. He thought, "This meat really is excellent. We finished it so long ago, but the smell as aroma is still there." It did not take long for Hansen's expression to change. He heard the distinct sound of water boiling. Although it was quiet, it was certainly there. Hansen opened his eyes wide and looked at the stone pot atop the stone table. He saw that the stone pot, which Bauer had completely drunk all the soup out of, had another tub of meat. Another pot of meat. Bauer was as much shocked as she was happy. She stared at the meat inside the pot. Hansen was not as happy. Although this was not very normal, the stone pot was right next to them. How could there be another pot of meat? Hansen's heart jumped. He quickly picked up the wine from the table. His expression changed again. Of course, the wine bottle that the father and the daughter had been drinking out of had more wine in it. What is this? Hansen used his Dongxian aura to scan the holy garden a few times. He had yet to learn anything. Hansen's vision landed on Wanner's jade statue. She was still sitting there in the same position. She looked at the garden outside as she held the wine cup. There had been no changes. This is so weird. Who is able to do this without me seeing? Hansen frowned but did not speak. Bauer was already in front of the stone table, collecting more meat to munch on. Hansen wanted to stop Bauer and ask her not to eat yet, but he heard a familiar voice sound from the holy garden's entrance. Hansen, why are you here? Hansen saw a person walk into the holy garden. Hansen turned his head. The person who had come to the holy garden was one of the extreme king deified elites that followed ancient abyss. His name was Yang Yunxing. Why are you here? Where is ancient abyss grandmaster? Hansen looked at Yang Yunxing with confusion. There was no one else out there. Yang Yunxing looked bitter as he said, I do not want to talk about it. The grandmaster brought us into the darkness. We thought we could reach the long, bright lantern ahead, but we walked a few hundred miles only to remain in the darkness. We then heard something get closer in the dark. Something attacked the shining umbrella. The grandmaster allowed us to keep the umbrella and proceed while he ran out of the umbrella's safety to confront the enemy. Hansen did not speak. He knew something else must have happened. Otherwise, Yang Yunxing would not have come there alone. Yang Yunxing went on to say, the four of us were holding the shining umbrella as we kept going for the light. We did not get very far before something else sought to attack the shining umbrella. After a few hits, the shining umbrella was destroyed. I did not see what the monster looked like, but I was hit away by it. I fell into the darkness and kept on falling. It was like I was plummeting into an abyss. The power of that darkness was like a grinding machine. I tried my hardest, but I could not block it. Even the protective treasures have been broken. As I was thinking about how I was going to die, I landed in a place with a long, bright lantern. I stood inside the lantern's glow to survive. With the long, bright lantern there, the creatures of the dark did not show up again. Even so, I could feel something watching me in the dark. It did not dare enter the light though. As he spoke, Yang Yunxing felt a chill. He looked outside the holy garden and could still feel a monster watching him. Did the long, bright lanterns lead you here? Hansen asked. No, there was only one long, bright lantern, Yang Yunxing said. Around it was all dark. I thought I was going to die down there, but something weird happened. What weird thing? Hansen looked at him with interest. Yang Yunxing had a wry smile as he said, in the dark, I heard a woman crying. A woman crying? Hansen was shocked. He himself had heard a woman crying once before, but then Moon Shadow God appeared. Hansen believed it to be Moon Shadow God's voice. Now, with Yang Yunxing having heard the crying sound too, it was weird. Yang Yunxing said, you will probably laugh when I tell you this, but at the time I was trapped there and feeling hopeless, hearing the crying sound actually made me incredibly angry. I thought I was going to die anyway, but if I was going to be trapped and die, I preferred dying quickly. So, I ran toward the crying sound. I was going to fight that thing in the dark without caring about whether I lived or died. It was so strange. I thought I was going to be killed in the dark. I chased the crying noises with the dark power still around me, but it was not as strong as before. My power was able to withstand the oppression of the dark. As I went, I stumbled across here and one long, bright lantern. When I arrived here, the sound of the woman crying was gone. Yang Yinxing tried to explain what had happened to him. Was Yang Yinxing following Moon Shadow God to get here? No way. Moon Shadow God was above the crack. If Yang Yinxing had chased Moon Shadow God, he would be above the crack as well. He also would have reached here a long time ago. He wouldn't have just arrived now. Han Sen looked at Yang Yinxing and asked, "When was the last time you heard the woman cry?" "Not long ago," Yang Yinxing replied. Han Sen thought, that cannot be right. It seems like the woman crying wasn't Moon Shadow God. While they were talking, the sound of a woman crying was suddenly heard again outside the holy garden. It sounded as if it was there, but it wasn't there. It sounded very depressed. The sobbing almost made one's head itch. "Here it comes again," Yang Yinxing said. "It's that sound." Han Sen looked outside the holy garden. The two long, bright lanterns outside the door were not very illuminated. Outside the garden was pretty much just darkness. One was not able to see anything. Everyone held their breaths for a while. Eventually, the crying sound disappeared. It was like the crying person had walked away. Yang Yinxing pointed at the meat in the stone pot and said, "Did you guys make this meat? Can I have some? I do not want to starve to death." That place was quite scary, so he felt as if he could die any second. Therefore, he did not mind eating something. "The meat is mine." Bauer jumped in front of the stone table and used her hands to protect the stone pot. Han Sen wished to say something, but he heard someone else coming from outside the holy garden. Someone else had arrived. They saw an old man wearing a gold robe walk into the holy garden. It was 9,000 King. "This is the holy garden. You outsiders cannot just enter here." 9,000 King looked at Han Sen and the others. He looked angry. He was checking out Han Sen and the others as if to discover something. Yang Yinxing looked fairly worried. They had just come to a place that was a bit safer and not life-threatening, yet it was where they again met 9,000 King. Yang Yinxing knew 9,000 King was not as nice as Han Sen. 9,000 King quickly looked at the stone pot and water statue inside the pavilion. He looked excited, but it was just for one moment. It could not escape Han Sen's eye though. "Are you not going to walk away? Do you want to die?" 9,000 King stared at Han Sen and walked closer to the pavilion. His body had dark gold markings on it. He looked strange. It was as if many weird centipedes were surrounding him. Han Sen did not speak. He stood in front of the pavilion and did not do anything. Yang Yinxing was scared. Although he was a butterfly deified elite, 9,000 King was an old monster who hailed from Sacred's era. One was not able to tell how much he had evolved in all that time. He could have been one of the top true gods in existence. No matter, he was not able to beat him. Seeing 9,000 King approaching, Yang Yinxing appeared as if he was facing off a big enemy. 9,000 King did not even look at him. He looked at Han Sen, showing no care for him. 9,000 King's body was becoming stronger. From what Yang Yinxing saw, it was like a giant monster that could break the sky and could not be beaten. He thought 9,000 King was going to perform a strong attack on Han Sen. Instead, 9,000 King walked right before the pavilion without making an attack. He used his power to suppress Han Sen and the others. He said, "I am afraid to damage the leader's legacy. Do not make me break anything." Bauer laughed out loud and said, "You are just afraid of my father hurting you. You make it sound so nice." 9,000 King's face did not move. He coldly laughed and said, "I have traveled across the universe following Sacred Leader and slaughtering countless true gods. Your ancestors, at the time, were probably drinking milk from nowhere. Killing you guys will be easy. I just want to earn some karma by letting you go." Do not misunderstand. Hansen smiled at 9000 King, but he did not speak. Bauer ignored 9000 King too. She used her spoon to pick up more meat from the stone pot. Stop. 9000 King's expression changed. He madly shouted and rushed toward the stone pavilion. He reached his hands out at Bauer. The air on his body turned into the aura of a dark gold centipede. He was coming for her. Hansen jumped before the pavilion, clutching the shield of the Medusa's gaze. He activated Medusa's gaze. A weird light shone against the dark gold centipede air. It trapped them all in the air. Freezing skills are strong, but to me, the king, they are trifling tricks and nothing more. 9000 King's eyes looked cold as he drew a blade from his waist. The sword looked extremely weird. Hansen had seen many rare swords before, but he had never seen a sword this weird. The sword was 2 fingers wide and 4 feet long. It looked to have been crafted from blood jade. The weirdest thing was that the sword had eyes. From the tip to the handle, there were some weird eyes all across it. Some of them were open. Some of them were shut. Some of them were half open. They all looked different from each other. They all lined up and looked extremely weird and disgusting. They made people feel very uncomfortable. It gave people goosebumps. 9000 King said, 9 eyes go through 1,000 ancients. 1 sword slashes the underworld. Under my 9-eyed sword, nothing can survive. I, the king, believe in good morals. I was going to let you guys go, but if you guys want to die, then it is not my fault. He then raised the 9-eyed sword. 9000 King raised his jade sword. The 9 eyes on the sword were all open. The pupils flickered, emitting some evil light. One easily saw it spread. The Medusa's gaze touched the lights from the eyes on the sword. It was as if it had been hypnotized. The once open eyes shut. No matter how many times or ways Hansen tried to make use of Medusa's gaze, Medusa's eyes would not open. The scariest thing was that Hansen slowly noticed that his own eyes were shutting too. It was as if he was becoming extremely tired. He was not able to open his eyes anymore. No matter how much he struggled and tried to open his eyes, nothing seemed to work. His eyelids refused to open. They just wanted to close. Stop resisting. It is useless. The sword lights of the 9-eyed sword can rob the vision of every being in this universe. When facing the 9-eyed sword, no creature has an eye. 9000 King raised his 9-eyed sword. He looked evil as he said, it is not just that either. When you see the eyes on the 9-eyed sword, you are almost dead. As Hansen listened to 9000 King's voice, he was still unable to open his eyes. They were closing completely. He felt as if something was moving in his eyes. It felt as if it was going to blow up his eyeballs and emerge. Arg! Yang Yunxing screamed. He held his eyes and screamed like crazy. Somehow, his eyes exploded. They had become 2 gaping and bloody holes. I gave you the chance to leave, but you did not want to. 9000 King coldly looked at Yang Yunxing. He then turned his gaze toward Han Senator. He was hoping to see the moment Hansen's eyes exploded. Hansen felt like all of the blood in his body going toward his eyes, preparing to pop them out. He knew the 9-eyed sword was weird, but he had no idea he was actually being dealt damage by it. The big goldfish and small goldfish kept their eyes closed. Their eyes were swollen like balloons with a maximum amount of air put into them. They were going to blow up any second. Although Hansen could not see, in the Danshan Sutra, he still felt everything. The only person who had not been affected was Bauer, who happened to be wearing her sunglasses. 9000 King coldly looked at Han Senator. He was waiting for Hansen's eyes to explode. The 9-eyed sword power not only exploded eyes. When the eyes exploded, all blood and the life force would seep out of that wound until the person was a dried husk. The person would be dead. Feeling that his eyes about to blow up, Hansen suddenly pulled the string of the dog crow bow. He fired an arrow at the 9-eyed sword. 9,000 King immediately saw his action. He swung his nine-eyed sword at the teeth arrow that was coming toward him. The dog Crow Bao was very famous, but that was only when it was in Crow Sky Dog's hands. In ordinary people's hands, 9,000 King did not really care. 9,000 King knew Crow Sky Dog very well. He knew the dog Crow Bao's power very well too. Dong. It traveled through space. The teeth arrow behaved as it teleported. The nine-eyed sword slashed it away. It did not harm 9,000 King in the least. In the next second, Han Sen's body weirdly appeared behind 9,000 King. He swung his knife toward 9,000 King. 9,000 King's expression changed. Han Sen teleported quickly, faster than he could have possibly imagined. It was too late for him to evade, so he waved the nine-eyed sword to block Han Sen's knife. How is that possible? When the knife and sword collided, his nine-eyed sword was broken by Han Senator, the nine-eyed sword was dead, and the lights were extinguished. When the nine-eyed sword was broken, Han Sen's knife light was still going toward 9,000 King's back. Dong. A metallic sound rang out. Han Sen had cut open the gold robe. Inside the gold robe, there was a dark green armor. Han Sen's slash was able to break the nine-eyed sword, but it did not leave a mark on the dark green armor. 9,000 King waved his right arm. It struck Han Sen's cause karma knife. It made Han Sen and his knife fly back. Han Sen's body hit the pillar of the pavilion. The stone pillar looked ordinary. Once he hit it, Han Sen was unable to break it. He bounced back onto the floor. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. The blood inside his chest was thrashing around like a stormy sea. God personality armament? Han Sen stood back up. He stared at the dark green armor inside the gold robe. You have good eyesight. 9,000 King ripped off his gold robe. He revealed the splendor of his dark green armor. Aside from his head and neck, every inch of him was covered in the dark green armor. The dark green armor was tightly wound around the body. It looked very powerful. There was a small gap on the plate of the armor. Han Sen looked closer. He saw a closed eye. It made people feel a chill. This is the God Personality Armament 1000 Battle Armor. This nine-eyed sword was just one of the toys I built to try and copy the 1000 Battle Armor. The power it has is not half as strong as the 1000 Battle Armor. 9,000 King looked very menacing as he said, since you have seen my 1000 Battle Armor, I will not let you live anymore. It is too late now, even if you want to live and leave. Han Sen did not budge an inch. He held the cause karma knife and coldly said, you can put your God Personality Armament 1000 Battle Armor to the test. See if it can kill me. 9,000 King frowned. He looked at the God list fights before. He knew the power of the cause karma knife. He had learned the power of the cause karma knife. The nine-eyed sword's damage to Han Sen had been completely absorbed. The cause karma knife was much stronger than 9,000 King had imagined. If I cannot kill him with one hit, it will be annoying to have him use the cause karma knife power, 9,000 King thought. Han Sen suddenly said, 9,000 King, what you want is the item in the pavilion. We don't have to keep fighting. If you can answer me a few questions, I can give you the treasure inside this pavilion. Are you serious? 9,000 King looked at Han Sen with curiosity. He had not expected Han Sen to say something like that. I am serious, Han Sen said. If you cannot answer me, then it does not count. If you deliberately give me questions that I don't know the answer to, how am I supposed to answer you? 9,000 King coldly laughed. If you are here for the treasure in the pavilion, you must know what it is, Han Sen said. If I answer the question, will you give me the item? 9,000 King did not answer the question. He coldly smiled at Han Sen. That is one of the questions. I will only ask you a few questions. Han Sen did not hesitate. He spoke straightforwardly. What questions? Let me hear them first. 9,000 King's eyes shone. He was not in a rush. That was the first question. I have 4 other questions to ask. Who is the lady depicted in the statue? What is her relationship with Sacred Leader? How many elites are there in Sacred, and where are they? Hansen asked all he wanted to know. 9,000 King's eyes were shining. It was unknown what he was thinking about. He went silent for a while before saying, "These questions you ask are all related to Sacred Leader. They are all secrets. Even the 10 generals would not know the answers to all of them. Does that mean you are not willing to conduct a trade with me?" Hansen coldly asked. "It is not like that. I know some of these secrets. If I tell you and you are not satisfied, what will happen then?" 9,000 King's eyes looking shiny. "If it comes to that, we will resume our combat." Hansen lifted his lips. 9,000 King was scary, and he had a god personality armament. In this universe, he was a top-class elite. He could not change his mind. He could not deny the fact he was a slave. He was not kind, and he was very stingy. He would not take any loss. 9,000 King's personality was very suspicious. Seeing Hansen so determined made him worry even more. He was not going to attack just yet. 9,000 King thought, although this Hansen is only butterfly class, the treasure and geno arts of his body are very weird. He has a geno art that can make a true god level down. He hasn't used it yet. He looks so calm. Is he so confident he can destroy my 1,000 battle armor? It had to be said that in the Geno God list fights, Hansen had become famous in the whole universe. Many antique elites were afraid of Hansen's Xian Yellow Sutra. 9,000 King laughed weirdly and said, "This place is the leader's dear garden. It is bad to destroy it." "Fine, I can answer these questions you have asked. If you still aren't going to behave after I tell you the secrets, you cannot take it out on me for attacking you." When Hansen heard 9,000 King say that, he did not feel weird. He casually said, "If you are not going to answer me some random thing, I can give you the treasure inside." When Hansen said that, he was actually thinking, this holy garden is so weird. The meat we just ate reappeared in the pot. The wine we drank is back in the bottle. That is so weird. In fact, what shocked Hansen the most was when he saw his deified genes. He noticed that after eating the meat in the pot, which filled up his deified genes, he was missing the 6 he required again. He returned to how he was before he ate the meat. That was not normal. If he could not figure out what was going on, Hansen was not going to feel safe about it. Plus, there were other important questions. These were questions that had been on Hansen's mind for a long time. 9,000 King went silent a bit. He pointed at the stone pot and said, "This stone pot is the item Sacred Leader used to eat from. It is not some famous treasure, but it has a treasure that not even true god-class elites have. If you put the flesh of a xenogeniac inside to cook, it can turn the xenogeniac genes into a sort of power we can absorb. It can make creatures evolve easier than if they were to consume a vat of geno fluid." Just that? Hansen looked at 9,000 King. 9,000 King laughed and said, "It is just a dining apparatus. It is not bad for it to have that function. What makes it important is the meat in the pot. If I have seen it right, inside this pot is the flesh of one of the 4 holy beasts. It is Holy Kirin's xenogeniac genes." "What? That is the flesh of the Holy Kirin inside the pot?" Hansen was shocked. He did not rightly believe the claim. "Yes, it is the Holy Kirin's flesh," 9,000 King confidently said. "No way. I have been to East Holy Kirin Garden. Holy Kirin's flesh is there in the garden, and the flesh of the Kirin is bad. How are you able to cook it?" Hansen frowned. He thought 9,000 King was trying to trick him. Upon hearing Hansen say that the Holy Kirin's flesh was inside the East Holy Kirin Garden, 9,000 King was just as much shocked. He thought for a moment and said, I did not expect the holy Kirin to survive the disaster, but don't worry. Listen to me, and you will know that I am not lying. I am listening, Hansen said. 9000 King looked at the pavilion statue, which looked like water, and said, "This thing is related to your second question. It is related to the owner of the statue." Oh? Who is this person depicted in the statue? Hansen asked. The person in the statue is the leader's little sister, 9000 King said. In regard to her name, I do not know the answer to that. If it is Sacred Leader's sister, she must be someone special within the ranks of Sacred. How can you not know her name? Hansen really didn't believe it. 9000 King sighed and said, the leader really loved his little sister. Her body was always very weak. Sacred Leader was worried someone might hurt her, so he placed her in the holy garden to allow the Death Angel to protect her. Even the 10 generals of the 4 holy beasts were unable to gain access. No one really knew Sacred Leader had a little sister. The leader was really nice to his little sister. No matter what she requested, even if it was the head of a god, she would get it. He would do anything to ensure a smile would adorn his sister's face. The only reason I know about her is because she snuck out of the holy garden. She happened to bump into me. She said she wanted to walk around, but then something happened. That is why I know her. Regarding her name, I did not dare ask her for it. I see, Hansen said. What was her connection to the meat in the pot? 9000 King sighed and said, our leader was very nice to this little sister, but she was sick. She could not live for long. Our king tried his best, but she could not keep on living. The time she snuck out of the holy garden, Sacred Leader immediately knew. He followed her and showed up when she passed out. He took her away and put her back. What did he say? Hansen asked. Our leader said it seemed like only the flesh of the holy Kirin would extend her life, but even that was for only a few years. 9000 King looked at the flesh that was bubbling in the stone pot. He went on to say, God knows how many years have gone by, but ever since then, the meat has still been cooking. Meat that can be cooked inside a stone pot for so long must be something special. That is why I presumed it to be the flesh of the holy Kirin. After Hansen heard that, he thought, that means Wana really is Sacred Leader's little sister. If that is true, why did she end up in a tree hole? In the sacred era, her lifespan was almost all gone. She required the flesh of the holy Kirin to extend her life by a few years. It has been billions of years since then. She is still alive. What is that all about? And then? Hansen asked. There is no more. I only saw her once. I never saw her after that. Ever since then, Sacred started to have many problems. Not many years later, there were many big changes. I was on a business trip for the leader, which is how I survived. As to what happened in Sacred, I have no idea. 9000 King shook his head. Hansen looked at 9000 King and asked, if you don't know what happened to Sacred in the past, how were you able to answer my last question? 9000 King coldly laughed. I actually don't know how many scary existences still remain with Sacred. If they are still alive, they will be in that place. Only by being there could they stay out of the fight. Hansen looked at 9000 King and did not say anything. If Sacred really did have such a place, even a scary fight like that could not be held at bay. If so, Sacred would not have disappeared down the river of time. 9000 King had an expression that implied he understood what Hansen was thinking. He coldly laughed. This place is where the sacred people lived. Even god spirits cannot access that place. For Sacred to rule the whole world and kill countless god spirits and remain standing for billions of years, it was all because of that palace. Even god spirits could do nothing more than look at it. If the elites in Sacred were still there back then, they would be in that palace even now. The race called Sacred, aside from Sacred Leader and his sister, who else is still there? Hansen asked. I have answered your questions, 9000 King said. You still have not told me where this sacred palace is, so you have not answered me, Hansen said. Right now, sacred is already like this. It is already messed up. How am I supposed to know where the palace is? 9000 King coldly grunted. That means you did not really answer all of my questions, so it does not matter if you answered any of them. Hansen frowned. Do you want to break your promise to me? 9000 King's face grew dim. Indeed, I am. You don't know if the flesh is truly Holy Kirin's. You don't know the name of Sacred Leader's sister, and you don't know where the race palace is. What is the point of you giving me useless answers? Hansen and 9000 King had a staring contest. Neither of them relented. It looks like you weren't committed to upholding the promise whatsoever. 9000 King was a bit angry. The eye of the dark green armor was starting to open. The outline of the eye was glowing with a weird green light. It is not like that. The answers you gave me are useless. I am sure you are aware of that. How about this? If you answer a question about sacred, then this is yours. Hansen pointed at the pavilion while he spoke. 9000 King's eyes were flickering. He looked murderous. He stared at Hansen for a while and coldly said, if I answer this question and you're still yanking my chain, even at the risk of destroying this garden, I am going to mop the floor with you. We crystallizers keep our promises, Hansen said. All you have to do is answer me. The sacred race only has sacred leader. There was nobody else. Are you happy now? 9000 King walked toward the pavilion. Hang on. That's not right, Hansen said as he stopped 9000 King's advance. Sacred leader had a little sister. How can the sacred race only have one person? Your answer is hilariously fake. Who said sacred leader's little sister was from the sacred race? 9000 King coldly laughed before saying, sacred leader is a unique existence in this universe. The sole being of his kind. Another does not exist that can be considered a part of the sacred race. What you say is very contradicting. Is that lady not sacred leader's biological sister? Hansen frowned. He looked at 9000 King's face, but it did not seem as if he was lying. If he was going to lie, he could easily lie about how many people were in sacred. He could have made up names and numbers, because Hansen had no way of verifying the information. Instead, he had given Hansen that strange answer. She was his biological sister, but the sacred race only had sacred leader. That is all I know, believe it or not. 9000 King did not say anything more. He approached the stone pavilion. If Hansen was going to stop him, he was just going to fight. I will keep my word. The thing in the pavilion is now yours. Hansen picked up Bauer and left the stone pavilion. The nine-eyed sword was broken. The power affecting the eyes of the big and small goldfish and Yang Yunxing was now gone. They were no longer damaged, but Yang Yunxing's eyes, which had exploded, could not be recovered. Hansen was not an enemy of Yang Yunxing. Since he had a grudge against the Extreme King, he was not going to fix him. They left the pavilion and watched 9000 King enter it. Hansen wasn't leaving the pavilion because he wanted to keep his promise. It was because the stone pot was too weird. He and Bauer had eaten all the meat inside it, but more meat had appeared. Hansen's deified genes had increased for a time, but that progress had been removed. It was hard to believe. So Hansen wanted to see how 9000 King dealt with it. At that point, maybe he could fight him. Hansen only said he would let 9000 King take the treasure. He never made a promise not to rob him. Upon seeing Hansen leave, 9000 King looked happy. He did not want to fight Han Senator, it was good for them to avoid a battle. 9000 King walked in front of the stone pot and reached out his hand. A chunk of meat from the pot went flying out of the water and into his hands. It really is the flesh of the Holy Kirin. 9000 King examined it. He excitedly swallowed it. After he ate it, 9000 King's eyes turned bright. It looked as if he had received some benefits from it. Suddenly, 9000 King opened his mouth. He faced the stone pot. The meat and soup in the stone pot all went flying into his fat gob. 9000 King ate it all within a few seconds. Ha! Ha! The Holy Kirin's blood really is legendary. 9000 King was cackling. Clearly, that pot of meat had provided him many benefits. Hansen was just watching. He did not see anything strange. 9000 King had eaten it all the same way he did. He had merely just done it faster. You guys, since you kept your promise, are okay. I will let you go for now. 9000 King left the pavilion. He was going toward the Holy Garden's back door. He was going to explore the Holy Garden. They watched 9000 King reach the back door. He opened it and left the place. Hansen ignored 9000 King and looked at the stone pot on the table. He wanted to see if the meat in the pot appeared again. Hansen heard suddenly some footsteps from the Holy Garden's gate. He frowned and asked, "Who is coming now?" When Hansen turned his head to take a look, he was frozen. The person who emerged from the Holy Garden's gate was 9000 King, who had just left via the back door. "Why are you back again?" Hansen asked with confusion. The back door and front door should not have been connected. It was unknown how he had come back so soon. 9000 King was confused too. Weird. I left through the back door. Why have I come in from the front door? Hansen was shocked by his words. He went to look at the stone pot. He immediately had goosebumps. Within the blink of an eye, the meat and soup that 9000 King just ate had returned. He saw the pot was boiling with the meat inside. It smelled really good. That scene was supposed to be a delicious one, but Hansen only felt an icy chill. What is going on here? Hansen was confused. 9000 King saw Hansen observing the stone pot. He looked at it too. After seeing the meat in the pot, his expression changed. He ran over to the stone pavilion and stared at the meat that had returned to the stone pot. The more he looked at it, the worse 9000 King's face appeared. After a while, he suddenly turned around and looked at Han Senator. He asked, "Did you guys eat the meat in the stone pot too?" Hansen nodded, but he did not say anything. After 9000 King confirmed that, his expression grew even direr. He did not say anything. He quickly ran to the Holy Garden's gate and ran out. Once 9000 King ran out, he immediately returned at the back door. He looked at Han Senator. Hansen saw that 9000 King's expression was glum. It almost looked like he was going to cry. Damn it, I should have known that the Holy Garden was not a fine place to visit, 9000 King madly said. Hansen picked up Bauer and walked out of the Holy Garden's gate. After walking out of the Holy Garden's primary gate, he noticed it was not the entrance they had come in from. They were still in the Holy Garden. Behind them was the Holy Garden's back door. Hansen frowned. 9000 King was furious. He waved his hands to unleash a horizontal shockwave. It cut most of the grass and flowers in the garden. It was like he was a chef slicing and dicing chives. Shredded grass and broken flowers were everywhere. 9000 King's eyes suddenly opened wide as he observed the ruined garden. Hansen knew what 9000 King wanted to do. He looked at the shredded grass and broken flowers in the garden. It was not long before a weird scene occurred. The whole garden returned to normal right under their noses. All of the grass and flowers, trees, and wood returned to normal. It was like it had never been damaged. It all happened within a second. Hansen and the others watched as it happened, but they were unable to figure out how or why it was happening. The feeling was like watching a movie get trimmed. It was a ruined garden. After its trim, it connected with the perfect garden. The ruined garden suddenly became perfect and immaculate again. Damn it. It is a time cycle. 9000 King's face looked even worse. His god personality armament's eye opened. Seeing him from afar, 9000 King looked like a monster with green eyes all over him. The evil eyes were flickering with green lights. They covered 9000 King's entire body. BZZT. The eyes on the armor unleashed some scary power. It made 9000 King's body tear space. It was headed for space. In the next second, Han Sen and the others saw 9000 King come out of the other side of space. He was still inside the garden. Oh, no. Oh, no. It is sacred power. It is Mr. Sacred Leader's sacred power. 9000 Kings looked frightened. His body started to shiver and shake. He looked to be very afraid. Upon hearing 9000 King's words, Han Sen suddenly thought of something. While he was in the Geno being scroll fights, Little Flower used the name Sacred to join the fight. It looked like he used powers that could control time and space. Han Sen did not witness it personally, but he had heard about it. It was a power that was similar to Sacred Leader. The power Little Flower used could only change the movement of time. It was not like what they were seeing now, in which they were caught in an endless loop. Even 9000 King did not talk about sacred power. The situation now only made people think of the time cycle. In a certain area, time kept looping, and time kept repeating itself. Time would not go forward. That was why the area around them kept on repeating. It was like the meat that was eaten. Because of the time cycling, it would return to how it was. The meat in the pot would appear again. Clearly, this was not just time recycling. There was space recycling involved too. Otherwise, if they walked out of the door, they would not come back unless the space around there was twisted too. It was like a Mobius strip that carried an infinite amount of space. The beginning and the end connected together. No matter how they entered or left, they could not escape the Holy Garden. Han Sen thought, if this really is a time cycle, it means that unless our power isn't enough to break the time and space powers in the Holy Garden, we cannot get out of here. 9000 King turned pale. His body kept on shaking. Although he was now free and a top elite in the universe, he was a servant of Sacred back then. Sacred Leader was still a very powerful figure at the forefront of his mind. After he thought about the Holy Garden being controlled by Sacred Leader's sacred power, he felt utterly hopeless. 9000 King, since we are trapped and cannot leave, why don't you tell me more about this sacred power? Let us figure a way out of her. Perhaps we can break through the Holy Garden's trap and escape this place. Han Sen wanted more information from 9000 King. 9000 King screamed and said, impossible. We cannot leave. Sacred Leader's sacred power can even trap a god spirit. We are all dead. Han Sen knew 9000 King was freaking out. He deliberately sounded cold as he said, no matter how strong sacred power was, Sacred Leader could not keep that power entirely in the Holy Garden. As you said, Sacred Leader loved his little sister. Why would he use sacred power to contain his little sister? When 9000 King heard Han Sen say that, his eyes turned bright. He said, right, Sacred Leader would not trap his little sister in here completely. That means there has to be a way for us to get out of here. What happened next made 9000 King's expression change again. He looked even more scared. No. The leader's little sister did not have much of a lifespan. The leader used sacred powers to control the Holy Garden. It is because he wanted to freeze his little sister in this time area so she would never leave him and always exist in this loop. Han Sen shook his head. If that is the case, then what is in the Holy Garden? Isn't that a statue? That would be Sacred Leader's little sister. 9000 King was frozen upon hearing that. He looked at Wanner's statue and said to himself, no. How could this happen? Why does a statue remain here? Where did Sacred Leader's sister go? The Holy Garden was not destroyed, and the sacred powers are still intact. If the leader's sister was trapped in here, she should still be around. 9000 King, we are in the same boat now, Han Sen said. If you know something, please tell us. The more heads we bang together to figure this out, the better. It is better than trying to work it out by yourself. 9000 King raised his head and looked at Han Senator. He gnashed his teeth and said, I already told you what I know. Regarding the other stuff, I don't really know much. There is a legend about sacred power. The legend says Sacred had a woman that figured out how to break the sacred power. Who was that woman? Hansen asked with confusion. Han Yufei. 9000 King uttered a name that surprised Hansen. Hansen had seen that name before, but it was only once. He still remembered her. In that scroll, there were many names of god slayers. Han Yufei was one of them. Her crime was not that of a godslayer though. It was for her committing blasphemy against a god spirit. The punishment for blasphemy toward a god spirit invoked a punishment that was worse than killing a god. That was what Hansen remembered. There was another reason he remembered. It was because the woman had the same surname as him. It was Han, so that was another major point as to why he recalled the name. Which race was Han Yufei? What was her position in Sacred? Hansen asked. 9000 King shook his head and said, I don't know. No one knew what race Han Yufei belonged to. She was a very mysterious woman. Even Sacred Leader treated her extra nice. He did everything she told him to do. The leader had many secret experiments going on. That woman was in charge of many of them. The legends claim that Han Yufei researched the leader's sacred power and discovered a way to break it. But that is just a legend. There is no knowing if it is true. Even if it is true, it will not help out the situation as it stands. We cannot locate Han Yufei from here. What does Han Yufei look like? When Hansen heard 9000 King's description, his heart jumped. This Han Yufei sounds so familiar. Could she be the woman trapped in Two Worlds Mountain? Hansen thought that had to be correct. The woman on Two Worlds Mountain had researched with Sacred Leader, but she was trapped on Two Worlds Mountain. She was unable to die. The crime on the scroll was kind of hinting at something similar. I do not know. Aside from Sacred Leader and a few core people, no one was able to see her true face. She usually wore some weird mask. Even a true God-class see-through Geno art could not enable you to see what was behind the mask. Aside from Sacred Leader, who had seen her face, the most likely person who would have also seen her face was probably the General Purple Fight. Sacred Leader let Purple Fight protect Han Yufei. 9000 King stopped talking. He looked grumpy again. He said, it is useless to talk about all this now. Don't you have a Geno art that can downgrade a true god? Can you use this Geno art to break the sacred power? Hansen shook his head and said, my power only works on creatures. The Holy Garden is not a creature, so my Geno art will not work. It was not that Shan-Yellow Sutra was completely useless. Even if it was useful, Hansen would not break the restrictions on the Holy Garden. He wanted to unearth more secrets from 9000 King. Hansen did not know if 9000 King really did not know much or if he was simply too scared to blab about everything, but Hansen had been unable to learn anything more useful from him. Yang Yinxing's eyes had managed to get a bit better. Hansen saw the holes in his eyes, which looked like bloody pits, and thought, it looks like the time and space loop only affects the items that are already in the garden. Outsiders like us are not affected by the time and space loop. At least our bodies did not go back to how they used to be. As for the meat we ate, the deified genes are all gone. That means if things are removed from here, they will be recovered. Hansen looked at Wanner statue. If this was built for Wanner, and she used to live here, perhaps she knows how to leave. Hansen did not plan on waking up Wanner. He watched 9000 King on the sly. 9000 King was walking around looking all grumpy. He rushed out of the front door and came back in via the back door. The Holy Garden was like a scary prison. It was a prison they were never going to be released from. Suddenly, 9,000 King was standing in the pavilion. He stared at the pot. He screamed as he stared at Wanner's statue. "Have you found something?" Hansen quickly ran over. He looked at 9,000 King. He saw the statue was still the same. There were not any visible changes. Hansen had been investigating that statue for a long time. He had not seen anything special about it. 9,000 King looked very excited. He pointed at the statue and said, "This statue. This statue could be the key to overcoming the Holy Garden's restrictions." "What makes you think that way?" Hansen did not understand. "This statue is wrapped up in clothes. I did not notice them before. Now that I have taken a proper look, I can see her connected to the entire pavilion. And this statue. This statue," 9,000 King was too excited to say anything more. "What about the statue?" Hansen asked. "If I am correct, this jade statue is made from the Holy Kirin's horns. This is not a statue. This is a true god weapon." 9,000 King looked surprised and went on to say, "In this holy garden, everything else can be normal. The flowers, grass, trees, and wood can be normal. Only this statue is a true god item. It could be the restriction of the garden itself." What 9,000 King said made some sense, but Hansen did not agree with the theory. According to what 9,000 King said, Sacred Leader was very nice to Wanner. If things were that way, why would he make a statue of Wanner and allow others to touch her? If it was Hansen, he would never make a statue of Bauer or Linger to be a trap. 9,000 King did not care. He thought the statue was the crux of their issues. He thought it was what was creating the restrictions. He did not dare touch the jade statue. He turned around and looked at Yang Yinsheng and said, "You. Move this statue. You can kill a soldier, but you cannot humiliate them. Kill me if you want. There is no way am I going to scout ahead for you." Yang Yinsheng stood his ground. His body had power. He was planning on fighting 9,000 King. "That is not your choice to make." 9,000 King coldly laughed. The eye on the dark green armor was opening. It was like a monster full of eyes. It was releasing some weird eye light. Yang Yinsheng was blinded. When the weird light shone on him, it was like he lost his soul. His power was gone. He walked toward the statue in the pavilion. Hansen frowned, but he did not stop this from happening. Yang Yinsheng was not his friend, and he hated the Extreme King. There was no reason for him to save his life. Hansen thought, although Bai King gave me many benefits, he almost killed me. I am being nice enough by not seeking vengeance on the Extreme King, so I'm not saving Yang Yinsheng. He just stood there and watched Yang Yinsheng walk up to the statue and almost touch it. Hansen had not touched the statue before. 9,000 King was scared of Sacred Leader, so he had not touched it either. Yang Yinsheng was going to be the first person to touch the statue. When Yang Yinsheng's finger touched the clothes on the statue, he suddenly heard Yang Yinsheng scream. It was like his entire body was pushed away by some strange power. He flew upside down and hit the Holy Garden's wall. He coughed up blood. Useless crap. When he saw that, 9,000 King's face changed. He was definitely not going to touch the statue now. He looked at Hansen and Bauer. He then looked at the big goldfish. He said to Hansen, saying, "Since we are in the same boat, use your pet to try. It is the only way." "Try it yourself," Hansen coldly said. "I don't think the statue is the cause of the restrictions." 9,000 King looked murderous. All of the eyes on his armor were opening. There was a weird god light in his eyes. It was like some green halo that looked strange and beautiful. It gave people a chill. Hansen's heart felt that chill. It seemed like his eyes were shutting, and he had no control over them. It was different from how it felt when he faced the nine-eyed sword. This time, Hansen not only felt tired, but his will also seemed to be blurry. It is no wonder that is a god personality armament. It is much stronger than that nine-eyed sword. Han Sen's will was like steel, so it was not easy for 9,000 King's god personality armament to try and control him. The big goldfish was affected by the rabid power. Its will was not so clear. It swam toward the pavilion. 9,000 King, do you really think I, Han Sen, am rubbish? Han Sen's face looked calm. Almost at the same time, he vanished. In the next second, he was in front of 9,000 King with his knife, directly before his neck. Although 9,000 King was rather afraid of Han Sen, he was even more afraid of Sacred Leader. He would rather fight Han Sen than risk touching an object left behind by Sacred Leader. He did not want to get hurt by it. 9,000 King lifted his left arm to block Han Sen's knife. With the 1,000-eye battle armor, he did not have to be afraid of Han Sen's knife. The other fist gathered up some weird power and released some green light through an eye. He was attacking Han Sen's belly. 9,000 King suddenly noticed that his arm and his fists were still a foot away from Han Senator. He could not get close. Han Sen's knife slashed across his unprotected neck. His neck had a wound that revealed the bone inside. Han Sen thought, it is no wonder he is a true god that's top class. My full power attack only cut his skin. I cannot even break his bone. His hand did not stop. Han Sen was like a god demon as he waved the cause karma knife. The knife lights slashed across each other. Every knife slashed across 9,000 King's neck. 9,000 King's body kept changing. He was trying to block or dodge Han Sen's knife lights. He shockingly discovered that no matter how fast he was, he could not dodge or block the attacks. It was like he had been made terribly slow. Time area. 9,000 King shockingly screamed. He saw what power Han Sen was using now. Han Sen was so cold. He did not say anything. He kept on slashing and slashing. 9,000 King's neck wound was getting deeper and deeper. Even the bone had been given a few deep marks. God blood kept flowing. The purple fire on the wound kept spreading. That was Teeth Power's power. 9,000 King's armor kept flickering with a weird light. In the time area, although they were only a foot away from each other, nothing it did landed on Han Sen. God blood was oozing. 9,000 King was triggered. He madly asked, Han Sen, do you really think you can do whatever you want with a time area? Today, I will let you know why I am called 9,000 King. Han Sen's eyes moved. He saw 9,000 King had some weird shadow. That shadow was like some angry demon crawling out of hell. It looked extremely murderous. It made people feel a chill by just looking at it. When that mad demon shadow came out, 9,000 King's entire body was like an erupting volcano. He expanded a lot. Some weird atmosphere covered the holy garden. 1 second is 1,000 years. 9,000 King madly shouted. All the weird eyes on the armor opened. The eye lights went past the time area to strike Han Sen. Can it break the time area restrictions? What kind of Geno art is that? Han Sen was shocked. He teleported away from 9,000 King to dodge the light. 1 second is 1,000 years. I can turn 1,000 into 1 second. No matter how strong your time area is, you cannot black my 1 second is 1,000 years. 9,000 King coldly looked at Han Senator. His body exploded with light. This time, the light on his armor was like a weird and green sun. It shone across the holy garden. If Han Sen did not leave, he was going to be hit with the light. Han Sen knew that 9,000 King said what he did about 1 second being 1,000 years was most likely a bluff. He could probably only do 1 second for a year. Even so, it broke his time area, which was a difficult thing to do. When the eye light came down, there was nowhere to go to avoid it. Han Sen could not leave the holy garden. All he could do was rely on the shield of the Medusa's gaze to block the scary eye light. The goldfish family arrived at the stone pavilion, but the stone pavilion could not block the light. The two of them were controlled by the eye light. Their eyes became green light bulbs, and their bodies swam toward Wanner's statue. Hansen frowned. He used the shield, but he could only protect himself and Bauer with it. He could not protect the goldfish family with it. The worst off, however, was Yang Yunsheng. He was already heavily injured and lying on the floor. He was unable to get up. Now, he was affected by the 1000 battle armor. His eyes became light bulbs. Ignoring his wounds, he somehow got up and flew to the stone pavilion. Pang! 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 There were 3 loud noises. The goldfish family and Yang Yunsheng had barely touched the clothes of the statue and been sent flying across the holy garden. Yang Yunsheng was injured. Even though he was controlled by the 1000 battle armor, he could no longer get up. He was covered in blood. The goldfish family was injured too, but their injuries were not as severe. 1 second is 1,000 years. 9,000 King shouted. The 1000 battle armor released a scary light again. Hansen noticed that 9,000 King's silver hair was looking a bit white, and his skin had a few wrinkles. He suddenly understood and said, "This old man's 1 second is 1,000 years will speed up his own time too. The more he speeds up, the older he gets. This Geno art will spend his lifespan." It is no wonder he did not use it until now. He did not dare to use it freely. He only uses it during important moments. Just as Hansen thought, 9,000 King's 1 second is 1,000 years sped up the time of others and his own time. If he kept using 1 second is 1,000 years, Hansen would not even have to fight. The man would just grow old and die. Weird. 9,000 King's original power is not time. How can he use a time Geno art like 1 second is 1,000 years? Hansen started to think it was weird, so he checked 9,000 King out. Under the power and influence of the 1000 battle armor, the goldfish family hit the statue again. This time, 9,000 King used more power. The big goldfish was not supposed to be controlled easily, but the big goldfish had rabid power. It meant its will was not so clear. It was worse than the small goldfish. It sped up to the statue. Pang! The big goldfish's body hit the statue. The statue moved a little. The big goldfish's body flew away again. At the same time, the statue had some holy light. Hansen was frozen as he looked at the statue. According to 9,000 King, it was not really a statue. It was made from the holy Kirin's horns. Supposedly, it was a true god weapon. No matter how good it was just a dead object. Now, the statue was full of holy light. Its face was like a jade stone. The hair and hands were a blood color. It was starting to look like a real person. It did not just look like one. It really did come alive. The statue's eyes were lively, and the body turned soft. She stood up and looked at everyone in the pavilion. 9,000 King watched as the jade statue was revived. His body shook. He did not look powerful anymore. The light of the battle armor quickly disappeared. The eye closed tightly. There was a thud as he kneeled in front of the revived statue. His head touched the floor. He did not dare raise his head as he said, "Servant number 9 is greeting Miss Wanner. Do you remember number 9, Miss Wanner?" Hansen thought, this old man 9,000 King knew sacred leader's sister was called Wanner and he did not tell me. The statue saw 9,000 King, who was terrified on the floor, shivering with fear and not daring to raise his head. She raised the cup in her hand and drank all the wine it contained. "Number 9, was that you who wanted to break the statue?" After the statue drank the wine, it started to speak. It was not the voice of a female like Wanner. It was the voice of a man. When 9,000 King heard the voice, he raised his head. He was scared. His eyes opened wide. He looked at the statue like he was looking at a ghost. He only took one small glimpse. 9,000 King immediately slapped his own face and said, "It is my fault. I am a bad servant. I should die." Han Sen, who was standing nearby and seeing all of this, was frozen. 9000 King was not joking. He was really slapping himself terribly hard. His cheekbones were breaking. In just a few slaps, he was already covered in blood. 9000 King kept on hitting himself. He kept on hitting himself hard. It was hard enough to be considered a form of suicide. The jade statue did not watch 9000 King, who was in the middle of slapping himself to death. He looked at Han Senator. It made Han Sen feel a chill, so he secretly gathered up power. When he heard 9000 King speak after the statue came alive, he felt as if it was embodying sacred leader. The statue looked at Han Sen and smiled as it asked, "What is your name?" Although his body looked like water, his power was too outstanding. One sensed that he was a very gentle man. One would not have thought he was a woman. Crystallizer Han Senator, what is your name? Han Sen thought that person was not hostile, but he did not underestimate him either. He remained in a state of caution. Name. That is a distant memory. I have almost forgotten. The man laughed. After a seriously long think, he said, "My name is Qin Xiu. I am the King Kingdom's king." Xiu means fixing the country and keeping the peace. Before Han Sen could say anything, Qin Xiu was talking to Han Sen again. "Can you share a few cups with me?" Qin Xiu sat down in the pavilion. He picked up the bottle and poured 2 cups of wine. He raised one of them. "If you do not mind, I am willing to join you." Han Sen spoke as he walked into the pavilion. He sat down next to him. He raised the cup that Qin Xiu had poured. While they were talking, 9000 King was still slapping his face. He did not dare stop, but he looked confused. He was not able to confirm that the man who had been revived through the statue was his master. He also did not know if the man he served had truly come back to life or if this was some sort of shadow copy. No matter who he was, 9000 King did not dare slow down. People like sacred leader, even if he only had a sliver of life, he could not disrespect him. The master had invited Han Sen for a drink. 9000 King could not believe that this situation was happening. Although Han Sen was a strange character, compared to his master, 9000 King thought Han Sen was not even worth one of his hairs. In the universe back then, only God knew how many scary elites found themselves in the position of a servant before the glory of sacred leader. Very few god spirits were able to share a drink with sacred leader. Now, sacred leader was drinking with Han Senator. He also had addressed Han Sen by his name. 9000 King was in total disbelief. In that universe, whoever was worth the leader addressing them by their name was almighty. Does Han Sen really have what it takes? 9000 King was shocked. Qin Xiu raised his wine cup and said, "Cheers, my friend." "Why go cheers with me?" Han Sen was confused. He looked at Qin Xiu. It did not matter if this was sacred leader reborn or not, but there was a problem with his attitude. Has he seen the relationship between me and water? Han Sen thought. Qin Xiu laughed and did not answer. He drank all the wine in his cup and said, "Back then, I made this holy garden and cut it out from space. I had it stop and remained fixed in a certain place in time. I made the holy garden cycle every hour. Here, you will never get old, and you will never die. This is a place in which you can live forever." Qin Xiu really is sacred leader, Han Sen thought. Qin Xiu looked at the holy garden and sighed. "I wanted to keep water here so she could live forever. She could watch her favorite views, eat her favorite meat, and drink her favorite wine. She told me she would rather die than live in an endless loop." Qin Xiu poured out some wine and drank it all. He closed his eyes. It looked as if he was trying his best to enjoy it. He was remembering the person he used to love it. "So, I cut the holy Kirin's horn off to make a statue of her. If her soul was inside this statue, she could live forever and would still have her memories. She would just be unable to leave this holy garden." He put down the cup, smiled, and said, "But Wanner told me it was like being put in prison." She defied my wishes for her. Hansen found this interesting, so he asked, and then? Qin Xiu looked like he was smiling, but he was not smiling. He did not answer Hansen's question. He poured himself some wine and looked at the cup of wine in Hansen's hand. Hansen was fascinated by hearing the tale, so he had forgotten to drink the wine. He quickly necked it down. Qin Xiu was holding the wine bottle. He poured out another drink for Han Senator. He raised his cup and said, "I will cheer you again." This time, Hansen did not ask why. He knew that Qin Xiu must have known water was being carried by him in some way. Otherwise, sacred leader Qin Xiu would likely not say cheers to a guy he did not even know. 9,000 King, who was kneeling outside the pavilion, was frozen. To be cheered by sacred leader, in that sky, on that ground, in that life, in that world, was something he had only ever seen performed to Hansen. When Hansen downed his second cup, Qin Xiu gave Hansen another refill. He raised his cup and said, "I will cheer you with another cup." Hansen did not say anything. He just drank the third cup he had been given. He understood people like Qin Xiu. If he was willing to talk, he would tell him. There was no point in asking anything. Deified gene +1. Hansen's brain had the Geno increase announcement playing, but he did not care about it. In the next cycle, those points would be out of his system. Qin Xiu drank all the wine. He put down his wine cup and said, "It is a shame that this body is just a spirit. I cannot drink a lot with you. I do not have much time. After I am gone, the Holy Garden's time and space loop will end. You can use this statue to go to the back door. Then, you can reach the Holy Palace." After that, before Hansen could say anything, he turned around to look at 9,000 King, who was repeatedly slapping himself in the face while kneeling before the stone pavilion. His face was going to break. "Number 9, from now on, you will follow Mr. Han," Qin Xiu coldly said. "If he wants you to live, you will live. If he wants you to die, you will die." 9,000 King was shocked. He did not dare think about it. He just immediately answered, "Yes, I understand." Qin Xiu said that, but he did not even look at 9,000 King. He looked at Han Senator. His eyes looked as if the man could see through his lungs. Qin Xiu sighed and said, "It is a shame that this life is too short, and I could not take care of you." He looked at Han Senator. His body had a holy light leak out from it. As the light was fading, the life force on the statue became weaker. The body started to look like jade. The jade statue was looking smaller. After a while, the jade statue had no more life force. It became a doll that landed in Hansen's hands. Hansen was holding the jade statue. The Holy Garden felt a little different, but he could not tell what was different about it. 9,000 King stood up and looked around. He had gone crazy. He started running toward the Holy Garden's door. This time, when he ran out, he did not reappear via the back door. He was actually able to stand outside the door. The sacred power has been extinguished. 9,000 King was surprised and happy. When he looked at Hansen, conflicted emotions shone in his eyes. How is this kid connected to the leader? What was the last thing sacred leader meant? Why did he say that? 9,000 King kept thinking about what had happened. The restrictions of the Holy Garden are already gone. It is best that we leave. Hansen waved his hand. He picked up the stone pot, wine bottle, and cups. Before, there was sacred power covering those items. No one was really able to consume the food and the drinks there. Now, things were different. Hansen was not going to let the opportunity pass him by. After picking up the items, Hansen held Bauer. He called the goldfish family forward to take them to the back door of the Holy Garden. Qin Xiu had said that the back door would enable him to reach the Holy Palace. That must have been the Sacred Races Hall. Hansen was going to go there, regardless of the purpose Qin Xiu had. He had come this far, so he was certainly not going to turn back now. Hansen had only just walked a few steps when 9000 King teleported behind Hansen. Hansen was suddenly alerted. He looked at 9000 King. He did not expect 9000 King to bow to him and say, "Sacred leader asked me to protect Mr. Han. That is what I am going to do. I am going to ensure your safety." That was just a spirit in the image of your master. Now that the spirit is gone, there is no need for you to take it so seriously. Hansen did not think an old man like 9000 King would be so loyal, even when Qin Xiu was not around. "How could you say something like that?" 9000 King seriously asked. "I am a servant of the master. If this is the wish of the master, even if it leads to my death, I will carry out my given tasks." "You really do not have to do that. You and I both know that with you by my side, I will be in danger," Hansen laughed. 9000 King looked serious. With a wry smile he said, "To be honest, if the master did not give the order, I would try everything I could to kill you. Things are different now. No matter how much courage I have, I will never want to bring you harm." After pausing, 9000 King looked sincere and said, "Believe it or not, mister, but I would never disobey an order given to me by my master. Otherwise, the results would be worse than death. The spirit is gone. What can you be afraid of?" Hansen frowned. He did not know if what 9000 King said was true. Judging by the way he looked, it did not appear to be a lie. "No matter how you think or feel, I am going to do what the master told me, even if it involves me risking my life." 9000 King did not explain. He insisted on following Hansen. Hansen thought about how 9000 King behaved when the statue moved. He knew 9000 King was really scared of Sacred Leader, so perhaps this really was a genuine sentiment. It was not out of the realm of possibility. Hansen did not say anything more. If 9000 King insisted on following, he would not mind a spare meat shield. He called for the goldfish family to gather around. As he held Bauer, they all left the holy garden. 9000 King knew what Hansen was thinking, so he quickly said, "I will lead the way for you." After that, 9000 King went in front of Han Senator. He behaved just like a servant. After leaving the holy garden, aside from the two long, bright lanterns near the gate, darkness was all around. Hansen asked 9000 King, "How did you walk through the darkness?" 9000 King quickly and politely said, "Mister, I have the 1000 eye battle armor. I can repel the dark power that seeks to consume. If we do not meet the space charm, we will not be in danger." "What is the space charm?" Hansen frowned. The space charm is a xenogeniac, but it is different when compared to the average xenogeniac. This thing appears after a disaster happens to Sacred. It only exists within the darkness inside Sacred. It has incredibly scary powers. Even a top-class true god cannot fight a space charm, but the space charm only travels in the dark. A place with the long, bright lantern is a place they will not draw near. 9000 King looked at the darkness ahead and said, "It looks like the way ahead does not have long, bright lanterns. I will scout for you. If there is a space charm, you need to leave. Do not care about my safety." Hansen thought 9000 King was honest, but he did not know if it was coming from his heart or he was just pretending. But 9000 King had the 1000 eye battle armor, which could repel the power of the dark. The big and small goldfish could not do the same, so Hansen summoned the stone lantern and held it for travel. 9000 King saw Hansen hold that stone lantern that could push away the darkness. It put him in awe. He thought, "This stone lantern can push away Sacred's darkness. This kind of treasure must have come from the leader himself." I was right. The leader's relationship with Hansen is not something normal. Thinking of that, 9000 King's face looked weird. That was because he thought about the sentence Qin Xiu said before he departed. "It is a shame that this life is too short, and I could not take care of you." 9000 King had a strange expression as he thought, "Is Sacred Leader gay?" Under the stone lantern's light, they were able to see broken buildings. Approximately 99.9% of sacred had turned into ruins from the battle. Only rare places like the Holy Garden were whole. Walking on black, destroyed ruins, Han Sen was doing just as Qin Xiao instructed. He kept walking on a straight trajectory from the back door. Building after building that he went by all looked like trash. After all that time, he had yet to come across Sacred's legendary race hall. Suddenly, amidst the ruins, Han Sen found a very well-preserved statue. It was the statue of a ghost car. Han Sen pointed at the statue and asked, "This thing. Is it one of Sacred's holy beast ghost car?" "Mister, this is the ghost car statue," 9000 King quickly answered. "This statue is supposed to be in the center of the Holy Palace Plaza. I do not know why it ended up out here." Sob. Sob. In the dark, the sound of a crying woman was heard again. It gave those who heard it a flare of goosebumps. Number 9, do you know where the crying sound comes from? Han Sen asked with a frown. On the road, he had heard a woman crying many times. "Mister, that crying sound comes from the space charm," 9000 King answered. "It is the sound she makes when the space charm is hungry. The space charm must be looking for us. Since you have the lantern, mister, she has not dared get too close." "What kind of xenogeniac is space charm?" Han Sen asked. 9000 King smiled and said, "Regarding that, I have no idea. That thing only lives in the dark recesses of Sacred. It never gets close to the long, bright lanterns. Normal light can light up the darkness, but you cannot see space charm's body. All you will see is a shadow. It is like a fairy flying. You cannot see the details of its face. That being said, mister, your stone lantern is very good. I have never heard of something being able to light up the darkness that wasn't one of those long, bright lanterns." 9000 King carefully continued to keep licking Han Sen's boots. He wanted to find out where that stone lantern came from. Han Sen did not say anything. He only continued to go forward while holding the stone lantern. Suddenly, Han Sen saw a long, bright lantern up ahead. It was like a very big firefly, but there was still a distance between him and the light. Han Sen was happy. He hastened his passage to reach the light. 9000 King made sure to swiftly follow. When they got close to the light, Han Sen saw a giant monument. Each side of it had a bright, long lantern. Those two long, bright lanterns were much bigger than the usual ones they had seen. They lit up several hundred feet around the area they were situated. They felt like shields of light against the dark. Before the monument, Han Sen saw a few people were standing there. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was there, as were 3 of the extreme king deifites. Aside from them, there was someone else. When Han Sen saw him, his body shivered and shook. It was the person from Sky Palace's first seat. Han Sen had seen him at the sanctuary's gate before. Back then, Sky Palace's first seat wanted to take Little Flower for a student in Sky Palace, but Han Sen was able to get away. Since then, Han Sen had not seen this person again. Han Sen had been to Sky Palace a few times since then, but he had never Sky Palace's first seat. He did not expect to find him, of all people, there. Han Sen wanted to hide his face, but it was already too late. Sky Palace's first seat, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, and the others were already looking in his direction. Han Sen frowned. Sky Palace's first seat knew Han Sen came from the sanctuaries. If he exposed his identity, that would not fare well for him. When Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others saw Han Sen and who he was with, they were shocked. They stared at Han Sen's stone lantern in awe. The stone lantern was similar to the long, bright lanterns that could light up Sacred. It even provided more room around it than the other lanterns, so they were shocked. The first seat of Sky Palace looked surprised too. What surprised him the most was different from what surprised Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others. Han Sen led 9000 King and the Goldfish family toward the monument. He put away the lantern. He was going to say hello to Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, but he shook his head and provided a wry smile instead. Brother Han, you should not get too close. What do you mean? Hansen asked with surprise. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said, although there are long, bright lanterns, this place is a trap. We are all trapped here, and we cannot get out. Hansen thought, why couldn't you tell me sooner? What is the point of waiting for me to get this close, before telling me? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was not really a friend, so he had no reason to warn Hansen at all. Hansen had not really expected that he would. He just coldly asked, if it can trap you, a Grandmaster, what amazing thing is this? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster pointed at the monument. Once you look at the monument, you will understand. Hansen turned his head and looked at the monument. When he looked at Sky Palace's first seat's face, he stared at him like his eyes were on fire. Yet, he didn't do anything. Hansen looked at the monument. He saw two big words on the monument. Fate Monument. Hansen read the two words on the monument, but he did not understand why they were trapped there. When Ancient Abyss Grandmaster saw Hansen's face, he knew that Hansen did not know what the Fate Monument was. He quickly said, Fate Monument is Holy Kirin from the Four Holy Beasts Talent Gene Treasure. This monument can decide your fate. The Holy Kirin used his treasure. Not a single person in the universe could beat him. The monument ended up here. Although the Holy Kirin does not control it, the power of fate is still within it. If you enter the radius of the Fate Monument, you will be affected by it. Your life will be frozen in this place. If you stay away from the Fate Monument, your life will be gone, and you will die with it. Is such a thing possible? Hansen looked at the Fate Monument in shock. Yes, it is, Mr. 9000 King politely said to Han Sr. If you look at the back of the Fate Monument, you will see your fate. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others were shocked. 9000 King was accompanying Han Senator. It was something they were already surprised about. After hearing the way 9000 King was talking to Hansen, it was like he had become a servant or something. 9000 King was leading the way. Hansen led the Goldfish family behind the Fate Monument. An extreme king deified elite quietly said to Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, it looks like 9000 King is with Han Senator. This is unbelievable. How can Hansen claim such an old monster? Ancient Abyss shook his head but did not speak. When Sky Palace's first seat heard what was said, his frown tightened. This kid is the person I saw at the sanctuary gate. Even if he did come to the universe from the sanctuaries, he could not achieve much with the power he had. It was not that many years ago, yet he is already deified. He can also tame the old monster, 9000 King. In the years I have been trapped here, what has happened? Sky Palace's first seat weirdly looked at Hansen. Hansen followed 9000 King to the Fate Monument. He saw a few black shadows on the back of the Fate Monument. It was like the shadow on the monument was cast by flickering candlelight. Hansen had a closer look and frowned. The monument's shadow was obviously a big and small goldfish. As for the big and small people, their shape was obviously depicting him and Bauer. The others, like Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, Sky Palace's first seat, and other shadows were on the monument too. There was not one less. Hansen turned around and asked the Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, Grandmaster, with your power, are you able to break the restrictions of this monument? The Fate Monument is not a treasure that can be broken with brute force. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster wore a wry smile. Right now, I am waiting for my fate to be on the Fate Monument. If we use brute force to attack the Fate Monument, only our fate will be damaged. If we break the Fate Monument, our life will be broken there too. We will die. Is this treasure that magical? Hansen looked at the monument with shock. Mister, he is correct, 9000 King said. The Fate Monument cannot be broken by brute force. If the Holy Kirin was still around, this monument could be broken. Now, the Holy Kirin is dead. The fate monument can do stuff by its own will, but maybe we can break it. When hearing 9,000 King sound like a slave before Hansen, ancient abyss grandmaster and Sky Palace's first seat looked very strange. What way? Hansen asked. 9,000 King did not answer. He looked at ancient abyss grandmaster, Sky Palace's first seat, and the others, with hesitation. Obviously, he did not want them to hear the solution. Sky Palace's first seat looked at him with disdain and coldly said, "You are just a servant of sacred. What kind of method or knowledge can you have? You only want to use the call of fate function of the monument, don't you?" 9,000 King was not going to hide it. He fought back and replied, "If you know the monument has a call of fate, and you are still trapped here, isn't your life too cheap?" Sky Palace's first seat was not angered by this. He coldly looked at 9,000 King and said, "My life is a very heavy one. It is 9,818 kilograms heavy. I wonder how heavy your life is. We can see whose life is cheaper." "How dare you?" 9,000 King was furious. The eye on his armor opened. It looked like he was ready to fight. Sky Palace's first seat looked at 9,000 King coldly. He was casting a power too. Hansen looked at 9,000 King and asked, "Number 9, what is call of fate?" 9,000 King looked at Sky Palace's first seat madly. He then bowed and said, "Mr. Call of Fate is the base power of the fate monument. It is like a normal creature using gold or stone to suppress an enemy. If the opponent is more powerful, the requirement of gold or stone would be greater. You had to be heavier than the opponent to suppress them under the gold and stone. The logic of the fate monument is like that, but it suppresses a soul and not one's flesh. Ordinary powers cannot escape the fate monument's suppression, but souls have weight. We cannot see or touch it usually. We can't measure it either, but the fate monument can measure how heavy your soul is. It uses kilograms to do it. Without the Holy Kirin controlling it, the fate monument can suppress souls that are 10,000 kilograms heavy or below. If your soul is heavier than 10,000 kilograms, you can escape the suppression of the fate monument. You might even be able to control the fate monument and become its new master." Hansen thought this was funny. He laughed out loud as he asked, "Really? What determines the weight of the soul? Your achievements? Your talents? Is it your level, maybe?" 9,000 King shook his head. "It has nothing to do with your achievements, talents, or level. The weight of a soul, for every creature, is fixed. It is there when you are born. It does not increase nor decrease. Even some cheap low-life creatures can have a soul that is 10,000 kilograms. Many true God elite souls might be as light as a feather." "Oh, so what is the effect of the weight of a soul?" Hansen asked. "I have no idea," 9,000 King quickly said. "The soul does not affect your talent or your practice. It also does not affect your lifespan. It does not do anything about your leveling up either. Aside from affecting the fate monument, I have never heard of the soul's weight contributing to anything." "That is because you are ignorant." Sky Palace's first seat behaved as if he had a grudge with 9,000 King. He looked at him with disdain. 9,000 King's face looked angry. The green eye on the armor stared at Sky Palace's first seat as he said, "So, are you not ignorant? Then, what is the use of a soul's weight?" Sky Palace's first seat said, "The weight of a soul is the base of life. If it is light, your life is cheap. If it is heavy, your life is expensive. It measures your fate. How is that useless?" 9,000 King looked disdained. He coldly said, "You are exaggerating. According to what you're saying, the barons and viscounts that have a 10,000 kilogram soul are more important than true God creatures." Sky Palace's first seat squinted his eyes. "The weight of life depends on your level. Commoners like you would never understand that." 9,000 King was going to argue with Sky Palace's first seat, but Hansen interrupted them. "How do you begin the call of fate?" Is it dangerous? You only need to place a drop of your blood onto the fate monument, and it will weigh your soul, 9,000 King quickly said. Hansen looked at Sky Palace's first seat, but he said nothing. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster did not say anything either. He supposed 9,000 King was likely correct. Hansen did not try it himself. He received a drop of blood from the goldfish's wound and threw it at the fate monument. That drop of blood was like lava when it hit the fate monument. It spread like paint in water. The entire monument turned red. Hansen suddenly saw the top of the fate monument spawned 4 number zeros. They started to jump, starting from 0001. Hansen knew that each number meant 1 kilogram. 4 digits meant the maximum was 9,999. If it hit 10,000, which was more than 4 digits, that meant it reached the maximum of the fate monument. The fate monument would not be able to suppress the soul. Hansen looked at the fate monument number keep jumping and thought, this fate monument works just like the law's eye. Hansen thought the number on the fate monument would keep rising. After all, the life of a true god Xenogeniac could not be too light. The number on the fate monument only reached 26 before stopping. It did not move anymore. Is the big goldfish's soul only worth 26 kilograms? Hansen was shocked. That was unexpected. Sky Palace's first seat said his soul weighed 9,000 kilograms. The big goldfish was true god too, but it only had 26 kilograms. The difference was far too staggering. So, power and level really don't correlate with the weight. Hansen hesitated a moment before taking some blood out of the small goldfish's wound and throwing it at the fate monument. Just like earlier, after the fate monument absorbed the small goldfish's blood, the top of the monument displayed a bunch of numbers. The total sum rose quickly. Hansen did not have many high expectations. After all, its mother had a soul that weighed a measly 26 kilograms. The small goldfish's soul would likely be less than half of that. But the fate monument's number managed to hit 3 digits, and it was increasing fast. The numbers were rising like mad. A second later, it hit 4 digits. The soul is so weird. They are blood-related, but the weight of the soul has a massive difference. Hansen was shocked. 9,000 King, who was nearby, said, although the soul is very ancient, under ordinary circumstances, it is hard for anyone to see souls. Only xenogeniac treasures like the fate monument can look into the soul you have. The weight of the soul is very hard to explain. Some low-level creatures have a very heavy soul. Some high-level creatures have a very light soul. Even if they are born from the same mother, their souls can be vastly different. It is hard to tell the rules and what determines the weight of a soul. Hansen nodded. He looked at the small goldfish's number jumping up. After a while, the small goldfish's soul number came to a stop at 7,493. 9,000 King saw the little goldfish's soul test come to a stop and sighed. A 7,000 soul? It still has a lot to go before hitting 10,000. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said, what a shame. If one of us can hit 10,000, perhaps we can get out of this. Hansen looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and asked, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, have you conducted your own test? Our people have already tested. There have been a few hundred to a few thousand. No one reached 10,000. If one of us had managed to do that, we wouldn't have been trapped here. Ancient Abyss paused before saying to Hansen, now, there is only you and your daughter that has not conducted the test. I hope one of you can have a 10,000 kilogram soul so we can leave. Otherwise, we are all trapped here. Hansen nodded. He pricked his finger and drew out a drop of blood. He threw it at the fate monument. Hansen's blood was red. It was red like a ruby. It landed on the fate monument and shattered. The fate monument absorbed it. The entire monument turned into a crystal ruby. The numbers on top of the monument showed up. They were jumping so fast. The numbers increased and quickly hit 3 digits. 9,000 King saw Han Sen's soul was over 1,000. He looked jealous as he said, "Mister, you have an expensive life. You have reached 4 digits so fast. It looks like hitting 10,000 will not be difficult for you." "You overestimate him," Sky Palace's first seat coldly said. The other people did not know about this, but he did. Han Sen was a creature from the sanctuaries, and he had seen Han Sen's talents. His genes were not stable, and his talents were just average. Although the weight of the soul had nothing to do with one's genes or talents, the rules of the sanctuaries would hurt the soul. Not many people knew that. Sky Palace's first seat wanted to force his way into the sanctuaries. He had been hurt before by it, so he knew all about it. Many race elites knew the crystallizers had escaped to the sanctuaries. Under the rules of there, they would not believe the soul of a crystallizer could be greater than 10,000 once they left. Ancient Abyss Grandmasters and the others stared at the Fate Monument's number. This could free them. They were hoping Han Sen's soul could exceed 10,000. 9,000 King heard Sky Palace's first seat and felt a bit angry. He coldly said, "Mister's life is very expensive. Cheap people like you cannot measure it." "Oh, really? I would like to see how expensive his life is." Sky Palace's first seat spoke gently, but his face made 9,000 King very mad. He wanted to kill him with his hands. 5,000, an extreme king could saw that Han Sen's soul weighed above 5,000, which gave them hope. 8,000, ancient Abyss eyes started to change. After 9,000, even Sky Palace's first seat's eyes looked strange. Clearly, he had a hard time believing that Han Sen, a person who had come from the sanctuaries, possessed such a heavy soul. Weird. The rules of the sanctuaries claim they will reduce your soul. He comes from the sanctuaries. Why would he have such a heavy soul? Sky Palace's first seat frowned. The number kept on jumping. It was getting very close to 9,999. The few deifieds of the Extreme King held their breath. They stared at the number on the monument. They hoped the number would jump even faster to reach the breakthrough. Finally, as everyone watched, the 4-digit number reached 9s across the board. It became 9999. At the same time, the number on the Fate Monument stopped. It had instantly stopped, but in the eyes of the deifieds, it felt like a century. In the next moment, the number on the stone monument jumped. This time, the number did not increase. Instead, the numbers returned to 0. Everyone was shocked. A deified Extreme King said, "What is going on? I thought once you reach 10,000 kilograms you are allowed to escape the suppression of the Fate Monument. Why has the soul's weight suddenly returned to 0? There is no way Han Sen's soul is just 9,999. He only needed one more to reach 10,000. Go and look behind the monument. See if Han Sen's soul is there." Everyone went around the back of the monument for a look. Suddenly, the Fate Monument was shining brightly. The Fate Monument was dyed red because of Han Sen's blood. It released 10,000 bright lights. It was like 10,000 glistening water drops were flowing out. The whole ground started to shake. The 10,000 lights of the Fate Monument were rising. They left the ground and floated in the air. Roar. Everyone was shocked when they heard the Fate Monument make a sound like a beast roaring. It was like a tiger or a dragon. Everybody next saw the red Fate Monument turn into holy white. A white, jade-looking holy Kiran beast came out of the sky. The holy light on it was like a sun. It lit up the entire dark area. The broken floor. The ruined buildings. All the broken machines. With the holy Kiran's very bright, holy light, Han Sen and the others saw everything clearly. Aside from that, fairy-looking shadows were floating across the ruins. These fairy bodies were half-transparent. They looked like blue jelly. These are space charms. Han Sen suddenly remembered the description of them from 9,000 King. The space charm was afraid of the long, bright lantern's light. Under the holy Kirin's light, it did not seem to be afraid. It actually looked a bit happy. It was showered in light and happily danced in it. A little further inside the Fate Monument of Sacred, there was a dark area, but it was not completely dark. Old Vulture, what happened outside? Why has the darkness around the Holy Palace lessened considerably? In the darkest corner of the palace, a beast, which looked completely red, had an eye that resembled a purgatory abyss, looked at the dark sky. On the roof, a giant beast, which had no eyes, asked, "Is your eye going funny? How can Sacred be bright?" A weird, pitch-black bird stared at the darkness and said, "Things really do look brighter." It turned and spoke to a pretty woman. "You old horny woman, do you see what is out there? It is fine for you to call me a horny woman, but I will rip your head off if you call me old again." After the pretty woman said that, she peered into the faraway darkness. Weird, things do appear brighter. What is going on? Auntie May was surprised. It can't be my eye going funny. The darkness around the holy hall is much weaker. Something must have happened in Sacred. It must be something huge. The angry red beast started to move. It seemed as if he wanted to go outside to take a look at what might be going on. Something big? So, what if it is big? Those god spirits wouldn't come here. What other creature could make changes to Sacred? Auntie May had a look of disdain. She sighed and said, "Little Master has been gone for so long. Why has he yet to come back? Do you think something might have happened to him?" "You horny woman, don't you worry," the eyeless big beast said. "With Little Master's power, no creature in the sanctuaries could do battle with even his littlest finger. They won't be able to do anything to hurt him. Plus, Old Cat is following Little Master. Although that old cat is a bit lame and doesn't do much, he is one of the 4 holy beasts. He used to watch over the sanctuaries. He won't let anyone or anything bring harm to the Little Master." "Humph, who knows if Old Cat is reliable?" Auntie May coldly asked. "That is not right. Why is it going so bright over there? I think I can see a light." The red beast with an eye was staring into the darkness. Old Vulture stared off into the distance too. Inside the darkness, there was a twinkle of light that was expanding. Although it was still unable to light up the holy palace and eradicate its dark, they could see the light. Auntie May looked toward the light and was shocked. What happened? That light can shine the darkness around the holy palace. What happened outside? Old Vulture had the best vision among them. While he was watching, he suddenly screamed. "The Holy Kirin! It is the Holy Kirin! That is the Holy Kirin spirit releasing power. How is that possible? The Holy Kirin spirit. Isn't that inside the Fate Monument? Little Master did not go to the Fate Monument yet, so how could the Holy Kirin spirit appear?" The red, angry beast let out a strange scream. "Impossible. Aside from Little Master, no one else should be able to activate the Holy Kirin spirit." Auntie May's expression changed. "Why are we still sitting here talking crap? Let's just get out of here. The Little Master's Holy Kirin spirit cannot be stolen by someone else." The red, murderous beast weirdly screamed and flew into the darkness. His body touched the darkness, which made some same sounds, mechanical and cogwheel-breaking sounds. The red flames of his body struck the darkness. Every step he took was like breaking the world. "Goddamn barren power," the red murderous beast kept swearing as he went. No matter how much he swore, he could only travel through the dark. Old Vulture flapped his wings and soared into the dark. It looked like a sky full of dark clouds. After going into the dark, there were some thunderous noises. There were lots of sparks around him as he battled with the dark. Auntie May and the eyeless big beast rushed into the darkness too. They traveled slowly through the dark. They were in a rush, but they could not get out of the darkness to reach the shadow of the Holy Kirin. Deep Abyss Grandmaster and Sky Palace's first seat looked at the Holy Kirin, which was a transparent light. It did not have a body. Hansen also stared at the holy Kirin. The more he looked at it, the more afraid he became. The holy Kirin was not as energetic right now. The presence of its body was more like beast soul. Hansen almost screamed. The holy Kirin looked like a beast soul and not as energetic. As the holy Kirin body's light grew brighter, the fate monument's light became weaker. It was like the power in the fate monument was going into the holy Kirin. It made its body more solid. Although it was not solid yet, it did appear to become more tangible and alive. What is going on? Isn't the holy Kirin dead? Its horn became a statue, and its meat was cooked. How can the beast's soul still exist? If the beast soul is a spirit, can the body be gone but the spirit remain? Hansen had many questions flooding his mind. Voila! The fate monument lost all of its light. It shattered like a rotten hunk of wood. It turned into a sky full of dust. The holy Kirin was looking very alive, but its body still looked like a beast soul. It did not become fully solid. The light on the holy Kirin started to become dim. The light, which had been so bright, turned dark. Only the two long, bright lanterns continued to glow with their limited range of light. One of the four holy beasts, the holy Kirin, is not dead. An extreme king deified elite was utterly flabbergasted. No, the holy Kirin's situation does not seem to mean it is alive. The Deep Abyss Grandmaster stared at the holy Kirin and frowned. Sky Palace's first seat stared at the holy Kirin too. He pulled his hands into his sleeves and flicked. He looked like he wanted to attack, but he didn't. He seemed to be afraid. The holy Kirin's eyes looked at Han Senator at four legs, were moving toward Han Senator, the holy light was on his body. The scene was exceptionally strange to witness. Hansen thought, what does it seek to do? Is it because I activated the fate monument? Does it now want to fight me? Does it want its Kirin horn back? While Hansen was guessing, the holy Kirin came before him. It did not look as if it was doing anything. The holy Kirin stopped very close to Han Senator. It was so close that it made Hansen wish to retreat, but the holy Kirin suddenly and quietly moaned to Han Senator. It lowered its head and placed its head in front of Hansen. What does that mean? Hansen looked at the holy Kirin, which was lowering its head. He had no idea what the holy Kirin wanted. The holy Kirin saw that Hansen was not doing anything, so it moaned again. It then put its head closer to Hansen. Hansen finally understood something. He reached out his hand and touched the holy Kirin's head. Bzzzt. Hansen's hand touched the holy Kirin's head. The holy Kirin's body melted. It turned into light that entered Hansen's hand. It went up his arm and all the way up to his brain to enter his sea of soul. Holy Spirit, holy Kirin received. At almost the exact same time the announcement played, Hansen heard an angry shout saying, "Stop it!" Hansen suddenly saw a murderous beast, which looked completely red, roar in the sky, which was very dark and burning red. It was heading toward Hansen and looked murderous. It spat some red light out at him. The red light was not a flame. It was like a laser. It suddenly doused Hansen in red light. "Red Ghost, you are still alive," 9000 King screamed with shock. In the next second, he flashed in front of Han Senator, the eyes on his green armor opened. He released a green light that fought against the red light. He kept fighting Red Ghost's red light while screaming, "Red Ghost, do not hurt Mr. Han." Red Ghost looked at 9000 King and coldly asked, "Who is this? Is it you, the servant Thousand Eye? Did you, servant, not die but found a new master?" His tone of voice was riddled with disdain. "Shut up. The master asked me to protect Mr. Han. Do not dare try anything." 9000 King spoke angrily, but people could tell he was afraid of Red Ghost. He did not dare attack it. Red Ghost laughed dimly. "Thousand Eye, don't do anything here. How old is he?" When the master was here, his great-granddad's granddad was not even born yet. Did you say the leader asked you to protect him? Pa. You are talking way too much crap. 9000 King wanted to explain, but Red Ghost kept madly shouting. Some metallic sounds were heard that rumbled like thunder. The red light turned into darkness. The Red Ghost angrily looked at Han Sen and said, "Stop talking crap. I do not care if you have found a new master, you old servant. Have your master hand over the Holy Spirit. Otherwise, you and your new master can die together." After that, a red light emerged from its mouth. It tried coming for Han Sen, but 9000 King stood before it. "Red Ghost, do you really think I am going to be afraid of you?" 9000 King gnashed his teeth and did not stand down. His body flickered with a green light. The angry ghost shadow appeared. He used 1 second is 1,000 years. When he used 1 second is 1,000 years, 9000 King barely managed to block the red light. 1 second is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is a second, Red Ghost said. Are you willing to use that many years of your lifespan for this moment? Let's see how long you can last. Its mouth was still full of red light as it kept attacking 9000 King. 9000 King's body's green light had the buffs imparted by 1 second is 1,000 years. Through it, he managed to stop the red light's attack. His face kept getting older, and his hair kept getting whiter. 9000 King kept blocking the red light as he shouted, "You should leave, Mr. Han." Hansen was surprised. He did not expect 9000 King would go to such lengths to protect him. It did not look like he was just pretending either. He wanted to say something, but he saw something coming over from out of the dark clouds. It was circling them. It evilly asked, "Go? Go where? If you do not leave the Holy Spirit behind, you will all be killed." Fishbird? You are still alive. 9000 King's face looked even more horrid. It is not us those who are alive. A very cold female voice sounded from the black. A very attractive woman came forward out of the darkness. On the other end, an eyeless beast crawled out. The 4 scary-looking creatures blocked the bright lanterns around. They blocked Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others, who were on the verge of leaving. "No, Demon Girl. You guys are still here." 9000 King was shocked. He looked at the 4 creatures. "Yes, we are here, and we are in charge of maintaining the Holy Palace. The Holy Palace is still here. How can we die?" The demon girl rolled her eyes. She looked at Hansen and said, "You are a servant, yet you are also still alive. It looks like you have a new master too. That is surprising." 9000 King kept blocking Red Ghost's red light while shouting, "I have not betrayed the master. The master asked me to protect Mr. Han." Old Vulture coldly asked from the air, "How can you still be so stubborn? I will kill you, the servant, first. Then, I will deal with the kid that dared to steal our Holy Spirit." It quickly spat out some black smoke. The black smoke was not very strong, but it was weird. It was like a black, toxic snake heading straight for 9000 King. 9000 King tried his hardest to block Red Ghost's attacks. He did not have spare power to fend off the black smoke too. He looked scared, but he still did his best to block it. Suddenly, 9000 King felt as if his shoulders had been pulled back by a certain power. He dodged the black smoke and left the red light's attacks. He turned his head. 9000 King saw that Hansen was in front of him. The red light and black smoke were headed for Hansen. "Careful, mister." 9000 King was shocked. He wanted to go up and help Hansen block it, but he felt as if space around had some weird changes. The red light and black smoke started to strangely slow down. They could not get close to Hansen. Time Ghost's time area. Red Ghost and Fishbird sighed with shock. They put away their powers and stopped attacking. "Time area is not that good," Fishbird coldly grunted. It wanted to flap its wings and go straight for Hansen. Old Vulture, stop it, Auntie May, the demon girl, said. She stopped Old Vulture from proceeding. Old Vulture rolled its weird eyes and asked Auntie May, what is it? Get rid of these others who are disturbing us, and then we will get rid of him, Auntie May coldly said. Okay. Old Vulture rolled its weird eyes. It flapped his wings and spat out black smoke. It was going toward Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the other 3 Extreme King Deifites. The big eyeless beast on the other side was moving its giant body. It rolled toward Sky Palace's first seat. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's body rose like a cloud, but he was unable to block Old Vulture's black smoke. He kept falling back while shouting, stop it. I have something to say. The 3 Extreme King Deified Elite were not as strong as Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. The power inside their bodies was shattered by the black smoke. It was like they had lost their souls as they dropped to the floor. If you have something to say it in hell after you have died, Old Vulture spookily said. It flapped its wings and flew toward Ancient Abyss. The big eyeless beast was like a rolling knife going toward Sky Palace's first seat. He saw Sky Palace's first seat clap his hands. The direction in which the big eyeless beast was rolling changed. It turned 180 degrees and rolled into the dark. My name is Sky Palace's first seat elder. We are not here to offend anyone. Can you please hear us out? Sky Palace's first seat was very strong but did not dare say something reckless there. He was being polite. No one cared about him. The eyeless big beast emerged from the dark again. It was headed for Sky Palace's first seat. The Sky Palace's first seat used a changing ground and changing sky method. He wanted to change space so the eyeless big beast could not get close to him. This time, the eyeless big beast did not get affected by the swap of the sky and earth. Although space was different, the eyeless big beast was still headed for Sky Palace's first seat. It was rolling faster and faster. It quickly arrived in front of Sky Palace's first seat. Sky Palace's first seat's expression changed. He immediately waved his sleeves. Space resided within his sleeves. He wanted to suck the eyeless big beast into it. Just as the eyeless big beast was about to approach the sleeves, it suddenly stopped. The creature's mouth turned into a speaker in space. It blew wind at Sky Palace's first seat. Do. It sounded like a ship's foghorn. The moment the sound was heard, one saw shockwaves come out of the eyeless big beast. They came out like water waves that enveloped Sky Palace's first seat. The waves turned into a sonic ring that wrapped up Sky Palace's first seat's body. Sky Palace's body's very high power was madly running, but he could not break the grip of the sonic ring that had a hold of him. He was trapped by the sonic ring. The eyeless big beast turned around with the intent to leave with the sonic ring pulling Sky Palace's first seat with him. They returned to the demon lady. On the other side, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster had not been granted a moment to speak. The fish bird was too fast. The continuous attacks were too much for Ancient Abyss Grandmaster to deal with. He suddenly had lots of wounds. In the end, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster flashed away and retreated into the darkness. The fish bird chased him for a while, but soon returned. Based on his expression, it was unlikely he managed to catch up with Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. This guy's geno-arts are weird, the fish bird said upon his return. He can travel around the barren powers. He managed to escape. It is fine, the demon lady said. It is not hard to guess what the Extreme King is doing here. Just ignore him. Everyone returned their attention to Han. Senator Sky Palace's first seat was struggling. He was incapable of escaping the power of the sonic ring that had snared him. The demon lady stared at Han Sen and said, "Give me the Holy Spirit, and I will permit you to live." Han Sen did not answer her. He just measured them all with his eyes. In the image Old Cat had brought to him before, Han Sen had seen the demon girl and others. He knew he had come to the right place to find Little Flower. "We are asking you a question," Old Vulture madly shouted. Stop being frozen. 9000 King quickly flashed behind Han Senator. He faced the demon lady and said, "You guys must believe me. It really was the master who asked me to protect Han Sen and lead him to the holy hall. The master's soul remains in the statue inside the holy garden. Carry on as you please and keep making up your story." Red Ghost coldly laughed. The holy garden statue is what the master prepared for Miss Warner. Why would his soul be inside there? 9000 King was frozen. He could not explain it. He thought in his heart, "Master, Master, I would do anything for you and the person you love. But dying at the hands of our own people. This is terrible. Master, you were always so smart. How could you not foresee this happening?" 9000 King made a decision and said to Han Sen, "Mr. Han, you should leave first. I will slow them down." Upon hearing that, Old Vulture and Red Ghost laughed. "Slow us down? How? Are you going to use your 1 second as 1,000 years? Even if you squander all of your lifespan, how much can you truly delay us? Old servant, you are very loyal to your new master." The demon lady looked at Han Sen. "Old Nine, you fall back," Han Sen said to 9000 King, who was in front of him. "Mr. Han," 9000 King wished to say something, but Han Sen stopped him. Han Sen signaled 9000 King to fall back. He looked at the demon lady and asked, "Are you Auntie May?" The demon lady, Old Vulture, and the others were shocked. The titles of Auntie May and Old Vulture were something they reserved for themselves. No one else should have known that. That was especially true for Auntie May. It only started when Little Flower was there. Only Little Flower called her that. Old Vulture and the others just called her a horny woman. "Do you know me?" The demon lady frowned and looked at Han Senator. Now that she thought about it, he did look a bit familiar. "I am Han Senator. I have come looking for Little Flower. Please, everyone, allow me to be with my son once again." Hansen bowed before them. He was being polite. If it didn't work out, he would have to use force. "You are Hansen." Auntie May and the others were shocked upon hearing that name. They knew Little Flower's biological father was Han Senator. To them, it did not really matter who his father was, so they never cared about what Hansen looked like. Even if they saw him on the street, they would not have recognized him. They would not have cared. Old Vulture's eyes were open wide as he looked at Han Senator. He screamed, "You are Little Master's father?" 9000 King was frozen. He had no idea what had become of the situation. His brain could not function. He ended up saying, "What does this mean?" Old Vulture said Hansen is the Little Master's father. That means Old Vulture has a new master, and the new master is Mr. Han's son. Wait a minute. 9000 King's eyes turned bright. He suddenly thought of something. He slapped his legs and thought, "I see it now. I see it now. I knew it. Master has it all prepared. He must have known this would happen. I see it now. Ha. Ha. I could not have foreseen this. I really couldn't have." Master and Mr. Han had a child. With Old Vulture and the demon lady's personality, if it was not for the master's child, they would not have taken it as a leader. This must be right. Master wanted me to protect Little Master's father. Wait. No. Father? How could two fathers make a baby? Whatever. With the master's power, he can do anything. 9000 King thought that seemed right. He thought he was saved. After 9000 King thought of this, he started laughing. He laughed and said, "You are all family. Why are you still fighting? Hurry up and invite Mr. Han into the holy palace." The demon lady and the others all looked at each other. They did not know what to do about this. They never thought Little Flower's father, a guy who had come out of the sanctuaries without anyone's help, had become deified. On top of that, he had managed to claim old monsters like 9000 King. Now, there he was, in sacred, getting his son back. This was far beyond their expectation. They never thought this might happen. Sky Palace's first seat, who was trapped, was going to escape while they were fighting 9,000 King. Who would have known it would turn into a family reunion of sorts? And Han Sen had become the new sacred leader's father. He was shocked. Does this mean that child has become Sacred's new master? Sky Palace's first seat thought about Little Flower. He had wanted to take him to Sky Palace, but he accidentally let Han Sen escape. He did not expect that child to become the new master of Sacred. Everybody was thinking, but no one was speaking. The scene had become extremely strange. Old Vulture looked gloomy and said, "Although you have Little Master's blood, you cannot be allowed to steal Little Master's spirit. You must give the Holy Spirit back." "Yes. The Holy Spirit must be returned," Red Ghost said while staring at Han Sen. "So, are you guys revolting?" 9,000 King's expression changed. The demon lady, Auntie May, laughed at Han Sr. "You are Little Master's father. You are a guest here. You are a guest in Sacred, but the Holy Spirit is very important. It is an item for your son. I am sure you would not want to steal what belongs to your son, would you? I hope you are willing to return the Holy Spirit." "I can return the Holy Spirit," Han Sen coldly said. "Give me Little Flower, and I will hand it over." "Little Flower is not in Sacred right now," Auntie May said. "Just give me the Holy Spirit and it will be fine." "In that case, I will wait for him to come back," Han Sen replied. If he was going to deliver it to anyone, it would be the Little Master. 9,000 King shouted from his nearby position. "Why would he give it to you guys? Hurry up and lead the way. Allow Mr. Han to wait in the Holy Palace for Little Master's return." "He cannot enter the Holy Palace," Red Ghost coldly said. "Why can't he enter the Holy Palace?" 9,000 King asked. "He is Little Master's real father. Why can he not enter the Holy Palace?" Red Ghost stared at 9,000 King and grumpily said, "Stop shouting. Butterflies develop from caterpillars. Butterflies can fly. Can caterpillars fly? What is that supposed to mean?" 9,000 King was furious. "It means exactly what I said. Give me the Holy Spirit and get the hell out. When Little Master needs it, he will go and look for it." Red Ghost and 9,000 King stared at each other. They were like fighting cocks. "How dare you ignore Mr. Han? He was told to come to the Holy Palace by the leader. Why are you disobeying his order?" 9,000 King was so angry that he was shaking. "Do you think I am going to believe what you tell me?" Red Ghost asked with disdain. 9,000 King wanted to say something, but the demon lady interrupted him. "Thousand Eye, Sacred Hall is a different place. That is the last hope of Sacred. Only Little Master can go inside. No one else can go inside, including people like us. If you want to do a good deed for Sacred, you should at least understand that." After pausing, Auntie May said to Han Sr. "Old Cat must have told you the situation regarding Little Master. With us taking care of him, he is in good care. He is not in danger. You do not have to worry about that. Right now, Little Master is going to be deified. Not long after, he can build Sacred up again. Then, the Sacred door will open, and you can come and see him and become a full-time guest of Sacred. Regarding the Holy Spirit, that is the item Little Master needs to liberate Sacred. Otherwise, when Sacred reopens, harm will come to Little Master. You are Little Master's father. You would not want to see Little Master be harmed, would you?" The demon lady flicked her hair. She squinted her eyes and went on to say, "I have told you this much, because you are the father of Little Master. We would have killed you and taken the Holy Spirit back with ease if you weren't. We would not waste so much time talking crap if you were anybody else. We respect you because you are Little Master's father. I hope you can understand this. What does reopening Sacred entail? What kind of danger will Little Flower have?" Han Sen frowned and looked at Auntie May. "That is Sacred business. Old Vulture screamed. Don't you worry about it. Hansen's expression was gloomy. Sacred business? Little Flower is my son. Are you saying things about my son are none of my business? Kid, do not make us go hard on you. If you make us fight you for the Holy Spirit, we will not even care about you being Little Master's father. Red Ghost's body was moving. He was like a big beast that could swallow the sky. He was oppressing Hansen. Hansen's personality was very stubborn. He only took things softly. He didn't take them hard. Besides, this affected the safety of Little Flower. He was not willing to fall back now. I am afraid you do not have what it takes, Hansen coldly said. He drew his cause karma knife. He held the shield of the Medusa's gaze in his other hand. Although the Holy Spirit and Beast Soul had different names, they were the same thing. If he was not able to use force and take the Beast Soul, the Holy Spirit would be the same. If the Master died, the Holy Spirit would be gone. Hansen did not think they could take the Holy Spirit out of him without killing him. If they were able to just take it, the demon lady would have already attacked. She would not have spent so much time talking to him. What do you want? Red Ghost, Old Vulture, and the others had dark expressions. They did not expect Hansen to become so hostile. In the sacred era, they had been invincible existences. Not many people were able to fight them. In this era, they were stronger than ever with their titles. Even powerful people like Sky Palace's first seat, who was the best in the universe, had been trapped by the eyeless big beast. Hansen was just a creature from the sanctuaries. He was only butterfly class, yet he dared to raise his voice against them. They did not think something like that could happen. What about it? Hansen looked calm. He looked past Old Vulture into the darkness. Hansen was looking toward where Red Ghost had come from. If that was true, that was where the Holy Palace resided. I do not care what this place is. I do not care about who you people are. I do not care about reopening sacred. I do not care about shining the whole world. In my eyes, it is all sh*t. If something harms my Little Flower, come hell or high water, I will tear it up. After Hansen said that, he passed the stone lantern to Bauer and said, Bauer, hold the lantern for Dad. We are going to tear up this lame, holy palace. It has already fallen once. Let it forever remain inside a history book. Bauer sat on Hansen's shoulder. She held the stone lantern and shouted with excitement, tear it down. You do not have what it takes. Red Ghost grunted with obvious disdain. The demon lady looked at the stone lantern. She was shocked and asked, why is Sacred's race lantern in your hand? What? Race lantern? Red Ghost, Old Vulture, and the eyeless beast were shocked. They looked at the stone lantern in Bauer's hand. They were shocked to see it. Red Ghost screamed, race lantern. It really is Sacred's race lantern. How could he have it? The sacred lantern is still here, so. Does that mean? Old Vulture was so excited that he was trembling. Hansen heard what Old Vulture said. He felt strange about why Sacred's race lantern was not inside the Geno Hall, but was instead inside the universe. Hansen was not able to care too much about that fact just yet. He jumped up and raced into the darkness in the direction of the palace. I do not care about some F***king sacred leader or some race lantern. Whatever hurts my son is going to be broken. Hansen was very angry. He cast Bloodpulse Sutra and Jade Skin to the max. It made his body become ice jade. His skin was half transparent, and it was glowing.